Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome The Rock. Oh, what? Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's not that rock. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Connie Rocco.
Good morning. Well, since we are 6 feet apart and outside, I'm going to take my mask down because I think it's very important that we welcome you to the very first Power Up Summit on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I'm Connie Rocco, president of the Harrison County Board of Supervisors. And even though we can't see you in person, we surely want to show you around to some of the wonderful things that we have here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Whether it's gaming, sand beach, you name it, and we've got it. Come on down, and we can't wait to see you in 2021. I want to thank Kern Cherry. She's the hardest working woman on the Gulf Coast, and I want to thank her for putting on this summit. And you should thank her too. You're in for a really good time. We love it here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and you're going to love it too. We have more hospitality than you can handle. We're going to take you on a little tour just to show you some of the wonderful things we have to do here, and we can't wait to see you next year, 2021.
Welcome to Harrison County and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Harrison County is made up of 5 cities: Biloxi, D'Iberville, Gulfport, Long Beach, and Pass Christian.
The Harrison County Board of Supervisors welcomes you to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Recreation is a way of life for us in Harrison County. The Harrison County Fairgrounds has more than 640 acres and hosts annual events such as the Gulf Coast Winter Classic, one of the largest horse shows in the nation. Harrison County has community parks, ball fields, splash pads, community centers, and boat launches.
We live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and we're surrounded with nature's beauty, rivers, back bays, and streams, all here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
But there's more to Harrison County than just the sand beach. There's hunting and fishing, shopping, world-class museums, and family-friendly entertainment at places like Margaritaville and Centennial Plaza. And of course, we have gaming. There are 10 casino properties in Harrison County and 11 casinos. Everyone is a winner in Harrison County. From fresh Gulf seafood to 5-star dining, the Mississippi Gulf Coast is cooking something special just for you.
I hope y'all enjoyed that, and I hope you have a great time at the Power Up Summit. Thanks, Kern, for putting this on. You're the greatest.
Welcome to Power Up Your Health. I am so grateful that you are here. I am so grateful to Kern Cherny and her beautiful Power Up Summit that's going to change everyone. I want to say that I'm Jackie Castor Cooper. I am a holistic alternative physical therapist. And in 2007, I opened up my physical therapy practice in a city that I knew no one in. And I was not aware that at that time the recession was beginning. So I had pretty much everything against me. And the important thing is I did have the support of my family, and my husband and I were creating this practice together because this was our main income. Unfortunately, what happened was there wasn't a lot of patients coming towards me because I was doing something very different. And so I decided to really think of myself as a CEO. And I started to research, what do CEOs do? You know, what do they focus on? So that's what I want to bring to you today. I want you to understand that no matter what obstacles you are facing right now, and we're all facing tons of obstacles and change as well, right? I'd like you to know that you're not alone, and that this summit has been made specifically for you, to support you. And so I want to give you 3 things to take away with you today that are going to help you in that journey. And by the way, to finish my story, we did really, really well. After the first 2 years, I was doing very well in my practice. I didn't at that time, before that I had to have a second job in home health, so I stopped that, and I was able to continue my dream of owning my practice. And it's been it's going to be about a little almost over 12 years now that I've had my practice, and everyone said that I wasn't going to survive, and I did. But I did because I did these 3 things. So we're going to start off with epigenetics, right? Your thoughts and emotions determine your outcome. And what does that mean, okay? So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to close your eyes for a minute and just kind of notice what your thoughts have been lately. So fear, anxiety, anger, frustration, all those things, just kind of bring them to surface right now and really honor them. Because if we don't honor our thoughts, what happens is that it kind of, takes over our bodies. And so just go ahead and open up your eyes and just honor whatever you're feeling right now, because epigenetics is whatever you are thinking right now. It's a thought energy, and it creates an emotion. And that emotion sends a message to your cells, your DNA more specifically. So let's look at a DNA as like a little Coca-Cola bottle, and there's a cap. The immediate early genes, or IEGs, receive your thoughts right into that little bottle cap within 3 seconds. That's epigenetics, and it sends a message into your whole system, your DNA, and your body responds. So if you are feeling stressed and angry and frustrated, it's okay, but don't linger there. Because if you linger there, you're creating cortisol and adrenaline within your gut, and that sends messages to your brain, and guess what that does for you as the CEO? It stops your creativity. It stops you from functioning. It decreases your health. It takes you into a bad place we call fight, flight, or freeze, okay? So what can you do? You can immediately go and correct your sentences. If you're saying this is too hard or I can't do this, go ahead and flip it right away and use these words. I'm going to let this be easy. I'm not going to choose that this is going to be hard. It feels hard within my body. My gut is literally turning into knots. Remember our moms or dads used to say, my stomach is in knots. That's what's happening to all of us right now. But what if we made it feel easy, right? So that's the reset. Or actually, I can do this, If you change your thoughts, the energy of your whole body will change immediately. And that powers up your health right away. It literally decreases and pushes out those stress hormones and creates other hormones which are healthier, which is dopamine and oxytocin, right? Stuff that's found in antidepressants. You can create that yourself just by the words that you're using, just by the way you're feeling. So that's number 1. Okay, number 2, I want to share this with you. Whoops. The power of your health is directly connected to the power of your business. Why am I saying that? Because when I researched the CEOs, they were in slump down thinking, okay, this is a downturn right now, 2007, 2008, this is the worst time. They were like, okay, in business, there's always going to be ebbs and flows, right? Always. If you're in business, or even if you're not in business right now, if you're creating something right now, just remember to keep creating, keep that flow moving, keep that imagination. That's why you're here, because this summit is filling you up with everything that you need to continue forward, no matter what is happening around you, no matter what environmental situations are creating a feeling of anguish or anxiety, right? No matter what's happening, you really have to think like a CEO, and a CEO takes her or his health as a priority. So CEOs get up early, they exercise, they eat healthy food, they spend time with their family, and they take time off. So scheduling all this stuff in is really, really important. So when I researched the CEOs, I started to do the same thing myself. Even though I wasn't bringing in a lot of income, even though people weren't calling me for appointments, I stayed true to my health, and that kept me going. That kept me feeling better. I was sending thoughts of happiness, positivity. I was allowing my creativity to flow. So those are things that I wanted to share with you right away today, because I want to move you forward. I want you to believe in yourself all the time right now, no matter what is around you. And unfortunately, not too many of our friends and family will be supporting us when we're going into this entrepreneurial stage, if some of you don't have a business yet, or in your business, if you do have one. A lot of people are not going to support you, but your mindset will keep you supported. And that leads me to number 3. So number 3 is your healthy community is the tribe village that supports you and your business. When I started in this town that nobody knew me, right? I said to a friend of mine, she's a businesswoman, I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing? You know, this is new to me. I've never owned a business before, and I thought people were just going to be pouring in. And she said, go ahead into your community and see what groups you feel you need to be a part of. And I chose healthy groups, people that were positive, people that were making a change in the community, people that were supporting and uplifting people that needed to be uplifted and supported. So I want to share that with you today. Go ahead and look for women's or men's groups that share a common interest with you. I chose to be a part of Lighthouse, BPW, Mississippi Business Women's Organization, the Rotary Club, the Chamber. I did go into church groups that was very, very supportive for me, mentally, physically, and spiritually. So try not to think that when you open up a business or create your own entrepreneurial passion that you're going to do this by yourself, because you can't always do this by yourself. You need the support of your community, but choose wisely, because that will affect you. I have the nonprofit groups here because when you choose to collaborate with nonprofit groups, or just, people who are fundraising for children that are ill, for example, that's one of my things that I do. So when I speak, I always talk about Cure MSD, which is a very rare disease that I personally help to fundraise and I support. So I share that with you because when you think about making a change in the community, that's an energy that flows out. And let me tell you, that pours right back into you. Even if you think it's never going to pour back in, it will. Because that support and love and choosing healthy groups to be a part of, they are going to want to support you as well. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. And I hope these 3 recommendations will help you to become a CEO that really believes in her or himself. And with that, I do want to say before we finish, I did finish a book, so I want to give it to 3 of you. So if you would like to see if you can win this book, go ahead and go to gcmfr.com and just subscribe to my newsletter. I do one every month with a self-treatment video as well. So go ahead. This is my book, The Power of...
Hi, my name is Jessica Rasdall, and I own thepublicspeakingstrategist.com. I'm the host of the Speak to Scale podcast and the author of Shattered: Lessons in Survival and Strength. And I am just head over heels obsessed with helping small business owners learn to craft and share their stories in a way that leaves a legacy for years to come, makes a deep connection in their audience, and allows them to grow a sustainable business that is built on purpose and impact, even with the income flowing in. And what I've learned over the last 14 years of traveling the country and sharing my own story is that so many of us are excited and fired up to share the big moments in our lives, the big launches, the successful sales, the awards, and the accolades, as we should be. And I like to call these the confetti moments, the moments when we just want to toss the confetti in the air and celebrate all the incredible things that are happening. But what do we do when the confetti runs out? When the things go wrong? When our launches flop, when the ads aren't working, when the customers just seem to dry up, or when seemingly overnight, the entire world as we knew it is shut down. Nobody wants to talk about those moments, and nobody wants to share the things that have gone wrong. Those moments when life comes in, punches us in the gut, but we still need to put on a smile and show up for our clients. These are what I like to call the now what moments. The moments when we're throwing our hands up in the air and really all we can say is, now what do I do? If you've ever heard or seen the posts around the importance of sharing your story, especially as a business owner, I know it can feel like we hear it all the time, but what does that really matter? We might feel that in order to share our story, we have to share something dramatic, that now what moment when we're throwing our hands up in the air, the difficult, messy stories that seem to stick out more to others, the ones that shake us up, that make us sad, that make us angry, that give us hope and inspire us to take action and show us what's really possible. Well, that's normal. First off, let me make it clear. It's normal to feel like in order to have an impactful story, it has to be dramatic. But that's not necessarily the story we need to be sharing. See, neuroscience shows us that storytelling, it triggers our brain to create new pathways. And when we can share a story that our audience can identify with, they now start to see the world from our point of view. And I'm sure you can understand how important that is as a business owner. We're giving them access to information right at our fingertips that allows us to make a deep, meaningful connection that is authentic and feels good to us. And as business owners, we want to make a deeper connection with our audience. We want to make an impact and leave a legacy, but we don't know how. And I'm willing to bet that you have worked really hard to get where you are today. And you want to be confident in sharing your story, in doing it in a way that makes an impact, but maybe you're worried. Maybe you're worried that you will grab a microphone like this or step onto a stage and not look as polished as you do on your website. Or maybe you're scared that you're going to overshare and tell your audience too much. Or maybe you're scared that if you do start sharing, it's going to taint all of this hard work you've put in to build a brand that you're proud of. And I totally get it. I hear you loud and clear, friend, because when I stepped onto the stage at my first ever business conference in 2016, I was scared. I was terrified. And at that point, I had been speaking all over the country in front of tens of thousands of people for over a decade. So there was no justifying why I was scared to present. But I had never had to share in front of a room of my peers like that before. Even when I shared in front of our US Navy and universities and high school students on major media outlets, I never questioned my worth and the value that I was going to bring to that microphone. But in that room, it felt so different because my business journey, it didn't start like all the other women in that room. I didn't leave a corporate job and take some big risk and go out on my own. And I really looked up to and admired the women in this room. What were they going to think when I told them that for 4 years of my life, I was referred to as inmate number 154809? My journey to get up on that stage was long and windy and messy. And speaking was never a part of my plan. But it's funny how that works out, right? Our plans are not necessarily the plans for us, because I was a college freshman who had all the hopes and dreams and all the plans for my future. I knew that I was going to go on to do something incredible in business, and I threw it all away in one night when I made the decision to drive home with my best friend in my passenger seat, who I had known since I was 5, and there was an accident. She was killed on impact in the passenger seat, and I nearly lost my life. And in one night, from one decision that I made, I went from caring about all those hopes and dreams of my future to wondering, how was I going to make it through one more day? How was I going to do this without her? And how on earth was I going to face 10 and a half to 15 years in prison for the death of my best friend? This was blood I could never wash off my hands. Even though my story was so incredibly different than anything the women in that conference room had experienced, I was hopeful that it would connect with them. And I'm hopeful that maybe it can land with you today, because it's not the story itself that matters. It's the message we want to get through. And I knew that the women in that room, although on the outside looking in, they were these incredible, successful business women who seemed to juggle all the things with such grace, but behind the scenes, there was guilt, there was shame, there was fear, and they were trying to take that next best step after failure, because we all fall down. That was the thread I wanted to connect with. That was the neuro pathway I wanted to create, because neuroscience says that when we tell those stories that highlight common ground with another human being, we can trigger that new level of alignment in brain activity. And that means our audience can view the world from our point of view. And maybe you're listening today, you're watching this, hopefully in some comfy PJs from your couch, that you're saying, Jessica, my struggles are not like yours. My story is just too messy to share, or it's not important enough. And I'm going to stop you right there and tell you, I am not here to judge you. I am not here to compare stories with you. I'm simply here to support you and remind you that your story matters. It matters just as much as anyone else. But your story itself is not actually the most important part of the equation. And this is why so many of us, especially business owners, get hung up on sharing our story. And we feel like we're out there and we're doing it, but it's not working. Why you're telling your story in the first place is the piece that matters. See, we've been doing this backwards. And after working with hundreds and hundreds of small business owners to help them craft and share their stories, I found a common thread that so many of us struggle to share our stories because we're trying to share the wrong story. We think that we should be sharing this origin story that we craft, and it feels impossible. It feels like we're forcing that, square peg into a round hole. We look at what other people are sharing and we try to compare. If I could just be in your ear today and tell you, you don't have to be her. You don't have to share her story. But this cycle of keeping up with the Joneses, it's not helping us make an impact. So it's time to put our eyes back on our own paper. Focus on the people that we have been called to serve, because I know that you want to leave a legacy. I know that you want to make a difference in the world long after you're gone. But until we draw a line in the sand and we say, this is the message that I'm going to leave with the world, and we commit to showing up and sharing it, that legacy can get lost along the way. And I want to make sure we're not sharing our stories for fame or for glory or for spotlight, but we're sharing it to make a difference. And in order to do that, we've got to start with your message, because that allows us to determine the right story to share. Today, I want to help you figure out what that message is. So grab a pen. The very first thing we need to define is, who is it that we're talking to? Who is the audience that you have been called to serve? Are they students? Are they clients? Are they peers? Are they a certain group of people? When I first started speaking, I was speaking to youth, high school students, college students. But today, my focus is more on entrepreneurs and small business owners and people who are working to make a difference. So for you, when we put the blinders on and we don't look at everybody else's paper, who are your people? Who are the people that you are excited to jump out of bed in the morning and talk to? The people that you understand, that you know exactly where they are, exactly what they need, and you are ready to give it to them. Write that down. I want you to stay centered on them as we're going through this activity. Then, my favorite way to figure out what to share is to define our billboard message. And what I mean by that is, if you picture yourself in New York City, Times Square, and Times Square is packed body to body, okay, maybe 6 feet apart with a mask on, of your ideal clients, of the people you've been called to serve, the ones you just wrote down. It's completely full of them. And you've been given an opportunity to take over one of those giant neon signs, one of those big billboards. And on that, you get to put one thing, one bright, bold, impactful message to your audience. What would you say to them? If you could only tell them one thing that would sit with them, that would speak life into them and change their life, what would you say? That, my friend, is your billboard message. And I want you to anchor to it. I want you to write it down. This is my message. This is what I want to leave with the world. If somebody only remembers one thing from what I've said, this is what I want them to take. Hold that thing close to your heart. Because once you figured out what that message is, now we can start to say, what stories can I share to lead from the front and help support that message? I want you to think not of the most dramatic story, the funniest story, the most entertaining story, but what story is going to support my message. So if I'm going to tell you that speaking is something that can allow you to make a difference for other people, that can transform your life, your other people's lives and your own lives, I'm going to tell you my own story, that speaking wasn't a part of my plan, that it wasn't that's something that I sought after for recognition, but it was my way of surviving. It was my way of moving forward. And it was my way of preventing someone else from repeating the same mistakes that I had made. Speaking saved my life. In fact, let me share a little excerpt from you. In pillar number 3 of my book, From What If to What Is, my big takeaway after speaking, I started to realize that when I stopped questioning why this happened to me, this is especially important if you've gone through those now what moments, if somebody has hurt you, if you have hurt someone else, no matter what the situation is, we can all get stuck in this cycle of asking questions. And I'm just going to share this with you really quick. Writing and speaking what happened that night, rather than asking someone to tell me, forced me to accept my new reality, because acceptance was not something I intentionally sought. It was a byproduct of sharing my message. If I didn't know what was real and true, how would anyone else? By taking control and owning your story, we get to be in control of the narrative. It's time to start saying it rather than asking for it to be told to you. The act of writing, telling, and accepting your story allows you to change the script from what if to what is. And if you're somebody who's gotten stuck in that cycle of, what if I had done this instead? What if this had been different? Starting to craft and share your story, the right story, allows you to become the author rather than just the reader. Now, once you've figured out what story it is you're going to share, sometimes there's a little bit of resistance. And we feel like, okay, Jessica, maybe you can share that, but I'm not going to. So I have one more thing that I want you to do. On that same piece of paper, I want you to write down the impact that story will make. What is the difference in sharing that? So for me, maybe a high school student would call their parents instead of putting the keys in the car. Maybe you, instead of hitting pause, delaying writing that book, not putting in the pitch to speak at a place, you would take that step, grab the microphone, and impact more lives than you'd ever know. I want you to find the impact of sharing your message, because on the days when you question it, when you don't want to do it, you can look back on this little piece of paper and know that it's about so much more than you. It's about the difference and the impact and the legacy you'll leave for your audience. So my challenge for you today, friend, is to sit down with yourself, find a quiet moment, and define who it is that you want to talk to, what this billboard message is you want to say to them, the story that you can share to support that message, and the difference it will make. When you can stay rooted in those things, you will already have the foundation that you need to turn the mess into a message, to take those now what moments and turn them into impact for people around you. Because this is your story. This is what I want you to share with the world. This is me giving you the permission slip to stop looking at what everyone else is doing. Stop comparing your journey to his or hers or theirs, and start leaving your mark on the world. Not just for you, but for the people you've been called to serve. No matter where you're at in your life or business, it's time for us to become the author and not just the reader. I can't thank you enough for joining me today. And I'm looking forward to seeing your stories, the ones that you're putting out into the world, the ones that are either in voice, on video, in paper. It took me 11 years to write my book, and I hope that for you, it's a much shorter timeline. If you are somebody who's saying, I want to craft my story, but I need more help, I have a completely free guide that you can go through, and it'll take those prompts that we went through today just one step further. So you can kind of Mad Lib style plug and play the important pieces of your story so that you stay focused on the message rather than, am I sharing too much, or is this the right piece? And you can find that anytime at thepublicspeakingstrategist.com/story. Again, thank you so much for tuning in today, and I can't wait to see the story and legacy that you're going to leave with the world.
Welcome to 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship, sponsored by Black CEO, and I'm super excited. I'm over the moon, just couldn't wait to have this very special conversation between you and I that's going to help you not only in your business, but it's going to help you reach more clients. And for those folks that are watching and wondering, who am I? My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. And on this particular conversation, we're going to be talking about discover and develop your signature selling style. Now, if you're watching right now, you might be wondering, who is this conversation for? This conversation is for you right now. And if you're that type of person that's out there that's an entrepreneur, obviously, that's a speaker, that's an author, that's a coach, that's a trainer, that's someone that still has to communicate in order to get your message out. And in fact, as you're watching right now, you're like, Shay, I'm raising my hand. I'm the #1 salesperson in my company. Or Shay, if I don't do it, it doesn't happen. And so I need to understand what I'm doing, or I need to make sure I understand my team's signature selling style. We're going to do a deep dive into that right now. So for those folks that are just tuning in, I always like to start off every single time with, it's a great day. My name, once again, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. And you know, as much as folks think that I love selling, as much as they think that this is what I always want to do, revenue. The reality is, it isn't. Let me just take a moment and let me be honest with you. If I can I just slow down for a moment and then we'll speed up? Let me tell you something. I hated selling, but I needed it. Let me say that again. I hated selling, but I needed it. And maybe you're like that right now. We're like, you know what? I don't like to sell, or I hate to sell. And for me, I hated selling, but I needed it. I needed it to pay my bills. I needed it in order to pay my mortgage. I needed it in order to feed my family. But you know what? Contrary to popular belief, I hated selling, but I needed it. If that's you, go out there, write this down in your notes. I hated selling, but you what? But I needed it. That's right. We understand that we need it. See, we got in business, I believe, for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. At least for me, this might not be your story, but at least for me, I got in business for 2 reasons. And the number one reason I got in business was to do what I love. And I love being able to build relationships. I love being able to share this information on how they can grow their business, because when they improve their selling skills, it gives them access to the resources that they need that's necessary to execute the vision that they have for the people they were called to serve. And I believe you have 3 visions, by the way. I believe first, you have a vision for yourself, the way you want to live, the car you want to drive, the organic food that you want to eat. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue. That's what we're going to talk about, signature selling style. I believe there's a second vision you have. You have a vision for your loved ones, the ones you care the most about. I'm blessed that Mother Dear is still here. So I'm able to go over to her home. I'm not going inside right now, but I can knock at the door, have groceries set outside the door. I can have those delivered. Some of you've got a vision for your loved ones. You want to write a check for someone's health care insurance. You want to pay for someone's mortgage. Or maybe you want to send your kids to a school of your choice. And it takes resources to do that, which means it takes revenue. So this conversation is for you. Or maybe you're out there right now, you know what, you're thinking to yourself, gee whiz, Shay, you got me. You said there's 3 visions. That's right. The third vision you have is you have a vision for the people you were called to serve. And whether you're a believer or not, there's this Bible, and inside the Bible, I happen to be a believer, so you don't have to be, but there's a gentleman there by the name of Noah. And Noah had a vision. And imagine Noah's getting ready to do what he's going to do. He's so excited. And all of a sudden, just before Noah gets going, he gets this knock. Noah, but we're here to report that there is no hammer in the house. What? No hammer? No big deal. God's giving me my experience. He's giving me my expertise. I'm going to be just fine. I'll be just fine. Wait, what's going on? Noah was sorry to report, but there are no nails in the house either. What? No hammer and no nails? Oh my gosh, I got this vision. Okay, rule number 1, don't panic. That's right, don't panic. Nobody. What is it now? Noah, sorry last time. I promise this is the last time. Noah, there's no wood and there's no team to put the boat together. Good luck on this journey. And maybe that's you as you're listening right now. Maybe that's you. You got in business. You got a big heart. You got in to do what you love. You want to serve more people, but the only thing holding you back is you don't have the resources necessary to execute the vision you have for the people you were called to serve, nor to gain that financial freedom that you always wanted. And I get it. I understand it. And that's why I want you to tune in. That's why I want you to pay very, very careful attention and learn the one skill that will allow you to reach more people, your signature selling style, the one skill that will allow you to serve more people. And the one skill that really will give you all of the resources when you have the revenue you need to execute your vision. See, I recall when I got started and I show up at work, and at the time they came to me and said, Shay, today's your last day. They gave me a box. I had to pack my stuff up. And I was being let go from my corporate job. I was working at Citibank at the time, or MCI at the time. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? So I went home and I decided I was going to start my business. Some of you started your business like that. And then when I started my business, I got going. I was excited. I couldn't wait. And then I ran out of money after 90 days in business. I was tired. I was frustrated. I was struggling. And in short, I was out of money. And maybe that's like you. Maybe you are like that as well. And then I was upstairs, and all of a sudden my sons come right upstairs and say, Dad, guess what? I said, what? They said, someone's still in the car. let's go check this out. So we run down the steps, run to the door. We look out the door. My door has a window on it, and there's my Lexus truck. It's being put up on a tow truck. And I look over at the driver. He looks at me. We look at each other. We look back and forth. We give each other the secret nod. And you know what I found out? I turned to my sons at that moment, and I looked at him. I said, everything's fine. The car is just going to the garage. I lied. And lying to my sons was one of the lowest points in my life. And you know, when you do that, you don't feel good about that. You don't feel good about that at all. I had the never again moment. Now, maybe you've had this. Maybe this is not your story. If it isn't, you can just listen for another minute or two. But maybe you had in your business, you had that never again moment. I want you to write this down in your notes. What was your never again moment? That moment for me where I told myself I would never again lie to my sons. I couldn't look at them and just lie. Never again would my cable get turned off. Never again would my car get repossessed. Never again would I find myself in bankruptcy. Never again would one client make the difference whether I pay my mortgage or not. Never again was this going to happen to me. And in that moment, having gone through a divorce because of this, I felt like a failure. I felt like a failure as a husband. I felt like a failure as a son. I felt like a failure as a brother or as a friend. But more importantly, I felt like a failure when I had my never again moment. I felt like a failure just like a father. I'm a father feeling like a failure. And it was in that never again moment. I hope you write down in your notes. Hope you're writing down, what was your never again moment? We told yourself, never again will I borrow money from a family member. Never again would I run all my credit cards up. Never again would I find myself working late and tearing up my health because I didn't take care of myself. What was your never again moment? And it was in that moment, it was in that time that I decided to reach out, and I got this email, and I reached out to someone that maybe I'm that someone to you, my mentor. And when I reached out to him, I went and spent $5,000, went to this seminar, by the way, and I'm there for him to teach 7 of us how we could do speaking. But it wasn't speaking that I learned. He said, Shay, you need to focus on sales. I said, sales? Now, maybe sometimes you're like me. You do what you hate to do. So I didn't like to sell. I didn't want to sell. I wasn't born this way. I wasn't wired this way. I said, certainly I'm not a salesperson. Can't you see my card? It says Shay Brown, business consultants. But nobody was hiring me to be a business consultant. And so it was in that moment that I decided I'm going to learn this skill. The one skill that gives me access to the resources that I need to get the revenue to execute my visions. The one skill that allows me to have more meaning in the world because I'm making more money. The one skill that allows me to have more impact in the world because I have more income. And as my good friend Della Torre would say, the one skill that allows me to make $1 and a difference at the same time. If that's you, look right below the video and write these words. Make $1 and a difference at the same time. Write that down right now. Make $1 and a difference at the same time. Hashtag you got this. Hashtag you got this. And so here's what I learned. Going through the failure, running out of money, feeling like a failure. Here's what I learned. I want you to jot this down in your notes. It's 3 words, and these 3 words made a difference for me, and I know they'll make a difference for you. Jot these words down in your notes. Selling is power. Selling is power. Selling is power. Everyone right now, on the count of 3, I want you to say after me, selling is power. 1, 2, 3. Selling is power. 1, 2, 3. Say it again. Selling is power. Look, if selling is power, then the question is, what is selling the power to do? You just wrote down selling is the power. Go ahead and write down, what is selling the power to do for you? For me, selling allowed me to pay my health care insurance. Selling allowed me never to go back to a 9-to-5 job. Selling allowed me to send my kids to college. Selling allowed me to be able to hire a team and be a more productive citizen. See, selling is power. Selling is power. Selling is power. Look right below the video. Once again, look right below the video and write these words right now. Selling is what? Power. Selling is what? Power. Selling is what? Power. That's right. It's power. So once you have the power and you know you can plug into it, now you're like, wait a minute. I can do this. I can do this. Now, for a long time, people had a resistance to selling. Although they knew selling was a power, they had a resistance to it. And the reason they had a resistance to it is that they have been working with a trainer or a coach. And many of you, maybe that's where you've been. You've worked with a trainer, you work with a coach, and when you work with them, they say, sell like me. Or if you're a woman, sell like a woman, sell like a man, sell like a coach. And you don't want to sound like someone else. You want to be authentic. You want to be yourself. You want to speak from the heart. You want to be that person. And if that's you right now, look right below the video and say, that's me. Yeah, that's me. You want to sell like you. So here's what I discovered. Here's what I discovered in doing that. I said, look, don't worry about trying to copy other people. Don't worry about using those scripts. Yuck. Don't take scripts. Read this script and everything should be just fine. Just keep reading it to more people. You're like, oh my gosh, they tell me that again, I'm going to die. Here's what I learned. Scripts are for actors and you are not an actor. Jot that down in your notes. Scripts are for actors and you are not an actor. Because if you can't be yourself, it's just not worth it. Let me say it again. If you can't be yourself, it's just not worth it. So you don't want to sound like an actor. You want to be yourself. You want to speak from the heart. You want to be yourself. So here's what I'm going to teach you during the time I have. I wish I had more time. Because I'm going to teach you how to learn how to sell like you in your voice, being authentic, based on your experience, based on your expertise. This is a step-by-step. I'm going to show you how to do that because I'm going to teach you the 7 signature selling styles. And that's going to allow you to have your own voice. Because folks said, Shay, if you're going to teach me how to sell like me, which I want to do, then there are 3 things that I want to do. And maybe this is you as you're watching right now. You're like, okay, Shay, I get it. I get it. No, I get it, Shay. I'm cool. I want you to be authentic. Can I be authentic, Shay? Yes. When you use your signature selling style, you will be authentic. You'll speak in your voice. Shay, I need to be natural. If you're listening right now, you say, Shay, I don't want to sound like someone else. I want to be natural. And most importantly, I want to be transparent. I want to speak from a place of being honest. I want to speak from a place of being of high integrity. I don't want to worry about trying to convince someone or persuade anyone. I just want to serve. Here's one of our core beliefs. Jot this down in your notes and write this right below the video. 3 parts. Put this below the video. Serve plus give value, and that's going to equal our solution. After that, we can offer them a solution. But first, we're going to what? Serve plus what? Serve. Write this right below the video. Plus what? Give value. And when we do that, it puts us in a position. If they want to know our solution, we can do that. And we can do that in our own voice. We can do that based on our own experience. We can do that based on our own expertise. We can do that based on our own DNA, because being you is beautiful. Just the way God created you. Just the way that you are. Write this down in your notes. Being me is power. Write that down in your notes. Being me is power. Put that in your notes. Being me is what? Power. Because you can be yourself. You don't have to sound like anyone else. You have to sound like a robot. And that's really what I want to show you how to do in the time I have. I want to introduce you to the signature selling styles, but I want you to be yourself. Just want you to be authentic. I want you to be the person that God created you to. I want you to find your target audience and help them solve a problem, because people will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. Someone put that down in your notes right now. People will pay me today, Shay, if I help them solve a problem today. And I believe that a lot of folks have a phony meter out there, and they can tell when you're being phony. And we don't want you to be phony. No. We want you to be yourself. We want you to be yourself. So how do you do that? I'm going to walk through the 7 signature selling styles. And there's 7 unique signature selling styles. So I'm going to give you the overview. I also, took some time working with scientists, working with psychologists, working with PhD folks, and I took some time and put together our own personality assessment that you can take that will show you what type of personality is yours. And I'm really, really pleased because it didn't exist. I was teaching neuro-linguistic sales, and that's the study of language patterns and how words impact the process. I was studying personalities, and I said, well, where do I go if I just want to learn about my own signature selling style? Like, who I am. And I searched, and I searched, and I searched, and it didn't exist. So we said, we're going to create it. We're going to create the assessment. We're going to have it validated, and then we're going to teach the 7 signature selling styles, because most folks have been in business, they've been entrepreneurs, you've been speakers, authors, coaches, trainers, network marketers, and you've never been in this conversation. That all stops right now. Right now, it all stops, because this is your moment. I'm going to teach you how to sell like you, because think about it. Why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? Let me say that again. Why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? Cats don't bark, just like you don't sound like someone else. So isn't this so important? Isn't this who you want to be? You want to be yourself. You want to be authentic. You want to be the person that God created you. If you're listening right now, you're like, Shay, I'm all in. Shay, I'm all in. I don't want to sound like someone else. I'm ready to be who I am and who God intended me to be. If that's you right now, I'm going to give you my personal cell number, and I'm going to send you the assessment. And the assessment is going to help you not only take the assessment, it's a little less than a few questions. It might take you maybe 3 to 5 minutes to take. But at the end of that, we're going to discover your signature selling style. Now, you can text right now. Text the word signature. Text the word signature. Text the word signature. This is my personal cell to this number. And you'll get the assessment. We'll be able to stay in this conversation. And I'll make sure you have additional resources that are going to support you as well. The number is 202-270-1662. So get your cell phone out right now and text the number 202-270-1662. Text the word signature to 202-270-1662. That's my personal cell. Now include your first name so I know who you are, include your last name so I know who you are, and include your best contact number so I can make sure that we send you the assessment. I'll send you the link. Once you take the assessment, myself or one of my certified revenue coaches will sit down with you, and I want you to understand your signature selling style. But don't worry, I'm not going to leave you right now. Don't worry, I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to walk you, walk you through step by step how to do it. We're going to do this together. We're in this together. So here's the number once again to text. Get your cell number out, 202-270-1662. Text the word signature, that's the bat signal, to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number. Most of you, if not all of you, have never done this before, and I'm really excited that I can introduce you to it, and that you can not only know your signature selling style, and the reason you want to know your signature selling style, because when you're speaking to your marketing team, marketing's job is to go find people who have a problem that's in harmony with your signature selling style. When you're working with your social media team, their whole role is to be able to attract people who are open to the signature selling style that you have. And once they've done that, they've done their job. And isn't that what you really want? Yeah. So go ahead and text in right now so you can learn your signature selling style. Then from there, we'll teach you buyers profiling, which is how your buyers buy. And then we'll teach neuro-linguistic sales, which is the study of language patterns and how it impacts the selling process. See, my definition of selling is that selling is the ability to influence people to action based upon who you are. Put that in your notes. Selling is the ability to influence people to action based on who you are, not based on someone else. So let me go ahead now and teach these signature selling styles. Go and get a paper. We're going to write these things down, and we're going to go ahead and show it to you. The first signature selling style, there's 7. Now, for those folks that text in, then you're going to also get a copy of this presentation. So when you text in, you don't have to worry about taking all these notes. I'm going to send you a copy of the presentation, and I will send you my notes as well, which will help you as well. That's my promise to you. Okay, but you got to take action. All right, let's go to the first one. The first one is the intuitive signature selling style. Now, I want you to listen. Maybe this is you, as you're listening right now. The intuitive signature selling style, they sell based on intuition. They sell based on intuition. So they use instinct to drive action. Is that you? Which means when they go on a presentation, they might not write it down. They might not know what they're going to say, but they use their God-given intuition and their senses to drive the conversation. And in driving the conversation, that's how they move the person to action. Now, that's not a good thing or bad thing. It just is what it is. There are some positives and there's some negatives, like anything in life, And I'll get into later, not on this conversation, but for those that text in, we'll get into the evergreen sales approach and the evergreen closing style. But right now, I just want you to know the intuitive selling style, they sell based on intuition. Is that you right now? If that's you, put your hand and say, that's me, Shay. How'd you know? I sell based on intuition. Now, you might have more than one signature selling style, but there is a primary and there's typically a secondary, just like anything in life, okay? All right, let's go into it. So now you got the intuitive signature selling style. The second one is called the scientist signature selling style. Now, the scientist signature selling style, they sell based on facts and data. So they use facts and data to drive the person to action. Now, have you ever had these conversations where you're talking to someone, and maybe this is you, where you have to make sure you have all of your facts lined up, and you can support exactly why your product or service will work. You can share and compare and contrast to other things. And if you don't have all the facts together, you'll slow down, and you'll take some time just to get those facts together. Maybe that's you. And if that's you right now, no worries. There's nothing wrong. Scientist selling style. Now, think for a moment. Is that you? If that's you, let's look right below the video and write down scientist signature selling style. Now, for some of you wrote down intuitive selling style. Go ahead and write it down. You're like, wow, Shay. Now, we got 7 of these that we're going to talk about, right? We're going to talk about, but and none of them are bad. They all have their strengths and they all have their weaknesses. But isn't that how life is? It's full of duality. There's high highs and there's low lows. There's summer, spring, fall, winter. There's being on track and being off track. So there's always these dualities in life. And isn't that so cool? The third one I want to share with you, number 3, is the rock star signature selling style. Now, I want you to listen closely. This might be you. The rock star, they use personal charisma to drive action. Now, this might be you. You think of a Tony Robbins. You think of a Eric Thomas. And they're going to be like, look, if I've done it, you can do it as well. Or, see what I did? You just do exactly what I did. And so their charisma, you've seen them. You're like, if they can do it, I can do it. And that's the rock star signature selling style. Is that you right now? Is that you? Do you use charisma? And I want you to go ahead and look right below the video. If that's you, say, that's me. And write these words right below the video. Rockstar signature selling style. Show up in the house. Now, this is your natural signature selling style. It doesn't mean you can't cross in. It doesn't mean you can't do others. But this is naturally how you like to sell based on who you are. And then number 4. Number 4 is the drill sergeant signature selling style. The drill sergeant signature selling style, they're going to push you to action. They're going to drive you to action. They're going to use force of will to action. You can do this. I believe in you. Follow me. We're going through the fire, but we're going to get you to the other side. The drill sergeant. And when they're speaking to them, it's not like they're yelling and screaming, but they've got that tenacity behind them. That is a force of will, the accountability. It allows the other person to raise their standard. It allows them to go to the next level. Is that your comfortable signature selling style? If that's you, look right below the video and say, that's me. I'm the drill sergeant signature selling style. Shay, yes. Shay, I'm so glad you're telling me this. I never knew this. No, it's no problem. Let's just do a quick recap. We're going over the 7 signature selling styles. And I'm asking you to select yours. We're at number 4, and we only got about 3 more, but there's 7. The first one is the intuitive. This is very important that you learn how to sell based on your DNA. The intuitive uses instinct to drive action. Is that you? And then there's the scientist selling style. The scientist selling style, they use facts and data to drive action. Is that you? You have to have everything in line, have to have everything in harmony. You've got to make sure you've done all the research. And then there's the rock star signature selling style. They say, look what I've been able to do. Look at the folks I work with. You see what they've done? I'm going to give you the blueprint to do the exact same thing. Or maybe you're the drill sergeant signature selling style. They use force of will to drive action. And then there's the heart-centered selling style. Now, this is my style. The heart-centered selling style, they use an emotional connection to drive action. They've got to feel that the other person's all in. There's got to be this synergy, this energy. Now, that's a good thing, and it's a bad thing, right? Because sometimes we're like pushovers, right? Sometimes we'll do whatever they want. And so, but they all have their duality. But is that you as you're listening right now? Do you use the heart-centered selling style where you use emotional connection to drive action? You got to understand who they are and what they're saying. Maybe that's you. Put that right below the video. Heart-centered selling style. We've got 2 more to go. I want you to know your signature selling style. I want you to know, based on your DNA, what are your power words. I want you to know what type of closing phrases does your style use. I want you to be very, very clear as you're going through it and kind of really be able to hone in and say, you know what, Shay, as you're saying this, I need to make sure that I understand my evergreen sales approach and the buyer's profile. So text right now signature so you can at least take the assessment. Text the word signature, SIGNATURE, to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Now, once you do that, you're going to get a response. It's my personal cell number. It's not a Google voice. It's not an automated machine. So I will personally respond because I know this. Statistically speaking, you're all not going to do it. You're just not. Okay? It's just not going to happen. But here's what I know. You know you got the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. What I know about some of you watching is you're the number 1 salesperson, and this isn't what you want to do. Like me, I hated sales, but you need it. And the fact that you're here right now says that you have the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. So I know you at least like to know your signature selling style. If you're training a team, you want them to take the assessment. There's no cost. We're waiving the $497. You want your team to know their signature selling style so they can start using language patterns that work for them based on their buyers' profiles of people they're speaking to. And we're going to teach you that. So text the word signature, SIGNATURE, to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number so I can send you the assessment. You can take it and then let's just have a conversation. Let's explain the assessment. And then after the assessment, let us explain the power words. Let us also share with you your evergreen closing style. It's common for that one. Now, I understand some of you have one that's more dominant than the other, but I want you to do something that you may never know. You may have never known about this. Just like I didn't know. The reason I created it is that it didn't exist. And I knew there were people out there like me who wanted more for their clients. They wanted a better experience. They wanted to feel good, not about making money, but about helping people. And they wanted to be themselves. They wanted to be authentic. They wanted to be real. And they wanted to be transparent and speak from the heart. And I know as you're listening out there, that might be you. So go ahead and text the word signature to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Take the assessment. Get the notes, because I'm going to send you all of the notes, by the way. So make sure you get the notes and get the special bonus gift that I'm only going to give to those folks who take action, because I believe the universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. And that's my promise to you. That's my gift to you. So let's just do a recap, and then we'll go to the last 2 as we come down the home stretch. We're talking about learning your 7 signature selling styles so you can sell like yourself, which is part of the sales visionary approach. You got to know who you are first. And then after you know who you are, then you can understand who your buyers are. Your customers have a buying pattern. Then after that, you can then learn your evergreen closing style. So there was the intuitive signature selling style. They used instinct to drive action. There was the scientist selling style. They used facts and data to drive action. And then there was the rock star selling style, and they used charisma to drive action. And then there was the drill sergeant signature selling style, and they use willpower to drive action. And then we talked about the heart-centered selling style, and they use emotional connection to drive action. Which one are you? Which one are you? Which one are you? Which one are you? Look right below the video. If you already identified one of those, put it down right now. Like look right below the notes and put it in there right now. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. The last 2 we have is number 6 is we have the visionary selling style. Now the visionary selling style, they're a little different. They use big ideas to drive action. They're going to dream big. So you think about the President of the United States of America, President number 44, President Barack Obama, a 2-time president, just a bad brother, if I can say that right now. And one of the things he said is he had a vision. And he had the yes, we will Yes, we can vision. And maybe that's you. As you're talking to your clients, you paint a vision for where they can get to. You kind of see it. And I love what my man Delator Manil says. You got to see it before you see it, or you'll never see it. I'm just saying. And so visionaries, that's what they do. So if that's you, then let's learn your signature selling style and learn the power words that work best for you, because you use your visionary approach to drive people to action. And then number 7 is the professor signature selling style. Now, the professor signature selling style, I love the professor signature selling style, because what they do is they actually drive people to action based on education. So they're going to teach you first everything you need to know about the problem. They're going to share with you all the solutions to the problem. They're going to teach you exactly how to do it. Then they're going to say, guess what? I got the red pill, or the blue pill, or the solution, the Tylenol to your headache. And so the professor is going to really lay it out there for you. Now, again, not one of these styles is better than the other. You can always adapt styles, but what is your primary signature selling style? Let's learn that. And I'm looking forward to connecting with so many of you and having that breakthrough, because I know what it did for me. Once I learned my signature selling style, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a certain approach that's based on my style. Yeah. There's a certain closing style that goes with it. Yes, we all don't close the same way. The way we all don't talk the exact same way. And then, I'm going to get a chance to learn buyers profiling. So that is how buyers buy. Yeah. No, that's my promise. See, what I want to do is I want to enhance you, the gifts that God gave you, the talent that he's given you, the resources that he's given you. You have everything you need to succeed right now, and we're going to just make a better you right now so you can serve more people. I love where I started off, and I want to come back to it, because I always said, why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? In business, in conversations, one style doesn't fit all, or we would all marry the same person. And we have not done that. So we're different. We're unique. But yet there's some commonalities. And I know one of the commonalities we all share is that we want to serve. I know you want to have more meaning in the world. I know you want to help more people. I know you want to make more impact. One of the things I love to say, you can jot this, put this right below the video. Don't chase the money, add value, and the money will chase you. Let me say that again. Don't chase the money, add value, and the money will chase you. So once you know your signature selling style, once you know who you are, you know your own experience, you know your own expertise, you know your own DNA, then now you can step up, and you never knew that. So someone teaches you how to bark, and cats don't bark. I'm not saying you're a cat. So I'm going to teach you how to sell like me. Everyone jot this down below the video. I will sell like me. I will sell like me. I will sell like me. Not like my coach, not like a video, not like some boot camp I went to, not like Shay Brown. I will sell like who? Me. Put that down in the video. I will sell like who? Me. Authentic, truthful, caring, loving, just me. And they can accept you or not accept you. And that's okay. It's not about you. But you're going to be the best version of you that you can be. You got in business for 2 reasons. To do what you love and to gain financial freedom. And I know that with every fiber in my body. So if you're out there right now, like, Shay, I'm already there. I didn't write the number down. I was a little late. No problem. Take your phone out right now. Take the assessment. Learn your signature selling style. Get a copy of this presentation so you can understand all 7 of them. And then make sure you get the notes. That's my promise for everybody who texts. So text the word signature. Text the word signature to 202-270-1662. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number so I know who you are. And then once I have that from you, once I have it, then one of the things we're going to do right away, and I've already talked to, is I'm going to make sure you get all the notes. And you and I will be able to stay in this conversation over and beyond day. Now you might be wondering, can I share this with someone, Shay? Yes, you can. You can do that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing. Of course I want you to share it. Why wouldn't I want you to share this with someone else? So let me give the number one more time. Then we'll close. I want to share with you my final thoughts, but go ahead and text 202-270-1662. Include your first name. I'm requiring that. Include your last name. I'm requiring that. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. And then my team will send you everything that you need right away so that you have it. With that being said, I want you to know that you're amazing. I want you to know that you're incredible. I want you to know that you have greatness inside you and you will be successful. Why? Because of a core value that we have here at the Happy Entrepreneur Show. And our core value is that today is my January 1st. Jot that down. You get a fresh start. Today is my January 1st. I get a do-over. Today is my January 1st. I get to hit that reset button because once upon a time, Shay, I would say I would do something and then I wouldn't do it because I would get sidetracked. And then I would try to do it again, Shay, and try to get going, and then I wouldn't do it. But then I was introduced to signature selling style. This will be your story. And someone told me that I don't have to sell like a used car salesman. I don't have to sell like a coach. I don't have to sell like a woman. And once that was opened up to me, Shay, that became my January 1st. And what is today is my January 1st? Today is my January 1st represents one of those moments. And there's so many moments throughout the day where you make a decision. And that decision forever changes the trajectory of your life. And when you make a decision, so you either go to the gym and work out, or at home right now, or you sit on the couch and watch Netflix. You either eat hamburgers and french fries or you eat fruits and vegetables. It is a fresh start. It is a do-over. It is a clean slate. So I want you to do three things. If you decide today is my January 1st, I will always be myself. Write these three things down. Number one, decide. Make a decision. You're going to cut off what you didn't know and embrace now signature selling style. So decide that you're going to know your signature selling style. Your team will know their signature selling style. That's a commitment. Number two, believe that you know what? I got everything I need right now to be successful. This is the missing piece. This is the combination to crack the code. You had this combination, you're trying to open this lockup, and you had three parts already tuned in. But the fourth part was sales. And now you've cracked that code that gives you unlimited financial resources that allows you now to help more people because you have the revenue and you can do so much more good. When you have more money, you just do more good. So take action. Take action. Take action. Here's what I want you to do. Decide, believe, and take action. Today is your January 1st. I want to thank 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. Shout out to Black CEO for putting this on. You are amazing. You are incredible. And I believe for you, the best is still yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. With that being said, my name, by the way, for those folks who want to know who's doing all that screaming, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long. Life is short. Live in the moment and make it count. God bless. Peace. I wish you so much more success. Thanks a lot. 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. Shout out to Black CEO. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now.
So what's in a name? Everything. So I'm Kern Cherry, your host, and I'm also a speaker, coach, author, entrepreneur, collaborator, and connector. And today, as I said, I am also the coach of how to create a profitable event. So what is really in a name? Is it important to your event? Well, yes, just like your name means something, so does when you name it an event. It is important that you take your time when you're writing, as I went over last week. I went over a few things such as your mission, your vision, why are you doing the event? Those were some of the things I went over previously. So today we're going to go over number one, what's your name? What is the name of the event? Why does it matter? Number two, the theme, your theme. Why do you want to have a theme, or should you have a theme? And number three, color. Yes, colors, those things that are crucial to planning a profitable event. So when you're thinking about your name, you want to make sure that you do your homework. Now, you're a part of the Power Up Summit, but look, sometimes when you're doing your homework, you kind of miss the part a little bit. And yes, I have slipped up a few times when it comes to naming an event. So I want to advise you to heavily take your time and do your research. So sometimes your name truly has a meaning, but it needs to truly be easy to remember. So I would say that is number one. Pick something that people can remember. You want to be able to just say it and it catches on and it catches fire. So you don't want to keep asking, hey, what's the name of your event? No, it's just like our conference, Success Women's Conference. Because people hear the word success, of course they're thinking, when I come and go to this conference, when I leave, I'm going to know how to be successful. And they're right. That is the point of calling it Success Women's Conference, because we wanted to empower women to be inspired, to be empowered, to get recharged, and to connect. So when they come, we want them to feel all those things. And you know me being a connector and collaborator, I'm always looking at the connect part. And I want to make sure that you leave feeling that you have spent time, well spent time, connecting to other women from all over the nation. And that's right, I said all over the nation. Last year, we had over 25 states represented in Biloxi, Mississippi at the Success Women's Conference with over 1,000 people in attendance. In addition to that, we also had over 100 speakers. You know, why? Because we knew in order to live up to our name, we definitely got to make sure that we're bringing in people who are already successful and sharing not only their success, but what you can do to elevate your game as well. So it's all about picking a name that represents what you are trying to do. And therefore, the reason why I picked Power Up Summit is because I want you to power up your life, power up your health, power up your career, power up your finances, and most definitely power up your business, because right now people need more than ever something to help them elevate, level up, recharge, power up. So that for me was essential to picking this name. And it's why you need to make sure that it is essential in picking your event name. Sometimes people pick name that has a deep meaning behind it, but it's not memorable. It's not easy for people to connect with the name. So sometimes instead of making that your name, you may have to put that more in your mission statement, you know, or your visionary statement. But you definitely don't want to pick a name that people have to think about before they can actually even connect to it. You want them to connect very easy. And so when they're talking about, they're sharing it out with other people and saying, hey, have you registered for Power Up Summit? Well, you know, how do you register? Well, if your name is complicated, it's going to be hard to go and say, go to www.powerupsummit.com. That's very easy. But for some other names, if it's too long or if it's too complicated, you will lose people as far as registering. And what are we trying to do? We're trying to create a profitable event. So you want to catch every person that's interested in your conference. And one of the ways to do that is to drive them to your website where you're actually loading the information as well. So, and then also a catchy name that's Googled often will rise high on the Google list, and people will will be able to find it in the search engines easier. So you definitely want to pick the name that's going to be easy to remember, that people feel like they're connected to. Maybe it speaks to them and says, hey, power up. The only thing that can mean is supercharge, elevate, level up, get your act together, so to speak. But what we're doing is bringing you people to help you power up. And that is the whole purpose of choosing that name. We really want to inspire you to take that next step, to feel like you can take that leap and do something that's bigger than you. So pick the name, look at the name, go online, Google search, see if there's many people that are using it, because that's number two. You want to make sure there are not other people overusing the name. Now, yes, there may be somebody that has a similar name to you, and so you may have to tweak it. Or, if it's something that's not going to impact you, then that may be a reason to choose a name, especially if it's something that's seated inside of you that you feel is a calling to do. Because sometimes God gives you visions, just like he gave me Power Up Summit last year, right after Success Women's Conference, because there were people who needed just a little bit more to take their life to a different level. At Success Women Conference, we often get to see women say, I started my business from attending your conference. I actually expanded my business from attending your conference. I got a coach from attending your conference. Several coaches and speakers said they picked up clients from being at our conference. So when you can make that kind of impact, you are serving, you're in your calling, and your conference or your summit has a purpose. So again, the whole purpose in doing something sometime is about it. It's inside of picking that name that means something to other people. So, but in addition to that, I just want to remind you, make sure to do your research. So yes, there may be somebody with the name, but there may be a way to tweak it so it's not exactly the same. But there are many things that you can do. But you definitely don't want to pick a name that's copyrighted or trademarked, because that could create a bigger problem. So definitely look at the name. You definitely want to do that. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is your theme. So some people probably think, I don't even need a theme. It's not that important to have a theme. But a theme speaks to people. It actually touches people, and they ask, okay, what does that mean? So I'm going to use last year at Success. It was go vertical. Go vertical. That's right. Now, why would we pick a theme like that? Well, in my mind, and of course, I was not the one that picked the theme. I'm not a branding specialist, but that's why you create brainstorming meetings. But that being said, go vertical for women. Women tend to go lateral on a lot of things they do. They create things that are really simple, similar, that creates a similar results that they're already doing. And women, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying a lot of times we do what's comfortable or what's not necessarily jumping to the next level. So we wanted to encourage people to go up, not stay the same. Go up, take a leap of faith. We had people back in 2017 talking at the conference saying, I really think I could fly. And look, in their minds, they were probably thinking, I'm zooming because I feel like I've gotten so much knowledge that's going to allow me to do something else. And trust me, we definitely had people that were at that conference that literally took the next step, that literally actually took the leap and said, I am going to start my business. I actually had one of our Power Up Summit team members actually said that she just a couple of weeks ago gave up her job, and she gave up her job in order to start her own business. And she's a nurse, y'all. So that being said, you definitely want to make sure that you look at your theme, because it encourages people to do so much more than what they're doing right now. In addition to that, I want to talk about colors. So during this journey, I have just learned so much about colors. So colors encourage people. You often hear people say sometimes red is a signal to say go, don't stay long. And sometimes, in my case, I use it as a power color. I love red. So, and it works for me. And in addition to that, some people think of green as a money color. Because if you're dealing with money, you are associated with green. Yes, some colors are soft colors that impact people in a different way. It creates the calming aspect. But what are you trying to say with your conference? What is your goal? What do you want people to feel when they come to your conference? So it may be that when you start with signature colors that represent you and the conference that you're trying to develop. So, and why does all this matter? Because everything is about creating a profitable event. Everything you do to develop a conference is about creating a profitable event. You do not want to end with a big party. That is a waste of time, and that's a waste of your team time. You want to make sure that you end in the black, not the red, like I'm right now. You want to end in the black. You want to make sure that you make money, and you want to make sure that you do things that are profitable. So picking that name and picking those colors and picking that theme is definitely going to affect the bottom line. They don't call me the butts in the seat queen for nothing. And so look, so stay tuned, because I'm going to share some more nuggets later on. And I want to make sure that you capture it. So again, as I said before, we went over mission, your vision, and number one, your why. And now we just have completed talking about your theme, your color, your name, right? So you want to make sure that you take notes and know that this is all part of my number one step, which is make a plan. And in my course, I always teach 5 different things. Make a plan, build a team, create multiple event stream income. Number 4, selecting the right speaker. Number 5, promoting your event. So, and if you're here at Power Up Summit, I must be doing something right. So thank you, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you wrote down some notes, and thank you again.
Welcome, entrepreneurs and business owners. I am Dr. Yolanda Jerry, and I am your moderator for today's panel. I am a retired Air Force veteran, speaker, author, life coach, CEO of YJ Empowerment Solutions and YJ Inspires. I impact many around the world with my powerful, relevant, and relatable messages of truth, healing, resiliency, empowering growth. And I also coach, inspire, and empower victims and survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and youth bullying. Today, we have some amazing panelists that will be speaking with you today. And so I'm just going to get right into it and let you know who these phenomenal women are. Our first panelist is Mavis Creer. She is an advocate, inspirational leader, motivational speaker, mentor, entrepreneur, and author. She currently serves as the executive director of R3SM Incorporated in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and recently founded We Women Ministries. Our second panelist is Tess Timms. She is the transformationeer. Tess has transformed herself. She put herself through college, earned a Bachelor of Science degree, and worked at NASA for years. Tess runs a thriving mini empire in the beauty industry. She also has the Tess Zone show on Tess Zone broadcast. And she has launched her new book anthology project called In Command. Our third panelist is Arlena Hargrave, excuse me. Arlena Hargrave is a hardworking professional registered nurse, consultant, and entrepreneur who believes that helping and giving to others is the key to success. She has been a nurse for 28 years and brings her compassion and empathy into the real estate world as an ambassador and engagement leader for Exit Realty Coast Realty. Our fourth and final panelist is Shadaria Allison. Shadaria Allison is a best-selling author, motivational speaker, community organizer, and a rising advocate for women, both young and old. Shadaria Allison has co-authored 11 books. She is a master resume designer. She is working on her bachelor's in political science, and she also holds certifications in journalism, print media, and mental health issues. There you have it. These are our phenomenal panelists for today. So we're about to get started because I know these women have a lot of knowledge, some nuggets to drop, and I hope that this information that they give to you today, you'll be able to take something and have something to take away back with you. So, ladies, here is my first question for you today. I know that each of you are all business owners. So can you just tell everyone a little bit about your current business and about yourself?
Yes, I'm Mavis Creer. My current business is R3SM, where I serve as executive director. We started after Hurricane Katrina, and we help repair and rebuild homes after disasters. Also, I recently founded We Women Ministries, which bridges the gap between women from different ages and backgrounds to let them know that they are not alone and that they are sisters everywhere, wherever they may go.
Thank you, Mavis. Next is Tess Timms.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tess. I am a transformational business coach. I work with service professionals and hairstylists. I have several businesses that I currently operate. For over 30 years, I've been in the hair industry. My salon business is Tess Timms International, where I work with clients who have suffering from hair loss. I do design custom wigs. And then I also have an online school called Tess Timms Institute, where I teach hairstylists how to attract their ideal client and maintain them successfully. And from that point on, I just started a radio broadcast called the Tess Zone Broadcast Network. It'll be in 176 countries. I'm super excited about it. So guys, I am excited.
That is awesome. Congratulations, Tess.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shadaria.
Hello, my name is Shadaria Allison, also known as Dr. Allison, the beauty practitioner. I am absolutely excited to be here tonight. I have founded or written 11 books, and a lot of them go into my nonprofit organization geared towards healthcare reform, faith-based care reform, and governmental reform so that we can help the homeless, the mentally ill, and the drug addicted individual. I also own a business that helps you to get your bios together. They call me the Bio Queen, and I help people to learn how to find their voice through the passion of writing and beauty.
That's amazing. Thank you, Shadaria. Arlena.
Hello, my name is Arlena Hargrave. I am a registered nurse, and I'm also a realtor with Exit Realty in Gulfport, Mississippi. My business is CPR Stat. I own that as well, and I teach medical professionals how to perform CPR, and keep their certifications up. So I'm just excited to be in such company.
Thank you, Arlena. Well, as you all can see, not only do we have entrepreneurs, but these women are multifaceted in many different areas of business. I mean, how cool is that, right? So my next question I have is for Shadaria and Miss Tess. Did you ever see yourself as someone who would take risk, would be a creator or a visionary at all?
That's an amazing question, Yolanda. I'm going to have to say yes. I didn't think that it would go in the correct direction, but as a woman who came from a troubled past, I was always taking risks. But with the power of God and just personal growth and development and wanting to see women who came from impoverished circumstances reform their lives, I found that once I partnered with God, I was able to create an existence, the one that He aligned for me to walk on. And so that risk-taking part of me translated into a positive, and we're here now. So I'm going to say I did think that I was going to be doing risky things, but I never thought that God could really redeem the time and really pull my life into a direction. I'm extremely humbled and so glad that He's able to use me creatively so that I can help other women who come from my background see their lives transform. So yeah, it's amazing.
Wow, and just to think, we never think that when we take risks that it would take us anywhere, right? So
Right.
I mean, now look what God has given you. He's given you all kinds of things and purpose all kinds of things for you in your life, so that way you can go out and make a very, very big impact in the world. So thank you. All right, Tess, over to you.
Wow, you asking that question about risk. I have, always taken risk. I'm a risk taker. In order to be successful in business, you have to take risks. And you have to try several different things. You might try 5 things, 6 things, 7 things, 8 things until you get it. You don't give up, you keep moving forward. You got to put the suit on as if already done. You work from the goal, you don't work to the goal. So being a risk taker is very important if you want to succeed in life. So God has given me a gift to move and inspire people internationally and nationally, and I'm doing it. That's what I'm excited about, that I can take people to different avenues in their life based on their emotions and their feelings and their goals, and to be self-sufficient by being focused, and don't let anybody stop you from being what you want to be.
I have to totally agree with you on that, Tess. It's just like that song, we fall down, but we get back up again. It's almost like we taking these risks, we fall down, we going to get back up and we're going to take another risk until we figure it out. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Now, ladies, I know that, we all have someone that inspires us, right? And I believe that usually when we look up to someone, we can be that successful individual that we truly want to be. So I'm going to ask you, since you were a little girl up to the adult that you are now, who was that person growing up that inspired you? And I'm talking about outside of your parents. We know that, maybe our mother, our father has inspired us, and even celebrities have inspired us. But who is that particular individual outside of those that I just mentioned, and why do they inspire you?
It's not one particular person that has inspired me with my background and my journey. I am a survivor. I think the women who go through domestic and sexual assault really have inspired me to keep going, to move forward. That's why I created my ministry. One of the reasons, to let them know there is growth, there's development, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So it's women as a collective that have struggled, that have survived, that have still endured. I know somebody told me one time that I had bulldog tenacity, to lose everything and start back over. I was just thinking about today with leaving and packing everything in my truck, me and my son, and starting from nowhere and to be where I am today in just a short period of time, and just as a testimony. So it's women in general who have gone through, you know, some of the worst situations in life and still be able to survive and thrive and move forward with their lives.
Thank you for sharing that, Mavis. I can definitely understand, as I'm a survivor of sexual assault and domestic violence as well. And I will tell you, it's so many people who have gone through that particular trauma that have inspired me when I see them being business owners or going out there and starting nonprofits and just going out there and pulling other women up who may be currently going through that situation. So thank you so much for sharing that. Over to you, Tess.
Well, I grew up in an entrepreneur family, and so I'm kind of been inspired by my parents. But as I became an adult, I was introduced to a lady named Joanne Barnes, and she's a national sales director with Mary Kay Cosmetics. And about 20 years ago, I joined Mary Kay when I moved to Houston. And when I tell y'all guys, this lady changed my life. She taught me how to think. It wasn't just about the Mary Kay products. It's about helping me and all the women that were in her area how to think beyond the physical evidence. And when you can think beyond the physical evidence, it's like magic. So she is one of the reasons why I am who I am today.
Wow, thank you for sharing it. And just to say, I'm a Mary Kay user too. And let me tell you, I had the opportunity to meet Gloria Mayfield Banks last year at the Success Women's Conference. And when I tell you that woman's a powerhouse, and her words, when she speak them, you feel it right here in the heart. So yeah, I can definitely understand. Mary Kay has a lot of trailblazers out there. And I'm telling you, they live what they speak. So thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
All right, Shaderia.
I feel kind of in a crunch here. I know I've talked about my position in where God has put me in the earth, but I have to be fair. Coretta Scott King is probably one of my biggest inspirations, and I know that she's kind of a celebrity, but I have to put it to you like this: when you see a woman take opportunity where she had two choices, she could either be the star and be a singer, or she could marry destiny and decide to serve the world. And watching her at that intersection, and her story not necessarily glorified, very faint behind her husband, but she was great in her impact, where she said, I can be a star, but I want to do what God is calling me to do, and that is to take on the plight of social justice and help people. And her story so much is embedded in my mission as it pertains to consistently, whenever I find myself at the fork in the road and I'm looking to choose, am I going to choose what's comfortable, what's beautiful, or I'm going to choose the rough road? Even though it's rough, it's the one that helps the most people. So she's been very influential in the decisions that I've made in conglomerating philanthropy with business, with beauty, and making sure that at the height of it all, I keep God first and the mission first. So I'm going to say, just to be fair, and I know we're not supposed to do celebrities, but all my life, once I learned about Coretta Scott King, it was like, oh my gosh, what a woman. And she became a very personal mentor silently for my life, and so much about how I service the business community and the philanthropic community. So I have to say her.
Thank you for sharing that, Shaderia. I can definitely understand, you know, it's one thing to be a star and a celebrity, but it's one thing to be that star and celebrity actually putting in the work. Because you have some people, they thrive off of titles and accolades, and it's all about me. But Miss King, that's something totally different. Like you said, what God has purposed for her life to be able to go and help God's people, right? Mm-hmm. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Arlena.
Well, for me, growing up, I watched my mom, of course, and that really inspired me. But it was my grandmother who really inspired me with how much she could accomplish with very little. She could just, I mean, she had her kids, and she could make so much happen for her kids, her grandkids, her great grandkids, and she could always get things done through other people. She didn't go many places, but she could make a phone call and make something happen. She would always say, there's nothing wrong with tooting your own horn. And if you didn't do it, because in school I was smart, I was this, I was that, but I didn't talk about that. My mom didn't. She did. She'd get on the phone and call people and say, look, my granddaughter, this, that, and the other one. She said, there's nothing wrong with that. So she always talked about tooting your own horn, which is hard to do, you know, if you're in the company of people who are not like you, like in this group, you know, you would feel comfortable, you know, and they would celebrate with you by you, you know, celebrating your success. But if you're in different groups, you know, you got to find your group. And now I'm inspired by the ladies that I have come across during this book project. Really, I met a lot of nice ladies, and just being around them inspires me even more.
Arlena, I can definitely understand and connect when you talk about grandma. You know, I have a grandmother. When I tell you this woman was out there telling everybody that I retired from the military after 20 years, she was like, my grandbaby retired from the military. Ain't nobody done that. And she going around telling everybody in the church, everybody she knows, you know, and she's still my biggest cheerleader today, one of my biggest cheerleaders. But not only that, like you said, they connect you too, right? You know, they'll connect you to people that you don't even know they may know, you know, and start talking about you, and then people start learning and hearing things from you, and you never know how much of an inspiration you are to the people that your grandmother may know. And even with connecting, you know, like you said, with the book project, you had the opportunity to meet some amazing women. I'm gonna tell you right now, look, I'm glad I got to meet you all ladies today, you know, just to see you face to face. I knew about you, heard about you, but just to be able to sit here and moderate the panel and speak with you ladies is inspiration for me. So thank you all so much for sharing that. So Arlena and Mavis, this is for you. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I see myself in 5 years as an empowerment coach, as a strategist. I do have a specialty with grants and management and nonprofits. I've been working in the nonprofit world. This year will be 12 years. So as you know, with nonprofits, there's not a lot of positions, but there's a lot of work. So I have been able to learn a lot of skills. It's on that part of it as far as grant management and funds and donations. So I would like to see other nonprofits grow. I don't feel like you should hold on to any information if somebody's able to, you know, pour into another agency or another business owner that's starting and up and coming. I would like to assist with that part of it. As far as We Women Ministries, I would like to have campuses located with medical facilities, a clinic, a school, and also transitional housing for women. So that's why I'll see myself in 5 years.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. I love it. You said an empowerment coach. Come on, girl, to the empowerment side. You know, empowerment is what I do. I'm the empowerment advocate, right?
Well, that's why I want to be. You're the best. You're the blueprint.
I look, whatever you need, just give me a call. So thank you so much. I look forward to connecting connecting with you even furthermore. So all right, Arlena.
Well, for me, 5 years from now, I see myself empty nest, probably, if my son will ever fly. uh, but I see myself with my own brokerage in real estate with, I hope to recruit some more nurses into real estate, because to me, when I got into real estate, I realized it's still helping people. It's a different way to help people. So I just think nurses have what it takes as far as empathy and knowing how to communicate with people, being patient, and all the things that realtors have to be taught. So I see myself with a real estate brokerage, a lot of medical professionals, hopefully working in the brokerage, and then a few more CPR locations.
That's amazing. I mean, and I'll just tell you, I follow you, right? And I see how passionate you are about what you do and how you operate when not only it comes to you being a nurse, but just being in the realty business, right? And I mean, you have a big heart for people. And I think, like you said, you know, nurses have that caring spirit, right? And that's not, like you said, that's not something that a lot of realtors, because I've met some nasty realtors, they all about the dollar instead of about helping people. And
Right.
so for you to bring something like that to the table, to be able to say, hey, this is the kind of people I want in my brokerage company, I mean, that speaks volumes. So thank you for sharing, Arlena.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so ladies, now, let's shift over to authorship. This question is about authorship. And you've been a part of, either the Trailblazers Who Lead project or other book projects. So tell me, how has being an author helped your business exposure?
Well, for one, I would like to say Miss Kern Cherry is a beast in the field as far as being an entrepreneur, a promoter, and also your assistant. She's working very diligent. I can tell behind the scenes. It's nothing that I would have thought. This is my first project, my first book, Trailblazers Who Lead. So it has been a great exposure. A lot of times I think we sit on our talents that's been given to us. So it's really encouraged me to move forward with the gifts that I've been given. And, just it's an extra boost because it's a collective effort as well.
Thank you. Yes, Kern is definitely a powerhouse. She's in a league of her own and she loves helping people. So, hey, what can you say? She's a trailblazer herself. Thank you, Mavis. Tess?
Yes, I'm gonna agree with Mavis. Karen Cherry is dynamite. I get up every day and okay, let me see what she's doing now. Let me watch what she's doing now. I mean, she's so amazing, and she helps you to make you want to do more in your life. And she's a perfect example of a person who really leads. And for me, this is my second book project. I'm working on my own collaborating book called In Command. But being an author has made a difference for my life because it made me come out of my comfort zone and tell my story. And it made me realize that my story is not my story to keep, that my story needs to be heard by the massive because my story could help somebody else. So being an author gives me an opportunity to be transparent, to be honest about what's going on within my life. What look good is not always good. And people need to know that. So being an author has brought brand awareness for me. And it also just helped me to shift emotionally. So I'm excited about the whole process. And I want to thank Karen Sherry for being the leader that she is.
That's amazing. I can definitely understand when you say that this book has given you the type of, just being an author has given you, exposure. And then also talking about your story. I always say our story is not for us. It's for somebody else. It's to help somebody else. I will tell you, that's how I got started. I was always talking about being a survivor of domestic violence and sexual assault. But when I put it in a book and I put it in that book, I mean, it seems like stuff started lining up. God started blessing me over and over and over again with another book project, and it inspired my business, you know. So I can definitely understand where you're coming from with that. So thank you for sharing, Tess.
Thank you.
Shadaria.
Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate all of the ladies that did the Trailblazer project, because I have seen some of the marketing and it has been completely amazing. And one thing I do, I'm going to go ahead and piggyback off the rest of the ladies and saying is, Kern is such a great example to follow, because looking at you guys, not only are you guys authors, but you're overcomers. I mean, seeing this thing have to pivot so many times, and you guys kind of learning how to adjust with the flow of becoming professional authors, best-selling authors now. Congratulations on that. So yes, Kern, Miss Queen of Cheeks in the Sea, gotta give her props on that. For me, I take being an author very serious. When you think about God and all his glory, the two things that he's given us to remember him by has been all of creation and a book, the word of God. So for me, I feel like reading has always been a fundamental process in my growth. So expression, when I coupled that with acquiring knowledge and was able to actually execute that in a book, it freed me. And it not only freed me being a millennial, I had to learn how to market reading in a genre that is kind of suffering to technology and social media entrepreneurship. To make a book, to make authorship so appealing was a growth path for me. And that's how I was able to go from 1 to 11 books. One of the most powerful things I've realized also in being an author is that there is strength in numbers. I wrote like 9 books before I became a best-selling author. So that lets you know that when you get rid of, and it wasn't that I was ego-driven, but just anybody who has a complex about working with other women, especially women, the great thing about God is that humility said I had already written several books, but I didn't get to a bestsellers list until I grouped in with other women who had one voice, one sound, speaking to the rest of the world. So being an author means so much to me. It's given me the ability to stage testimonially before I can hit the mic. People are already expecting me to come. Once you write a book, you become an expert. So a book is already an invitation to more. It just depends on your network. And also, like I said, put a microphone to a lot of my trauma that I was apprehensive about sharing with my voice vocally. But writing things down gave me the strength that it took to overcome, and also give that opportunity to readers and be strategic about my intention. I know that we learned about trademarks and entrepreneurship. Once you become an author and you write your plan in a book, it's copywritten, nobody can take it from you. It's just second wave of legal ramification for you. So I just want to tell all of the people out there, if you're thinking about writing a book, it's the best decision you can make in your life. And congratulations to all of the women who became bestsellers when they decided to team up with one another. So it means everything to me. Being an author's changed my life, and it's changed the lives of people who have read my books too.
Thank you, Shadaria, for sharing that. One thing I did get from this is, the healing piece. When you share your story and when you put your thoughts down on paper, even if you're still dealing with that, that's a healing process for you, right? And it's like the more you share your story and the more you put your thoughts down on paper, the easier it becomes for you to be able to tell your story. And not only that, you're not afraid to tell it. You're ready to go out that door and be like, hey, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to tell it, and ain't nobody going to stop me. And that's what I see you as. You're like that go-getter, like, I don't care what nobody say, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do because God has purposed this in my life. So thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Arlena, over to you.
Well, I have to piggyback off everybody else as far as Kern is concerned. I met Kern some years ago, and I was like, I'm just going to follow her and follow her and follow her. And I'm like, oh, I would follow her and I would say, I'm going to do this. Oh, well, that's good. Go for it, girl. Yeah, you go for it. And then I'd see her again and she'd say, what are you up to? Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, okay, well, go for it. Go ahead. And then, I'd see her again and, well, what are you doing now? Well, I'm going to do, well, you said that last time. When you going to do something, and just give you that push, like, go for it. You can do it. Just get started and go for it. And when she told me about this book project, she said, you need to be a part of this. But she had no idea of my story because I had never told it ever, ever. Nobody knows. Nobody knew, I'll say, until this book. But it felt good, you know, writing out my story. And already people have been inboxing me, telling me, how, they had no idea and how my chapter made them feel about their situation. And I'm just like, oh my God, because before now, I had no idea I could even write anything, let alone be in a book with all these phenomenal ladies. I'm just in awe. And as far as the book and my business, oh my God, more real estate deals, people calling, people saw me on Facebook. They think they know me. They see me places and, they just really, it's like they know me, but they don't really, but they think they do because of, seeing me all on Facebook about the book and different things. And then as far as my CPR business, I hadn't really been focusing on that because of, the book and the real estate and everything. And more people want CPR. So it's like, oh my God, everything is just, more plentiful, just growing and just everything is just being manifested because of the book, because of telling my story, because of being around these ladies who motivate you and you see things that they're doing. And all of the people that I've met as far as the book, they're willing to share and network with you and all that just helps make you just want to go forward. And I keep saying, I'm just glad to be a part of this whole project.
Wow, Arlena, talk about elevation. Oh my goodness. It's like the blessings upon blessings upon blessings, right? I mean, it's
Absolutely.
amazing what a book project can do for you once you get out there. Because you got to remember, you ladies, that's part of the Trailblazers project. Well, I mean, even Shadaria too, y'all are best-selling authors. Not many people can sit there and say that. I've authored many books, but I still have yet to reach that best-selling author, but I'm claiming it. Right, I'm claiming it next go around. So congratulations to all of you being best-selling authors of the book projects that you have been a part of. Now, talking about the book projects, which leads me into my next question. Several of you are part of the Trailblazers Who Lead project, and Shadaria has authored several book projects. What would you tell an individual who hasn't shared their story or are afraid to share it? And how has this project, helped you directly if you haven't shared that part already?
The project is as far as being a part of Trailblazers That Leave. This actually is the first time me discussing my previous situation, being a survivor. So this is actually the first time hot off the presses. I even got some inboxes and people that were, shocked, that were close to me, that weren't aware of the situation that had happened and also the severity of it. So it also allowed me to release a lot of shame from my previous situation, and move forward to healing and to be whole, and to just know, that was a season of my life, not a determining factor for my life. It did affect me, but it didn't break me. So that's really what helped me, especially with putting pencil to paper, pen to paper, and telling my story. So it did help me with my healing and my growth.
There go that word healing again. Hey, once you heal, you're growing into another individual. Thank you. All right, Tess. You're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. The book project has really made a huge difference in my life. I've been an author before. Back in 2013, I did become bestseller. But this project and being amongst all of these amazing women has really, really helped to change my life. These women don't even realize what they've done for me. I do a whole lot of pouring into other people, but I also like being around people that can pour into me. And this book project has made me realize that it's so much more that I can do. It's so much more that I can give. So this would made me really step out and do some amazing things that's happening because of the book project. Made a difference in my life.
That's amazing. Growth, elevation. Like you said, it made you a different person. Because a lot of times people say, I'm the same person I was back then. No, I think that once you started to heal or you start moving along God's purpose, you become somebody else. Yes, you're still physically in that same body, but you have grown into a powerful, beautiful, and phenomenal individual. So thank you so much for sharing. Shadaria?
Being a best-selling author has changed my life. I became a best-selling author with 2 teams this year. First with Pastor Jamal Bryant's own networks, Melody Holt, Melissa Williams, and a slew of other phenomenal women telling our stories of domestic violence, of teen pregnancies, of just the struggle or the things that people don't like to talk about. Amazingly enough, hit bestsellers in hours. It was a phenomenal experience. Also with Dr. Cheryl Wood, that you guys know on your Trailblazer journey. Good sweetheart, so professional, so focused. I became a best-selling author with her as well shortly after. Again, with a group of women who were willing to shed their skin and talk about the thing that made them, like you said, change into another person. So I would tell anybody who is struggling with telling their story and wanting to write a book, think about not telling your story as water and salt buildup. I have edema, and it's a condition where water and salt builds up in my body, and so then I have to take water pills to excrete the extra water from my body. But if I never excrete that extra water, I'm just building up fat, I'm just building up gas, I'm just building up toxins in my system that don't allow me to transform into the beauty that I'm about to be. It's the same way. Even if it wasn't a book, if you wanted to dance, if you wanted to model, if you wanted to create art, if you don't learn how to express those things by releasing it through your creative talents, you're holding yourself prisoner to the incident long after it has happened. And you never understand that you're in a loop. Like you said, you're in a loop until you release that story. So I would say do it tomorrow. Do it while you can, do it while the opportunity is here. So not only can it touch people and you can make a profit, but that you can heal yourself by releasing it. So yeah, that's my journey with being an author.
Thank you, Shajaria. When you talk about, it leaves you back where you're like in bondage, I think of loose them chains, right? That's the first thing that comes to mind, because it's like you have these shackles, you're still holding on to that, but you have not released it, and I think sometimes, that when you don't release something that's been holding you bondage, it continues to keep you ill, mentally, physically, spiritually. And so, like you said, and all the authors have mentioned, there's healing in telling your story. And again, once you go through that healing, you're going to get to the point to where all of you ladies, even if you're a first author, you are now comfortable with speaking about what you wrote on paper and put in that book. And now it's just going to propel you to continue to push, continue to promote. And while you're doing that, you're inspiring somebody else. So thank you.
You're making money off of it too. You pimping
there you
your
go.
baby. pimping that pain. It got to pay you back. I tell people, if you wanted a better part of my story, you should have behaved better. Now it's got to pay me back. So that's how it is. That's where we're going now.
I know, that's right. Arlena.
Well, for me, if someone was interested or thinking about telling their story, I would tell them definitely to do it. You know, when you go through things, you feel embarrassed, ashamed, and just beat down and just sad, depressed, and all these things. But take that and use that for your strength and write your story. And you'll be surprised how that'll give somebody else strength. You know, seeing you at your point where you are now, they will know that it's possible to go through some things and still come out on top. When they see you and then read your story, like, oh, I had no idea. She went through that and that. Oh my God, that too? I can do it. So I think if somebody's thinking about telling their story, they should. It's going to touch somebody. It's going to touch somebody. And maybe they haven't been through the exact same thing, but it'll give them some strength, maybe to get through what they're going through, or to just know that it's going to get better and they can do and be whatever they want to be.
Thank you, Alana. I like that. Just do it, right? You know, hey, Nike says the same thing. Just do it, right? And then they have the check mark to go with it. Look at that. But not only that, you know, when you say just do it, one of the things that I tell people that I personally mentor, you know, when you speak about do it, one of the things that I tell them, quote unquote, do it afraid, right? Because when you do it afraid, once it's done, then you're no longer afraid. It's just like taking that risk. You know, if you don't take the risk, I always say you don't want to know what could have been or what would have been. You know, so instead of living that way, just do it. At first you don't succeed, get up and do it again. Keep going. And then not only that, if you keep making the same errors or the same mistakes, you know, there's nothing wrong with reaching up. Shadaria mentioned something, you know, you all have people that have inspired you, but you saw something in these individuals, you know, that you latched onto for them to inspire you. So always reach up, look at somebody who's already doing it, you know, not saying you have to be just like them, but they have qualities and skills that they may possess that you can learn from and kind of make it your own thing. So again, yeah, thanks for sharing that, Elena. Just do it afraid. So thank you, ladies, for sharing, you know, just telling us about, you know, not being afraid to share your story. So my final question to all of you ladies before we conclude our panel discussion and conversation today is I want you to tell everybody who is watching us right now, because we got tons of people watching and listening to all of you phenomenal ladies. So I want you to tell them how can you be reached and how they can buy your book or books. And don't forget to mention your social media handles, website, email address. Just give them everything.
I am so honored to be a part of this wonderful panel. Like I said, I'm Mavis Creer. I can be reached on multiple platforms. I'm on Facebook at Mavis Creer on my personal page. Also, R3SM, I can be reached through that platform. And also, We Women Ministries does have a page as well. I am available on Instagram, Mavis A. Loves, because I like to put the loves in ministry, and on LinkedIn as well. You can purchase my book, Trailblazers Who Lead, through PayPal as well. And also, I am a part of Courageous Enough to Launch that will be coming out in September with Dr. Cheryl Wood, and that will also be available through PayPal as well.
Thank you, Mavis. Miss Tess.
Hi, everybody. I am Tess Thames, and you can, I'm on all the social media platforms, actually on Facebook Live every single night, Monday through Friday. My website is tessthames.com. You can purchase the Trailblazer book by sending me a message at tess@teachmetest.com. tess@teachmetest.com. And I also have a website called Tess Timms Institute. So I'm on all over the place. So you can reach me anywhere on social media, I'm there. So I want to thank you guys. I invite you guys to purchase the book because it's amazing.
Thank you. Shadaria?
Everybody has a struggle with my name, so I'm going to help people out today. You can reach me at www.shadaria, that's SHADARIA, Allison, with 2 L's.com. So that's ShadariaAllison.com. That's my personal website. You can also reach me on social media at Shadaria_Allison. And please, please, please follow Married to the Mission. That's Married, the number 2, the Mission. Also on my website, and I have a personal page for it on Facebook as well. I am also available at a Google's Touch. If you Google me, you can see everything that I do. I have my own YouTube channel at Shadaria Allison. I would love you guys to follow for beauty tips, for life tips, and just anywhere social media, that's where you can find me. So thank you guys so much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Arlena?
You can find me on social media on Facebook, Arlena Hargrave, on my personal page, Arlena Peyton Hargrave, on Instagram, Arlena Hargrave, my YouTube channel, Arlena Hargrave. Also, my website, www.arlenahargrave.com, and that's where you can purchase my book.
Thank you. Well, ladies, it's been a pleasure having this conversation with you all today. I've learned so much in a short amount of time, and I just want to say thank you because all of you have poured into me today and have inspired me even more. It's like when we're done with this, I'm ready to go to do something else. So, so thank you so much. I'm sitting here cheesing so hard. I probably look funny, right? But thank you so much for sharing everything, dropping the nuggets, inspiring the people who are listening and watching. I wish you well in your future endeavors. Let's stay connected, and I look forward to chatting with you outside of this in the future. So thank you so much, and be blessed, ladies.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
What was I thinking? Signing up for this Power Up Summit. There are so many other speakers that are better than me. That's what I get, having a brave moment in the middle of the night on Facebook, thinking that I can do it all, and just signing up for podcasts, and summits, and conferences. I mean, who do I think I am? Do people, they probably don't even want to hear what I have to talk about. I know what I'll do. I'll just call Kern and I'll just tell her I'm sick. That's what I'll do. I'll just call her and let her know. I know today's the deadline for the speakers, but she's got a lot of other speakers that are so much better than me. I mean, I'll just give her a call and let her know I can't do it. I just don't want to embarrass myself. Sound familiar? That is fear in its most raw form. Self-negative talk. How many times have you picked up the phone and made that phone call and not done something that you really, really, really wanted to do? You know, how many times have you let fear control your actions, actually like control your destiny? Fear is the killer of so many dreams and opportunities. I mean, let's think about fear for a minute. In most all cases, there is no threat of physical danger. There's also no threat of danger or loss of something or someone that's dear to us. So it's really nothing. Fear is actually an illusion. It's an illusion that we create in our minds. I use the acronym, fear has so many acronyms, but one of them, when I find myself letting fear talk over me, that acronym is finding excuses and reasons. So only we can change that by finding reasons that we can with no excuses. Finding reasons that we can with no excuses. Fear and change go hand in hand. So when we let fear control or paralyze us, we're not open to change. And if we're not open to change, we can't grow, right? We can't grow. It's a vicious cycle that repeats itself over and over and over again, and we stay stuck. Now, there are many different kinds of fear. It comes in many, many forms. The first one I want to talk to you about today is instilled fear. Now, that is a fear that someone else, it's not your fear to begin with, it's someone else's fear, and they've instilled it in you. So an example of this is my mom. She was terrified of water in any way, shape, or form. So there was no swimming pools in the summertime. There was no trips to the beach, not even to play in the sand because it was too close to the water. You could not tell her any different. If we got in the water, we were going to drown. That was it. It was the threat of imminent death. We would drown. So needless to say, one of my major fears is the fear of water. As an adult, the fear of water. Why? Because it had been instilled in me since birth that this was a danger. This was, water represents imminent death. You're gonna drown. So one of the things that I did this last year was I went on a cruise. You want to talk about terrifying. When you get on that ship, as far as the eye can see is nothing but water. To me, that water represented imminent death. I was going to drown because that's what my mom said forever, for my whole life. That was, I was going to my death because I got in the water. Had I not walked through that fear and taken that cruise, I would have missed out on so many things. I would have not been able to visit the other countries that I did. I would not have been able to experience the different cultures. I would not have made the friends that have become dear friends that I made on that cruise. And just not to mention just the joy of traveling. I wouldn't have experienced any of that, without just walking through it. So you have to ask yourself questions. One of the things, the next thing is, I'm so sorry. The next thing is rational and irrational fear. So this is something that you really have to decipher one from the other. So an example of this is if you are on a cliff, you are on the edge of the cliff and there's no guardrail and you're teetering back and forth. That's rational fear because there's a good chance you're going to fall off the cliff, right? So you have every right to be fearful in that moment. You are in danger. But now let's think about that cruise ship. When was the last time that you heard of a cruise ship sinking? I mean, other than the Titanic, where the entire crew and the guests were all lost. Now, it could happen, right? It could happen, but it's just not likely. And that's how we need to think about fear when fear tries to encompass us and our actions. So one of the things that I do is once I identify fear, I break it down. Things are so much easier when you break them down. So my first question I ask is, why do I fear this? Why? Why do I fear this? Question number 2 is it my fear, or is it instilled fear that I have taken from someone else and their fear? And number 3, is it rational or irrational? So sometimes when I'm asking myself, why do I fear this? And I'm breaking it down, sometimes I only have to ask myself why about 3 times. There are other times that I have to ask myself the question, maybe 20 times. It just depends on how many excuses I can come up with to tell myself that day. So one of my other fears is technology, and this is how I use the why method. So I fear technology. I am old school, and I have just kind of put my head in the sand and all but refused to come into the new millennium. In my business, I cannot fear technology, or my business will become obsolete. My business will no longer exist. So I start out and I ask myself the question, why do I fear this? And this is kind of what it looks like. I'm gonna give you my answers. Why do I fear this? Because I don't know how to do it. Why? Because I haven't tried to learn. Why? I don't like it, so I ignore it. Because we do ignore what we fear. Why? I just don't want to. Why? Because it aggravates me. It gives me anxiety. Why? Because I'm afraid I'll fail. I'm afraid it won't be perfect. Why? Here it comes, y'all. I'm afraid that my lack of knowledge makes me feel less than. It makes me feel that I am not in control of my own situation and outcome. So there you have it. There you have it. That is the core reason for my fear. I don't want to relinquish and ask for help. I want to be in control of the situation. However, I don't have the knowledge to be in control of the situation. So I just stick my head in the sand and I ignore it. That's not working out so well for me. So I came up with a solution for myself. I am paying someone to set up my technology and all of the platforms that I need for my business and that I desire. And I have committed to myself to learn with training how to use that technology. And once I did that, the fear was gone. The problem was solved. I'm in control again. I'm in control again, because that's a big thing with me, is being in control of my own situation. And now I can move on and I can go to my next. So we paralyze ourselves by letting fear control our destiny. You know, once you make a plan that you are going to conquer the worst case scenario of what could happen if your fear actually came to fruition. So fear thrives on the unknown. So once you come up with a plan and you face how you will conquer that unknown thing, fear has nowhere to go. It loses its power because you have a plan for if this fear actually comes to fruition. So the biggest cause of fear in most people is the fear of failure. What'll happen if I fail? Will I die? Probably not. Probably not. Will I give up? That choice is yours. Only you can make that decision. But I feel that most people, they don't want to give up. They want to be successful. So don't change your goals. Change your actions. If you fail at something, change up the plan and try it a different way. Don't give up. Just do it again. And if it takes again and again and again, just do it. You have to do it scared. The difference between success and stuck, and I'm a perfect example of that, the difference between success and stuck is doing it scared. Most everything I do, most every new venture I embark on, I do it scared. Fear does not pick and choose who it attacks. Every single person alive experiences fear at one point or another in their life. It's how you handle it that makes the difference. So you just have to do it scared. One of the things that my coach Shay Brown said to me one day was that you can be fearful and still take action. I'm going to repeat that. You can be fearful and still take action. The choice is yours. So, create a new acronym for fear. I love face everything and rise. Face everything and rise. No more excuses. Just do it. Do it scared. Write a plan. Don't just think about it in your head. Write a plan for the fear of the unknown. Do it scared so that you too can be finally free. Thank you so much. My name is Dawn Leak. I am a transformation life coach, also an inspirational speaker, an author, as well as a certified health and wellness coach. You can connect with me on Facebook at Dawn Leak, Facebook Finally Free Dawn Leak, and Instagram Dawn Leak, as well as email me at finallyfree1, the number 1, LLC@gmail.com.
Hello, amazing people. Ty Miles here, and I am super excited to be joining you for Power Up Summit. What an incredible occasion with incredible people and entrepreneurs. For those of you who are new to me, I'm Ty Miles. I am a personal coach, business strategist, and personal branding expert. I have had the pleasure of working with startup new entrepreneurs all the way up to 8-figure business owners, whether they are starting fresh or rebranding, helping them to create purposeful and profitable personal brands. And so I'm so excited that today I'm going to be able to share with you some of these amazing tips that I've been using in my business personally, but some of the ones that I share with my clients to help them accelerate the growth of their brand, not only offline, but especially online. Now, I want to take a minute just to talk about one of my favorite women, and this woman goes by the name of Oprah Winfrey. I'm sure all of you have heard of her, right? She is a name that's known everywhere, right? And so what I love about Oprah, I've really taken the time to really deconstruct her brand story, how she started versus where she is now. She started as a journalist, and from a journalist, she branched off into broadcasting and owning a television network to being seen with Weight Watchers, and even now, if you go in your grocery store, you can open the freezer department door and you'll be pulling some of her favorite foods from her brands out of your grocery freezer, right? And so what I want you to take from her journey is the power of personal branding. She has literally started in one industry. She's switched over and she served across many industries, yet she has like a group of raving fans. And this is the exact thing that you want to build for yourself in terms of your personal brand. Now, we're going to narrow this into the focus of building a business online. And online is where it is where you need to be right now. If you are a professional looking for a job, if you are an entrepreneur, if you're freshly starting your business, whether you're rebranding your business, if you are creative, maybe you make handmade things, everybody needs to be online right now. Why am I so adamant about this? I recently read an article in Forbes magazine, and one of the things that was cited is that right now, 50 to 70% of people in America, the world, is online right now due to this pandemic. So right now, because of this pandemic, we have something called a captive audience. You have people who are literally right now using social media, using online as the way to not only entertain themselves, but this is how they enjoy life at this moment. And your brand should be positioned online where they can find you. And not just casually going online. I'm talking about strategically going online so that your brand, your business can attract the ideal client that needs you and convert them into paying clients. And so we're going to talk about a little bit more of this. Now, earlier I used the example of Oprah, but I want to take a moment to talk about someone who maybe you're not known, right? Maybe you are starting from scratch. I want to talk about myself. I can remember nearly 17 years ago when I started my first business in the beauty industry from scratch with 0 clients. I can remember starting off like most entrepreneurs do. You don't really put much thought into your personal brand or your brand strategy. You just start with the hopes that someone is going to, patronize your business, that you will get your first customer and your first clients. And I'm just going to tell you that most often, that way of building a business takes a longer time for you to actually get your business to where you want it in terms of growing your revenue or generating the type of revenue that can really create a substantial business. However, the moment I took the time to create a personal brand, to determine what my brand marketing strategy was going to be, I took my business from 0 to 6 figures in 7 months. And then over the course of the next 3 years, built my business to a 7-figure company and continued to generate revenue at that mark until the point I decided that I was going to leave the beauty industry. Now, I left the beauty industry and started another business in a totally different industry, doing something that I've never done before, right? So in the first business, it was offline. It was before social media and the internet. So I used organic offline strategies that took me from 0 to 6 figures in 7 months. And then I started fresh. So here I am again, starting in a new industry where no one knows my name, where heck, I don't even know how to do exactly what it is I want to do. But I'm starting this new brand. I'm following this new dream. Do I have anyone listening who has been carrying a vision or a dream in their heart, and right now they feel like it is the time to step out? It is the time to pull the trigger on that idea. This is where I was 5 years ago. Decided that I was going to step more fully into my purpose. I was going to like build out the boldest version of my dream, and decided to become a coach and speaker, which brings me in front of you right now. I'm a subject matter expert in the area of personal branding. I'm a coach and I'm a speaker. This time, I built my business primarily online. So what I share with you today is not just going to be the regular personal branding tips. This is going to be the real thing to help you accelerate your growth. So what I've been able to do in my new business since starting it 5 years ago, and more specifically in the last 2 years, I began to intentionally build my personal brand online. And because of what I share with you today, I've been able to create consistent 10K to 40K months in my coaching business. And guess what, guys? I do not have a huge audience. If you go to my social media page, you won't see a 20K followers. If you go, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn, combined, I don't even have 10,000 followers, right? And there's nothing wrong with those metrics, right? Having a lot of followers, because that's definitely a goal of mine. But what I'm here to tell you is that if you implement on what I share with you today, you can too create consistent 10K to 40K and above months in your business. So let's jump right into it. And I'm just going to let you know, I have my notes in front of me, because I have a lot of information that I want to share with you guys, and I want to make sure that I hit it all. So I want to be timely, and I know myself, I can sort of get on a tangent because I get excited when I'm talking about this, you guys. So listen, I don't care what business you have. Again, if you're a professional, this is the market where you might be looking for another job. They need to find you. I don't care if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a creative, your people need to be able to find you online. So this work will apply to you whether you are a professional in the corporate world or whether you are building your own business. These tips are applicable, okay? They're applicable. So let's talk about what a personal brand is before we even get into the meat of what it is you need to do to build a strong personal brand that converts online. So I'm not going to give you a Webster Dictionary definition. Most of what I teach is probably not going to be textbook according to what you'll find in a business class. These are things that I've actually lived, I've actually implemented, I've experimented with them, and I know that they work. So to me, personal branding is how a person perceives you, or how your audience perceives you based on what they know about you. Personal branding is how your audience perceives you based on what they know about you. This is where social media comes in. And so, like I said, I'm not going to give you the regular tips about personal branding. Usually people will talk to you about logos or colors or fonts. While these things are a part of personal branding, they're really small compared to what I believe personal branding really is. Personal branding at the very base and foundation, the very heart of it, it is about making that emotional connection with your audience. It is about your personal values. It is about who you are and how you share who you are with the world online and in person, right? And so today, we're going to look at this from three lenses, right? I'm going to share with you the 3 P's of building a strong personal brand. And so that first P is personality, the second P is purpose, and the third P is platform. And when I tell you these 3 things are going to allow you to literally go from scratch or go from where you are and accelerate your visibility and profitability in the eyes of your audience. And so the first area that we're going to talk about is personality. And so what I want you to understand is that you have to get to the core of who you are. Before you can start attracting a certain type of person to you, you need to know, who are you attracting them to? So in other words, who are you? And one of the first places I like for my clients to start, and I want you to start, is at the foundation of your personal values. What are your personal values? So like for me, my number one personal value is being real. I want to be seen as real. I want to be seen as someone who is relatable, someone who's not putting up a facade. I want to show you, I'm gonna pull back the curtains and show you the fullness of who I am. I speak the way I speak, I talk the way I talk, I walk the way I walk, I live the way I live. I'm not going to perpetrate anything that I am not. Because if you are not being authentic, you're not going to be successful with a personal brand. Hence the key word, personal. It has to be personal. And so oftentimes I find that this is the area where a lot of people miss the mark. And I work with a lot of women. And so personally, a lot of women struggle with building a personal brand because really they don't know who they are. They haven't taken the time to get to know who they are. And so they don't really know how they want the world to see them because they haven't taken the time to figure it out for themselves. And so we want to start with your personal values. So my first personal value is being real. My second personal value is being inviting. Whenever someone interacts with me or interacts with my brand, whether it's offline or online, I want them to feel welcome. I want them to feel warm. I want them to feel like they belong. That is very important to me because I've been in spaces where I did not feel welcome. I've been in spaces where people made me feel like I was small and little and insignificant. And I never want anyone that's part of my community to feel that way. So I'm very intentional with ensuring that I'm inviting, I'm embracing when I'm online, but especially when I'm offline. Like if you see me at a speaking engagement, I am a hugger. I know right now, if we were in person, I would be a dapper or elbow because of this COVID-19, but I am a hugger. I'm very personable. I'm very approachable. Now, the last thing, my personal value, it is spirituality and mindfulness. If you go to any of my pages right now, you will notice that I speak from a very spiritual and mindful tone. So that's very important to me. And so why is this so important? Your personality so important as you build your personal brand? It is so important because your personal brand is an extension of you. It is a true reflection of you. And you are wanting to build a brand that attracts people that value what you value. You want to build a brand that attracts people that believe in what you believe in and find value in the services or the products that you provide, right? Because they're going to buy from people that they know, like, and trust, right? And so they need to know that and see how your values reflect their values. You're going to make that connection. They're going to come closer to you, and it's going to lead to them going from interested to invested, right? And that's the whole goal. And so you want to identify your 3 brand values. This is very important. The next reason why understanding who you are is so important, because when it comes to building a personal brand, it's not just about the logo, like I shared. It's not just about the colors. It's really more important that you are in alignment with who you present to be, right? So if you are saying that you are inviting, but you have an attitude online, it begins to undermine your reputation. So you want to be congruent, not only with having the same colors and fonts and tone across all your platforms, you want to show up as who you present to be. You want to make sure that you're making a real emotional connection. You want to make sure that your human interaction, your customer service is on point with who you present to be. You can't just, identify some brand values and say, this is who I am, but then you don't embody that. Your people don't experience that when they are engaging your brand. And so another thing that will help you with this is really identifying the style of your personal brand up front. And what do I mean by identifying the style? So I think that there's 3 primary categories that I have my clients identify their brand style by. Now, again, you might not hear this anywhere else, but I'm going to teach you very straightforward and in a direct way, no fluff way of how we get results done. So these 3 categories are luxury, professional, and day-to-day lifestyle. And so when it comes to your brand congruence, if you're presenting to be a luxury brand online, then your business cards need to look luxury. Your website should look luxury. When people come to your events, they should be luxury, right? They should feel like they're in a luxurious atmosphere. It needs to be consistent across all of your online engagement, but especially when it comes to the experience. So this might look like high touch customer service. This may look like your clients having a concierge that schedule their appointments for them. You want to have a very high touch experience if you're luxury. Just imagine when you go into a Lexus dealership or a Mercedes dealership, that level of experience is consistent with their luxury brand. Now, if you are professional, you may not be luxury like maybe you may not have a personal concierge for your clients. You may not have, a wine service that you give your clients or a limo service that picks your clients up. But if you're a professional, you also need to be congruent and be professional online, but also in your customer service experience, meaning that you need to respond to your emails, right? You need to answer the phone, if a client calls. You need to show up to your appointments on time, right? These are all things that reflect your brand style, but in a non-tangible way. This is your customer service. So if you are going to be late, you need to let your client know that you're going to be late. All of these things are very important to your brand, to building your personal brand, and especially to brand congruence. Now, on the other note, if you have a day-to-day lifestyle brand, this may mean that you are still going to be professional, but you really show what your life looks like every day. You don't clean up. Like if your brand, for instance, caters toward working moms, or maybe it cater towards stay-at-home moms, then your day-to-day brand might look like your ideal client seeing your beds unmade. Your ideal client, seeing that you're washing the dishes. Like you're really showing them the day-to-day of what it's like in your brand. So you're not editing it. You're not making it look pretty to turn the camera on. You're just turning the camera on and showing them what your life looks like, right? And so while all of these can be intermingled, one of them should be your primary style for your brand. And so that's luxury, professional, or day-to-day lifestyle. And you just want to be sure that you're congruent, right? And lastly, when it comes to your personality, you just want to be sure that you're being authentic. You want to be authentic. You want to be genuine. Why is this important? Because if you're building a brand that's really not you, you're not going to be able to back that brand up. You're not going to be able to show up and deliver on your brand perception and your brand promise, right? You don't have to perpetrate. It also makes it harder. Like if your brand is not true to you, you might find yourself struggling to go live. You might find yourself struggling to be real. You might feel like a fake or feel like you're forcing it when you do go live. And if you feel that way, you might need to do some adjusting to your personal brand. Somewhere in there, it's not truly authentic to you. Just be genuine. People are looking to connect with the real you. That means if you're shy, or if you're introverted, or if you feel like you have to be perfect, you shouldn't feel that way. Because when your audience see you just being real, that is actually a very attractive to them. It actually makes you relatable. And so it makes them come closer to you. They're not there to judge you. They're showing up to learn from you. They're showing up to support you. They're showing up because they believe that you have something valuable for them. So be the whole 100% real you. You want to be authentic. You want to be authentic. Because I know I've had my experiences where I have seen this. I have personally bought products from people who seem to be amazing online. However, when it came to my customer service, it was subpar. My email was not responded to for weeks. It just sat in their inbox. I decided that I wasn't going to spend my money with that brand anymore, simply because the congruence was not there. They presented online to be one way and they handled me a total different way. And you don't want to be that brand. You don't want to be that person. You don't want that to be your reputation. And so the next thing, the second P is purpose. The second P is purpose. You need to be clear on what you do and the services you provide. Now, I find that a lot of entrepreneurs have a hard time sharing what they do in a way that's short and sweet. They struggle with that. This is also true for my multi-passionate entrepreneurs out there. You do a whole lot of things, and so you're offering a whole lot of things out there. Maybe you saying that you are doing hair, and you have a food service, and I'm just throwing some things out there, and you a coach too. So when they go to your page, they're kind of seeing this hodgepodge sort of mix of all these different things, and they don't know truly what to value you for because they see so much from you that they can't focus and concentrate on gaining value from you in one particular area. And this can really work against you when it comes to accelerating the growth of your personal brand in such a way that it converts. And so if you want your brand to convert easier online, then you need to be clear on what it is you do. You need to be clear on the products and service that you offer. And so in order to do that, the first thing you can do is ask yourself, what are the true benefits of my work? Like, who are the people that can really benefit from what I do? Again, this takes introspection. This takes you taking an account of the different clients that you worked with in the past, whether they're paid or unpaid, and ask yourself, how did I help them? How did they say I helped them? Which is more important. What did they say you did for them? What was their experience with you? And then you want to amplify those benefits. You want to amplify those words online. The second thing you need to be clear on is the results that you create for your client. And I sort of shared that a few minutes ago. You want to be clear on who benefits the most from you, and you want to be clear on the results that you can create. Now, after you're clear on who best benefits from your services and and what results that people get from you, then you want to amplify that. What does it look like to amplify these things online? You need to share your story. Share your why, right? Share why you do what you do. And this is so important, especially when you're dealing with separating yourself from other people in the industry, other key players in your niche. Your story, what inspired you to do what you do, is so important. It's so important because it's going to cause that contrast between how someone else does it and then how you do it and why you do it. But you also want to share social proof. You want to share social proof. When you can, sometimes how you communicate it is one thing, but when you can share a testimonial from a client, not only does it share with the world that, hey, I'm not going to be her first client, that I'm not going to be his first client, that she actually works with other people. He actually helped other people with this same thing. It gives your client confidence that they're not going to be your hamster. They're not going to be your experiment. Nobody wants to be the guinea pig, right? And so social proof will help with that. And then lastly, you want to toot your own horn. It's not about self-promotion. It's about purpose and cause promotion. You want to promote the cause, promote your why, right? And then if for any reason you have some resistance around talking well of yourself, around like you may struggle with feeling like you're bragging, just look at it as cause promotion or purpose promotion. It's not self-promotion. The work that you do, especially in your personal brand, it is attached to you. So you have to share with the world who you are and what you do. Because if you don't, then who will? It starts with you, right? So you have to toot your own horn. So the next thing I'll say under your purpose is that you need to know your audience. Knowing your audience is so important because, again, you need to know what you need to share. You need to know what they want to learn more about. You need to know what they're into so that you can actually create content that's going to be valuable to them. And this brings into place, or it builds on top of, also knowing who you are, because knowing who you are is a big part of, your audience. Knowing who you are, being clear on your unique gifts, being clear on how you want to show up in the world is very key to you truly attracting a certain type of person, as I said, that are into the things that you're into, that reflect your same core values, right? Because you want to build a community around what you enjoy. You want to build a community around your values, but you want to do it in a way that serves their needs. And so you need to know who you are, because who you are is going to inform who you can best help. And then it's also going to inform what you need to share with these people so that they know that you are their person that they need, so that they can know that your product or your service is what they actually need to help them get closer to achieving their goal, whatever that may be. So understanding who you are is at the foundation of choosing the target audience that you best work with, that you can best help get the biggest transformations in their lives. Okay, so you need to know who you are in order to know your target audience. And then you need to know your target audience in order to truly build a successful personal brand. For instance, I shared that one of my personal values was spirituality and mindfulness. I create a lot of content around spirituality and mindfulness. Why is this important? One, because I already know that I want to attract a person that is spiritual and mindful. I want to attract that person. Those are the women that I work best with. But also, I'm also going to be attracting people that want to be more spiritual, that want to be more mindful. And because they see the lifestyle that I live, and because I'm educating them and giving value to them through my content, I'm going to be positioned in their mind as that go-to person when they're ready to invest in their business. And they're going to do business with me because I reflect that personal value of spirituality and mindfulness, right? We have that shared personal value. I hope this is making sense for you guys. And so then lastly, we have here the platform. Platform, this is how you're going to increase your productivity and your profitability. And so what I noticed a lot of people are doing, and I used to be one of these people, I used to be building my brand on 5 platforms. I mean, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. I was trying to do it all. And my audience was scattered. My recommendation for you is to choose only 1 or 2 platforms. 1 or 2 platforms. If you are good with your words, you're witty, you can talk or type in short, witty sound bites, Twitter might be the place for you. If you enjoy video, right, you are very confident on camera, then YouTube or Facebook or Instagram might be the places for you, right? And so I want you to keep these in mind. If you have a business that caters towards professionals or other businesses, LinkedIn is going to be your platform of choice. So you want to pick a platform. And then you want to create a schedule to consistently show up in those spaces. So you need to choose your brand visibility strategies. These are your brand visibility strategies. This could look like going live. This could be like creating infographics. This could be creating posts. So your graphics and your pictures that relate to the service or the emotions that you want to evoke to your audience. So choose the platform, choose the content, and then make a schedule and show up consistently. I like to say it this way, that repetition brings recognition, and recognition creates your reputation. And that's what personal branding is all about. You want to get to a point that when a person thinks of a specific topic or think of a specific industry, they think of you. So for instance, when people think of personal branding, they think of Ty Miles. When people think of holistic living, they think of Ty Miles, right? And that's the way that I want it to be done. And all of this it's been strategic. It didn't just happen out of the sky, right? It didn't just happen on its own. I've been very thoughtful and strategic in this process. And so you want to get to the point, whatever it is you do. If you're a coach, when people say your name, you want them to put coaching with it. Whatever your thing is, when people think of that thing, you want them to think of you as well. And this is what these three things together will do for you. And it'll allow you to build a personal brand that converts in a relatively short time if you are consistent. If you are consistent. So another thing that I want to share in terms of your platform. I want you to focus on quality over quantity. A lot of people are into vanity metrics. They want 1,000 subscribers. They want 1 million followers. While all of these things are good and it's cool to have goals, it's not about the quantity majority of the time. It's about the quality. You want to focus on those who are your loyal fans. And I like to tell my clients, and even my personal goal for myself, I want to get my first 100 loyal fans. That's what you want to focus on. So who are these loyal fans? These people are the people that are usually first to comment on your post or videos. They're first to buy your product or your service when you release it to the market. They're first to share your videos or your posts or to refer people to you. These are the ones that respond back to you in your email list. And for me personally, I make a note. I put these people on a spreadsheet because I told you my goal is 100 fans, 100 true fans that when I show up, they show up. When I'm selling, they're buying. Whatever I'm doing, they're supporting. This is how you create that strong personal brand that converts. You're going to focus on quality over quantity. Remember, on these platforms, the whole goal is to give high value content and high engagement. These two have to be together. High value content and high engagement on one or two platforms consistently creates momentum. This is how you engineer your own celebrity. This is how people are going to have it stamped in their brain that I need this person for this thing. They're not going to be thinking about the competition. If you're constantly in their face, if you're constantly marketing and constantly showing up, giving high value, responding to them when they need what you offer, they're going to invest with you. They're going to invest with you. Which brings me to my last thing, and this is how I want to wrap this up. You know, once you determine your personality, once you get clear on your purpose, once you choose your platforms, now this is where the real work starts. You have to work. Building a personal brand, picking the colors and the logo, that's the easy, fun part. Actually building it is not as easy. You have to show up and work. This takes you being authentic. This takes you going the extra mile to deliver value to your clients, to your audience. This takes you being intentional and researching, getting to know your audience, creating an experience that upholds your brand perception, that delivers the promise that you have made to the world in terms of who you stand for. You have to deliver on that. And in order to deliver on that, you just keep it real. Keep it real. Keep your brand consistent with who you are. Show up. Don't try to perpetrate as anyone or show off anything that is not truly you. It makes it easy. That is one of the bigger ways that I know people have burnout. They feel like social media is a task. And oftentimes, if they're 100% honest, and the times that I was honest with myself, it's because I was trying to show up in a way that was not really me. I was trying to force myself to be who I thought people wanted me to be, not who I was. And the last thing that you want to do with your personal brand is lose yourself trying to appease people that are not even your real people. They're not even your real people. And so if you want to build a strong personal brand that converts online, you want to keep it real. You want to be genuine. You want to create high value content. You want to choose a platform and consistently feed your audience, consistently deliver value through video, through content, through infographics, through writing blogs. And then when they decide to do business with you, when they open their wallet and they say, I'm going to spend my hard-earned money with you, you want to deliver results. You want to get them a true transformation. So I hope that you've learned something that you can implement immediately, because I'm all about giving actionable tips that you can go out and immediately apply. I thank you all so much for your time. And one last thing I want to do before I get out of here, to honor you being present today, to honor Kern for hosting this incredible event, I want to extend a free gift to you. I want to invite you to a complimentary 30-minute brand and business success session with me. These are typically a $497 value, but just because you showed up, you invested your time in being here today, I want to extend it to you. This is for you if you know there's a personal brand on the inside of you. You know you need to take more control over how people perceive you, but you don't know where to start. Or maybe you're not really clear on who you are and how to present that online. I can help you. I want you to go ahead and schedule your complimentary session with me. And I'm telling you, this call is not like any other call. I'm going to share with you. You're going to walk away with at least one thing that you can do right now to start creating that personal brand that really feels true to you, and one that converts like potential clients into paying customers. That is the goal. We want to get you a healthy brand that brings in a healthy profit. To do this, all you need to do is go to bit.ly/brand and business success. bit.ly/brand and business success. I thank you all so much for your time. I hope to talk to you in the coming weeks during our session. Continue to enjoy this amazing summit. Bye for now, and I hope to see you guys really soon.
Hi, and welcome. My prayer is that our time together will inspire you with ideas, encourage you to press forward, and to take action to find greater fulfillment in your life and in your business. This is not a lesson, but a conversation. So today we're going to have a rich conversation on 3 ways to power up your business. These 3 ways will get you moving forward in spite of any crisis, whether we are dealing with a pandemic or no pandemic. You will move forward to fulfill your deepest aspirations. So, who is this message for? This message is for women and moms who desire more. So for moms who desire more for your children, for moms and women who desire more for your families, more for yourselves, more for your careers, and more for your business. And you're not willing to settle at good enough when greatness is within your reach and you are capable of so much more. So I need you to listen very closely, okay? And don't laugh at me. But these 3 ways are very simple. They're not complicated. I'm not getting ready to share some deep revelation or something super profound. But what I'm getting ready to share with you is something that you can make happen. Okay, so these 3 things you will know. I will be there to nudge you, to push you, to encourage you, because you're capable for more, and now is the time. My name is Katisha, but I'm affectionately known as Kat to most, and so that's like a meow, but with the K. I'm a woman of faith. I'm a Christian. I'm a proud mother of 2 beautiful children, 1 son and 1 daughter. I'm an Army veteran. I'm an entrepreneur, and I love to build. And so I've committed my life to helping others reach their purpose, reach their destiny, and to reach their goals. So let's dive in. So there are 3 ways to power up your life and power up your business. Now, again, I want to repeat, these are super simple, no deep revelation. But we know what to do, but it's do we actually do what we know to do. So the very first way to power up your life and your business is to have clarity and focus. I know, don't laugh. You're like, what? Yes. Clarity and focus. We go through life with so many competing priorities. We are either rearing our family, helping our parents, helping others, family, friends. We're working, we're building businesses. We have so many hats that we wear. And sometimes we don't have the time or make the time to get clarity. Why is clarity important? Because it allows us to focus on the long-term big picture. Clarity is our friend and not our enemy. Because once you are clear, once you have clarity, things flow into place and you feel confident that you can make whatever you desire to make happen. And clarity, it allows you no longer to feel stuck. It releases you to make it happen. It releases you to write your vision. It releases you to act and to execute. And so it's great to, in all the things that we are doing, in all the ways that we are nurturing others, being there to support others, we also too have desires for our life. We have desires for our business. We have desires to feel fulfilled. But until we have clarity on where we're going and how we're going to get there, we'll remain stuck. So we don't want to be stuck any longer. I read somewhere, it says, clarity is the difference between a heavy fog and a cloudless sky. I don't need to understand the weather to know I can see clearly in a cloudless sky. So when you have clarity, it takes away the heavy fog. As you go throughout your day, and even though you may have thoughts in your mind, you can feel overwhelmed by all the different things that are, if your mind is like my mind, it can be a racetrack of about 100 cars zooming through. And so, but when you carve out a niche of time to sit quiet and reflect, there's a scripture that says, write the vision, make it plain, and then run with. Well, you have to find a time to carve out some time to write the vision. And when you write the vision, you have to reflect. You have to get clarity. You have to hear what is the desire that you're seeking to fulfill. And so clarity is vital. It's important. It's essential. It's a must. You have to have that clarity. Clarity also lets you know what to say yes to and what to say no to. Okay, so you can be doing 50 million things and none of them will take you to the place where you desire. None of them will get you to the fulfillment that you desire. So clarity helps you to know what to say yes to, what to say no to, and what direction to go. Okay, so we want to get clear. So that's number one. That's the first thing to really be able to power up your life and your business. Be clear about the business that if you're starting a business, be clear about if you already have a business, what is my next phase? Where am I going? Be clear. And this is the time where you can sit and you can reflect on what progress you've made, what things you could have done different, and how are you going to get to where you want to go. Now, I know that was simple, but it's a must and it's needed. So now that you've sat down, you've carved out some time, you've quieted yourself to be able to hear, and you've got some clarity, the second thing you need to power up your business is to plan. You need a plan. I told you it would be simple, nothing complicated. Yes, you need a plan, but not just any plan, but a specific plan for your life and your business. So we want to develop a specific plan to achieve your goals. So I know you're saying, Kat, where would I find the time? I have so much on my plate. I wear so many hats. How am I going to get clarity and a plan? Well, what would happen if you didn't plan? No one wants to put effort, times, and resources and not get the results that you desire. Planning ensures you get those results. Planning ensures you get the results you desire to power up your life and your business. Listen, nobody plans to fail. They simply failed to plan. If you were getting married, you would plan a wedding. If you were planning a vacation or to travel, you would plan your trip. If you were throwing a birthday party or a celebration, you would plan the event. Some type of planning is involved. And while these are simple steps, they are necessary. They are essential to living the life and having the business that you desire. So planning is having the roadmap to reach your destination. If you've never been to a certain destination, you're probably going to use, most people use their GPS, or if you don't have a GPS, mostly everyone is using GPS or map to get you there. So no one gets in a car and just starts driving without direction, right? They'll get stuck and never get to their destination, never get to their fulfillment, never get to where they want to go. So they have to plan. So here's just a few advantages of planning. One, when you sit down and you make the time and effort to plan your life, you will identify what's important to you, okay? It allows you to clearly state goals, objectives, and the steps that you need to take to get to where you want to be. So planning really gives you that roadmap to your destination. Not only how you'll get there, but it'll also help you determine how far you have to go, how much money it takes to get there, how much more you have left to go. And it makes sure that you use your time wisely on tasks that bring you closer to your desired outcome. I used to say, I wish it was 30 hours in a day. And I'm sure if it was 30 hours in a day, then I would probably say, oh, I wish it was 40 hours in a day. We all have 24 hours. And so we're not trying to manage time. We're trying to manage the tasks and use our time wisely on tasks that bring us closer to the results that we want, the outcome that we want, so we can be fulfilled in our life and in our business, okay? The other advantage to taking the time to plan, planning really opens the door to more choices and decisions and takes away leaving things up to chance or someone making a decision for you. So it really gives you the power, it really gives you the control to say, okay, this is the way I'm going to go, and I can make the right decisions and the right choices that will help me get to where I want to go, okay? And one of the big advantages of planning, it makes it easy to maintain harmony in your life and in your business. I used to say balance, but I don't know if you can ever really balance your life or balance your business, but you do want things to be able to work in harmony. So by you being able to plan, by you being able to have a roadmap or a GPS to the destination you're trying to get to, it creates a harmonious life and a harmonious business. The other advantage to planning is family, friends, people, tasks, and responsibility that are trying to get your attention that can take you off track. Having a plan will help you to stay focused and to focus your attention and not be distracted, okay? So it helps to knock away all those distractions. And listen, life is gonna bring a slew of distraction. When you're on the road to success, when you're on the road to fulfillment, when you're on the road to purpose or destiny, when you're on that path, distractions will come to try to pull you in different directions. We all know that's called life. But if you have a plan in place, even if you get distracted for a moment, because you have a plan, you can immediately go back to your plan and get on course. So that's one advantage to having a plan. And then planning also make you have your dreams more obtainable. If you feel like your dreams are beyond your reach, it could be because you never developed a plan on how you can actually reach them. So if your dream, and we've heard this through many stories of great warriors, of great people who have said they wanted to accomplish something, is they put a realistic plan in place, whether they went to school. The plan was to go to school. Now life will bring not only some distractions, but life will open itself up and build great relationships and connections that will help you achieve that. But you have to have a realistic plan in place. And you will be amazed at how achievable your dreams, your aspirations really are, okay? And then people with a plan have a purpose, a goal that drives them every day. When you know what your plan is, and once your plan is in place and you started putting into action, you will no longer just exist. You will instead live very purposefully. And so having a plan really helps you pursue your purpose and your goals, and it drives you every day. And here's just a few more things that having a plan will do for you. One, it'll give you peace. Yes, peace of mind, because you know where you're going. It will ignite your passion. You'll be passionate, and you'll be passionate about whatever that plan is for your life and or your business. You'll feel powerful because you'll have a sense of control over where you're going, and you're not blowing haphazardly in a wind. You know that you have these gifts. You know that you have these talents. You know that you have these abilities and skills, and you want to do more. And so you'll feel powerful because you've put a plan in place to execute and to be able to do that. It'll give you a sense of freedom, and it will also encourage you to grow your vision. And lastly, you'll have no regrets. Okay, you won't be left saying, what if, I wonder, if only, if I had did this. No, you will have no regrets because you sat down, you've gotten clarity, you've put a plan in place. And now the third thing that I want to share with you, and I know you're going to say, Kat, this is very simple. It's not complicated, but it will help you. It's taking action, executing upon what you receive clarity, and what plan you're putting in place is to take action. There's a quote that says, vision also produces the motivation to act, but vision without action is just a dream. And we just talked about, yes, you've gotten clarity, you've written your vision, you've written and got clarity on your goals, and you wrote out your plan, and now it's time to execute. Now it's time to take action. Action is the difference between knowing and doing. So I can tell you all day that I want to lose weight. And I know that I need to eat fruits, I need to eat vegetables, I need to drink water, I need to exercise. I know this, but until I do it, I will never see the results that I desire. And so it's great that you know, but it's all about what you do. Well, how do you execute? Okay? So we know, but now it's what we do. And here's a few things. We want consistent action. I hear a good friend of mine, entrepreneur, business owner, I hear him echo this phrase all the time. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistent action upon actions that help you to execute your plan consistently will bring you to the point where you have fulfillment, you will achieve, you will get the results that you desire in your life and in your business. The other thing is to be intentional with your actions. So when you write out your plan, you're going to write down goals. You're going to write down objectives. You're going to write down action steps. Be very intentional about the actions that you think that you do that will help you reach that end result. And then you want to be committed. You know, I am a builder, and so I get so excited about new ventures, new projects. I love to clear the unbeaten path. I love to build. But after the project, the organization has reached a certain level, I want to pass it over to someone who can maintain it. But even in that excitement, I have to stay committed. And so you too have to be committed to your vision, be committed to your plan, and stick with it. It may not always go just as you plan, but if you stay committed, you stay consistent, you stay intentional, you will see the fruits of your plan. You will see the fruit of your action. You will see the fruit of that clarity that you put in place. And then you want to be accountable. You want to have someone that you can share your vision, your plan with, that helps you stay accountable. So you want an accountability partner, okay? So the time is now to power up in your life. The time is now to power up in your business. So take the time to get clarity. Find that quiet moment to get clarity. Write your plan, execute your vision, and run, run, run. So thank you so much. Listen, I want to partner with you to plan and to execute your purpose and power up your life in your business. So I want to give you a gift. Text the word plan, PLAN, to 202-276-7845. And when you text plan, include your name, your best contact number, and email, and I will send you a free planning worksheet, because I want to help you power up and have success in your life, in your business. So again, text the word plan, PLAN, to 202-276-7845, and include your name, your best contact number, and your email address. And I'll make sure that you get a free planning worksheet that will help you plan and reach the goals that you desire. Now, I also want to partner with you to maximize your personal and professional potential in a way that provides you with clarity and a course of action that will give you the life and or business you desire. And so I want to have a conversation with you and see how we can partner and work together to make that happen. So if you're interested in that as well, text the word coach, COACH, to 202-276-7845. Again, text the word coach to 202-276-7845. Include your name, include your best contact number and email, and we'll schedule a free power coaching session to really talk about where you are now and where you're trying to get to, and see how we can work together to help you power up in your life and power up in your business. This conversation has been great, and I pray that you are inspired and ready to get clear, to get clarity, to plan, and to take action. Let's power up, and onward we go. I look forward to connecting with you soon.
Brown Beauty Complete, owned by Denise T. Brown. You can reach her at 601-672-0782. brownbeautyc.com, brownbeautyc.com. If you need your hair to look fabulous, such as mine, or you're just going out on a night of town, or look, you got an event whether it's virtual or in person, and you need to look fly. Brown Beauty is the place to call. 601-672-0782. And we ask that you support our vendors, because without them, we would not be here. So Brown Beauty, give Denise a call. Brown Beauty Complete. Essential number 9, 228-355-7371. Essential number 9, handmade African shea butter based hair moisturizers. That's right, handmade African shea butter moisturize, blend essential oil and carrier oil to get superb moisturization. Yes, you ladies who are natural want to get your hands on essential number 9. You want to give them a call, 228-355-7371, or you can go to their Facebook site. Yes, right, they're on Facebook. Or you can also go to their email, customer service at essentialoilnumber9.net. You definitely want to get your hands on it. And men, they have something for you too. They have, just like they have stuff for your hair, they also have things to help you with your beard, to soften your beard. So essential oil number 9. Babs Jewels. That's right, Babs Jewels. 228-224-6051. That's 228-224-6051. BabsJewels.com. That's BABS Jewel, JEWELS.com. And why am I telling you that? Because I want you to think about it. If you want to look fabulous and your budget is smaller, ladies, and you know how we love to wear jewelry, Babs Jewels is the place you want to go. Everything is $5 and you can look fabulous. Sometimes you have to up your game with your outfit by putting on some great jewelry and earrings. BabsJewels.com is where you want to go. They also have a Facebook page, but 228-224-6051. Babs, BABS Jewels, JEWELS.com. Get your jewelry, only $5. Everything's $5. Get it right now. And support, we ask that you support our vendors. Naturally Me. Naturally Me, 601-966-9061. Naturally Me provides body scrubs, handmade body scrubs, body and hand butter, hair oils, and yes, men, they have hair beard balm as well, where you can take care of your beard, always taking care of the men as well. So go to naturallyme.com, naturallyme.com. They also have a Facebook site, and look, they also have candles, handmade candles. Can't beat it. Go to Naturally Me on their Facebook site or go to naturallyme.com. The phone number again is 601-966-9061. we ask that you support our vendors because without them, we could not put this on. Thank you to our vendors. Naturally Me. Panel discussion on why digital. That's right, why digital. And I am joined by this fabulous panel of experts, and all of them are very active on the digital platform. And so we're going to have some conversations on why you should be digital right now, how to prepare yourself and come out on the other side of what I call Corona, better prepared than you are right now. So we have with us Dr. Cheryl Wood. Dr. Cheryl Wood is in the house. International motivational speaker, Dr. Cheryl Wood, 11-time best-selling author. She is one of the masters of speaker development as well. And she definitely runs those tribes. She's got 2 tribes, y'all. Elevation Entourage and Impact Nation. Yes, she has a true following. And then we're joined by none other than Dr. Yolanda Jerry. So some of y'all may not know that Dr. Yolanda Jerry look, she's a vet, y'all. She served her time, 20 plus years in the military, and she is definitely what I call an entrepreneur, but she's also a speaker, author, coach, life coach. And she has her new launch, her new business, what is it? YJ Empowerment. Inspired. And she'll tell you more about that herself. But anyway, you definitely want to check out because Dr. Jerry, she is always out there, always seen. She definitely knows about the digital platform. And now I go to number 3, but not the least, Shay Brown, global international speaker. So just said two the same things at the same time. But anyway, he is the happy entrepreneur. And if you have not seen his show, you are truly missing out. Shay is always energetic. I don't know how he stays so happy. But I guess that's why they call him the happy entrepreneur. But we're going to dive deep here. And one more thing, Shay is also a master in sales. So you're going to hear all of these presenters, all these panelists throughout the Power Up Summit as well. If you're joining us right now, you've already heard several of them present before, and I'm sure you've seen them internationally at other places as well. So look, why digital? Why digital? Cheryl, I'm gonna start with you. Why would anybody care about being digital in the time that we're in now? And things are slow. Most people are at home in their robe. What's the importance of being digital?
Well, I think you just answered the question. It is literally because of that, because people are home in their robes and they have more time, still time, than they've ever had before. Most of us, we've either been in quarantine for several months, or even if we're not in quarantine, a lot of people are working from home. They have more free still time, and they're looking for things to do in that still time. So what I'm finding is that a lot of people are investing in learning, education, training, and development. So I'm talking classes galore, master classes. All of this is taking place through digital platforms. So I've seen everything in the marketplace from cooking classes to photography classes to dance classes with Debbie Allen. And even for myself, I've just taken my expertise of teaching women how to maximize speaking as an added revenue stream, and I've just made it digital. So all I've done is just make little tweaks, but it just doesn't make sense to leave money on the table just because things are different, things look different.
But Shay, look, I'm the person that's going to be home in the robe. I said, I'm going to be home in the robe. So why would I even care about showing up in the digital platform? I have a Facebook page, so why would I care?
Yeah, well, you only care if you're looking to stay in business. That's number one. You only care if you're looking to impact more people, and you only care if you offer a service that helps another business get better. Otherwise, you're right. You don't have to care. You can sit inside your bubble. But I think the larger question is, how do I expand my business for all those entrepreneurs that are out there? How do I improve my own skills for all those folks that are into personal and professional development? So there's one reason and one reason only why, because you don't have a choice. I was talking to a gentleman who has a conference, and about 3 people this week that have large conferences normally at the end of this year. And they were saying, you know, I have to go digital. I said, no, you weren't given a choice. You were forced to go digital. And so some of you are thinking I may not be able to do this. Is there other side of coronavirus? This is the new normal. Everyone jot that down in your notes right now. This is the new normal. Talking through the power of these fiber optic lines is the new normal. So welcome to the new normal, or you can stay in the Stone Age. There is no more digital age. This is it now, baby. We're in it. So come on and join it and have a good time and enjoy life.
So I'm going to pop right there in. For those of you who are listening, you just heard Dr. Cheryl Wood and Shay answer a few of the questions on why you should go digital. So I'm going to ask you, this is the perfect time to start sharing out with your friends. You want to go ahead and share this out right now. Share it out, because you are not the only person that needs to hear this. There are other people that need to hear it too. So share it out, and while you're there, hit that watch party button. Hit that watch party button so other people can get this knowledge as well, because we have the experts in the house, and they're going to tell you why. When you leave, you're going to know some of the things that you can do to better yourself on the digital platform too. So Dr. Jerry, you have been moving and shaking. A lot of people don't realize Dr. Jerry got a new movie coming out. She is really working that platform and stuff. So Dr. Jerry, so tell us, why do you think you at one point was a dual entrepreneur? You were actually speaking, you were still in the military, and I think you still got something on the side as well. So why, if I am a person, I have a job right now. So why do I care? I work for somebody else. Why do I want to be out there and increase my digital platform?
Well, Karen, let me tell you this, and I'm just going to put this out there. Yes, I still have dual job, but let me tell you, and I'm just tell you from my experience, just recently I was furloughed for a couple of weeks. So if I got furloughed, I have to have something to fall back on. And I'm getting to the point to where eventually I'm going to go full 100% entrepreneur. That's what I'm setting myself up for, because the way this coronavirus has put us in a rut to the point to where people are losing jobs. You know, you're having to depend on that check. Some people are dependent on that check or dependent on unemployment. And we're just stuck in a place where we're at home, and you can either decide to do something, pivot and do something with it, or continue to stay where you are trying to figure it out. And my thing is this, there's no better time than now, as Shay Brown and Dr. Wood has mentioned. You mentioned earlier that I birthed another business. You doggone right I did. You know, I had been sitting on this thing, and I'm like, well, if I'm working from home with even my day job and I'm flexible with it, why not now to start that clothing line, that, you know, that apparel business? And I sat on it for 2 years. So a lot of people get stuck in this thing where coronavirus is a bad thing, but I see it as a great thing. You know, it's allowed me to pivot, grow, allowed me to manifest things that I didn't think I was going to be able to manifest. And not only that, I've connected with so many people. Yes, I'm gonna toot my horn. I'm a part of the EE squad with Dr. Cheryl Wood, you know, Impact Nation. And you can learn so much from so many people, you know, and they always say, if you want to learn something, reach up to the people who are already doing it. So if you ask the question, why now? Shay Brown mentioned it. This is the new norm. So we either adjust or stay where we at. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I want to continue to excel and elevate.
Oh, wow. That's what I'm talking about. Turn Corona on its head. That's what I'm talking about. Corona is opportunity. So I am so about that. But I just want to ask, Dr. Wood, Dr. Jerry just mentioned a point. You have a tribe. You have 2 real tribes. Why in the world would I want to be a part of a tribe? I mean, where am I going to get? I don't have time. When I do come home, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time tribing on the internet. I'm just going to call it tribing on the internet. So what is the point in joining these groups? Why?
I mean, I think for a number of reasons. I think, first of all, let me just talk about the tribe, the Elevation Entourage. That's a tribe that I launched during COVID-19. I literally launched that tribe 60 days ago. In 60 days, I'm pulling out my little trusty calculator because I like to give real numbers. In 60 days, we went from no platform at all to, I launched this membership that has 275 women members in it right now at $27 a month for the membership. That's an additional $7,500 of revenue in my business. That's during a pandemic. So people are still buying and selling. It's still happening. You cannot assume that buying and selling is not still happening. People are looking for what you have to offer. So for me, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to let my business fold just because we're in a pandemic. I'm going to make sure that my business is set up to thrive. So what Corona and COVID has allowed me to do is be in a reflective space where I ask myself, what revenue have I not tapped into? What money am I still leaving on the table? And for me, I'd done a membership before, but kind of let it go to the wayside. Well, this was a great time for me to resurrect that membership and pour into it, add energy into it, great connections, great resources, content, and bring experts in. And guess what? We went from 0 to 275 members, from 0 revenue to 7,500 every single month in less than 60 days. And we're just going to continue growing that platform. So for everyone who's in business, that's why you want to shift, because not only can you stay afloat in business, you can thrive if you take the time to assess and take inventory of everything that you know that you're not tapping into in terms of revenue right now. And in terms of everyone else, in terms of being a part of communities and groups, well, number one, you can never thrive by yourself. You're never going to just soar in business on your own knowledge, because you always come to the end of the road as it relates to your own knowledge. Then there's going to be people who know different things than you know. They're going to know more, or maybe they just have a different perspective. And you owe it yourself to tap into those communities to see what other people are doing. Maybe you see something they're doing and you're like, man, that's a great idea. I'm going to pull that revenue stream into my business. So you're there not only for resources, but you're there for connections and collaborations. There's so much money to be made when you connect what you have with somebody else, and now you tap into their tribe and they tap into your tribe. Now we're continuing to increase our profit margins. So it's for the connections, it's for the content, it's for the momentum and the energy and the motivation. It's for the reminders from that community to tell you, hey, don't sit still. You should have somebody who is holding your feet to the fire so that you don't get stuck when things shift, when stuff happens that was unexpected. So I like to use the word adapt. All of us have to adapt right now. If you look up the word adapt, it means to adjust to new conditions. All of us have to adjust to these new conditions. The only question is, are you going to soar during these new conditions, or are you going to be the person who is sinking? So I choose to swim. I choose to soar and tap into every revenue stream that I possibly can. And memberships and groups are a great way to tap into access to other people, access to their communities, cross promotions, collaborations, and things that increase your profits.
Wow, that is amazing. So that being said, I know, Shay, you have the Happy Entrepreneur Tribe, and you are one of the founders of the Black CEO group as well, which is a amazing tribe all by itself, both of those. So what else? And Cheryl has really drove home that memberships, being a part of them, you benefit. And for people who are sitting on this idea, just like Yolanda mentioned earlier, you're sitting on an idea, starting a group and creating that interaction can actually put money in your bottom line. So tell us some of the things. What are y'all doing over on your side, Happy Entrepreneur and the Black CEO groups and all y'all groups that y'all have?
Sure, absolutely. Let me first just acknowledge all of the viewers out there watching. Thanks so much for tuning in, man. It is an honor and a privilege. I'm so glad you're here. And Karen, for you and all the panelists for even putting this on. This is a collaboration. This is a group. It's a mini group inside of a mini opportunity, but it is a little group that's happening right now. And all of y'all are part of this. And as you're listening right now, for those that are listening and for those that are able to watch right now, isn't this what it's all about? You know, when I first got started, I remember when I was out there and I was always asking myself the question, what do I need to do today? What do I need to do today? I can do this and I can do this. And I would go and go, but I was just spinning my wheels. And sometimes I say there's a phrase, do we have movement or do we have progress, right? Do we have movement? And some of you have movement out there, but there's no progress in your business. It's where it was 6 months ago or a year ago. So why join a group for one reason and one reason only? He said, Shay, boil it all down. Just give me one reason. Make this thing simple. Go ahead and jot this down in your notes. If you're taking notes, jot this down in your notes. And this is one of the success principles. And here it is. Success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. And that's the number one reason you join it, because success is a team sport. So whether you're starting a group or you are joining a group, it's an opportunity for you to collaborate with other folks and be able to do things that maybe you couldn't do, or do things faster with less effort. So there's two parts to it. First one, I would say, if you don't have one, to start a group. Well, why would you do that? Well, you don't have to be a Christian to follow along with this analogy, but even one of the greatest men that ever walked this earth had 12 disciples, right? So he went out and found 12 disciples for a cause, for a movement that he was part of. And so now you can start something that not only you believe in, but people across the world can join into. So when you think of the Happy Entrepreneurs Tribe, it has nothing to do with Shay Brown. It's not about me. They don't care about Shay Brown. It's about other entrepreneurs who have made a decision that they don't have to be a grindpreneur. Not me. They made that decision. I don't have to be a stay up all nightpreneur. I don't have to be a faithpreneur or a mompreneur. I can be an entrepreneur and be happy at the same time, because the happiness comes on the inside when I'm having more meaning in the world for someone else, when I'm having more impact in the world for someone else, and when I'm making $1 and a difference at the same time. You can go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. You can make $1 and a difference at the same time. So the answer to your question is, you're bringing people to the tribe. In some cases, it is to monetize. In other cases, initially, it's because it starts a movement, which is a cause much bigger than yourself. It's much bigger, much bigger than who you are right now. Just like Cheryl during this time, and Corona is a very serious time, by the way. So I've lost family members to the coronavirus. It's very serious. I've lost team members to coronavirus. And some of you out there, you're just like me. It's a very serious thing. So there's going to be some big losers during this time, but there's also be some big winners during this time. And you're a winner because you're watching. So when we started the CEO Desk Tribe, which is another tribe, which is just for business owners, it was during this time, because I see some other people out there want to improve their copywriting skills. Some other people out there want to improve their funnels that they have. And so I said, why don't we start something just for them? So it's typically a very niched opportunity for a small group of geeky folks. Because whatever you're doing, somebody's going to think it's crazy, geeky folks to be a part of. So the answer is, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. Start a tribe or join a tribe. Do both. That's what I'm doing.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Start and join the tribes. That's right. That's why we part of that Elevation Nation and the Happy Entrepreneur Tribe. That's right. So look, Dr. Jerry, you're doing something that a lot of people are really looking at doing, because I talk about often about how you really need to create that other stream of revenue. You know, the rule of thumb is you should have 7 streams of revenue in this process, no matter what time it is, Corona, no Corona, whatever it is, you should have multiple stream of revenue. So Dr. Jerry, tell us, a lot of people, they come home and like I said, they're tired and they're like, how do I make time for this? What can I do? How can I focus on starting a new business, even though I may have a little more time because of Corona? What can I do?
Well, I'm gonna put it, Shay and Dr. Wood, they've hit the nail on their head with all of the information they've given you already. But when it comes to what you can do, one of those things you want to think about is, do I want to always be hustling, or do I want this money coming in while I'm asleep? right? And so for me, it's a little bit of both. Yes, you still got to hustle because you still want people to see you. You want to see what your, where you want people to see your worth. But at the same time, if they see your worth, then they wouldn't have no problem with buying that t-shirt from you or buying that membership from you, because they know they're going to get something in return, right? Mm-hmm. And so they're going to see the value in that. So for me, I believe that you have to create something for somebody to want and to be able to receive and take in. The membership that the EE Squad, for example, I'll go back to Dr. Wood right quick. Being a part of that now, it's so much information that she pours into us, and I'm gonna say us because I know Kern, you're a part of it too. Yes, but it's valuable information. And again, going back to what Shay Brown mentioned when he talked about, team. You got to have a team in order to be successful. And even though this is Dr. Sherwood's EE Squad, or Shay Brown has his, the Black CEO, he has team members. Dr. Wood has team members. They bring in other experts to come help them with their tribes. It's not them doing it alone, because I'm gonna tell you, both of them probably be dead dogs if they were just doing this by themselves, and they'll be stuck and they won't continue to elevate. They won't continue to soar. They won't continue to thrive, right? Because they're tired, and then they don't want to watch anything else. So for me, like I said, being a part of other individuals' tribes and learning information, you can pull a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I've learned in since March that I would have never known if I didn't have to sit still. This pandemic has allowed me to sit still, hone in on skills that I've learned from other entrepreneurs and other individuals that I would never had the opportunity to do so if this pandemic would not have happened. Because granted, I'm still working my day job, but I'm working it from home. So I'm more flexible, right? I'm more flexible with my own clients and then with my own business, where I can make the time to want to learn from the other people who are doing these things and who are successful. So that way I can be successful and have that success story, 3, 4, 5 years from now. So for me, I'm all in. I don't even think I want to even go back to the office. You know what I'm saying? And to be able to create additional streams of income, that you can have money and hear that ding, 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 or hear that chime, or wake up to that email and see, oh, I got another $500 in the bank that I made in 24 hours. I have another $2,000, $3,000 that I done made in 24 hours. That's music to my, I don't know about y'all, but I know that's music to my ears.
Oh, yes.
And I'm gonna tell you, since I started YJ Inspires, I've only had this clothing line for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And I think I made more money in 2 weeks than I did in my 2-week paycheck with my day job.
Hey,
so all I'm gonna say, in going back to Shay Brown talking about, Jesus and his 12 disciples, I'm gonna just say, won't God do it?
Won't he do it? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Always there. And Cheryl, Dr. Wood, you often tell your story about being a dual entrepreneur when you were a legal secretary. So tell people how you managed that, because that was not during this time that we're in right now. So, and you had your little ones, your young ones were even smaller. So tell us how you did it. What was the juggle? What did you do to make your dream just come to life?
Yeah, I mean, like Dr. Yolanda said, it's how bad do you want it? I mean, I believe that success is never free, it's never easy, it's never quick, and it's never convenient. And if you are expecting it to be that, you might as well get out of the game before you ever get in the game, because it is never going to be that. So for me, I love being an example to people that, yes, it is possible. Are you gonna have to give up more than most people? Absolutely. Are you gonna have to get up a little bit earlier, maybe stay up a little bit later? Are you gonna have to sacrifice some things and eliminate some distractions, turn the television off, not go hang out with your girls at the club? Well, right now there's no club, but some of the things that we enjoy, we have to say, okay, I'm gonna get back to enjoying those things, but for right now, I'm gonna stay laser focused on what I wanna accomplish. That's what I had to do, because not only was I working a full-time job as a legal secretary, I was nurturing a marriage. I was raising 3 young kids. My kids, I'm 11 years in now. But when I started this journey, my kids were 2, 3, and 6 years old. So you're talking about raising babies, working a full-time job, nurturing a marriage, and growing a business. So yes, it is possible when you put priorities in place, when you put boundaries in place, timelines, deadlines, and you truly maximize every little bit of time that you get. So no, I can't sleep until 7 or 8. I gotta be up at 5 so that I can get things done. This is when I first started, before I went to my job. It's like how much, it's almost like I challenge myself. How much can I get done before I go to work? Okay, now I got to be on this job for 8 hours a day. Then I got to get back home. I got to get the kids fed. I got to make sure, show love on my husband, right? Okay, now how much can I get done before I can freshen up and go back out to a networking event so that I can keep showing up? Show up, speak up, and follow up. That was my thing that I had on rinse and repeat over and over and over again. Sometimes I was a little tired, but I don't have time to be tired when I'm trying to change my life. I'm literally trying to transform the trajectory of my life so that my life looks unrecognizable. You think that's going to happen easily? You think that's going to not come without a cost? Absolutely not. So it's going to cost you something. The question is, are you committed to giving whatever it takes? Are you committed to saying, you know what, this is not going to be easy, but I'm in it for the long haul. And even in the times where I get knocked down and I feel like, man, I'm not moving forward, I promise you're moving forward. I promise you there's progress that's happening. There's growth that's happening that sometimes you can't even see tangibly, but it's happening in the background. So as I was moving forward and I'm speaking here and speaking there and traveling all across the United States and ultimately traveling, internationally, initially my money didn't match my level of service to the world. That's the honest truth. Initially, my money did not match my level of service, but I believe if you stick with it, and if you are truly a servant leader and you are serving with a genuine heart and a genuine spirit because you know that you've been given a divine gift that other people have the right to have access to because it's going to transform their life, then why would you ever stop? Why would you give yourself permission to give yourself an easy excuse or an easy out? If it was easy, everybody would sign up for this thing called entrepreneurship. Everybody would be living their dream. But there are a lot of talented people who never live their dream because they don't want to sacrifice. They don't want to give up stuff. They just want it to be easy. And no, it's never going to be easy. But what I always remind myself is that, Cheryl, you're just like a physician. You're like a physician. A physician has the ability to write a prescription for other people's pain. We are physicians as entrepreneurs, even without the medical degree. We're physicians. Can you imagine a physician sitting in his office and seeing people every day who come in one after the next, and they're in pain, and he refuses or she refuses to write the prescription that will get them out of that pain? How dare someone do that, right? That's what you would automatically think. So for me, I put myself in a physician's shoes. Cheryl, you have a prescription pad. You got a prescription pad and you have the power to write the prescription for someone else's pain. And it's not about your comfort. It's not about you doing it and it being quick or easy. No, it is, as Shay said, it is bigger than you. And when you make it bigger than you, you find a way. You eliminate what doesn't need to be there. You laser focus on what you need to do to move forward. And you know what? You stay up a little bit later, you get up a little bit earlier. It just is what it is. You got to be committed to it.
I love that. So that get that prescription pad out, y'all. Get it out, because if you ain't sharing your story, you are depriving somebody who's meant to hear your story, share and learn from your story. Your story is not meant for you, because we all know the Bible says God wants testimonies. And this is the time to give those testimonies that he has put inside of you. I truly believe that we have God-given, born in us gifts. I often talk about the story of the man that had the talents. He had this money called talent, and he gave 3 men different portions of talent. He gave one 10, he gave one 5, he gave one 2. And the one with 10, he told all of them, go out and make me some money, basically is what he said. The one with 10 came back, he doubled that money. The one with 5, he tested the market, tested it a little bit, came up with a little more than half. And then the one with 2, he buried it. And so the master said, this is all you got? This you came back with the same amount I gave you with? Okay, all right, wait a minute. Let me take this and give it to the others. So don't be that person that God has to take and give your gifts to somebody else, because you have it inside of you. Don't sit on it. Don't deny those dreams. And right now, I know this isn't a corona. It's not sent here by God, but it certainly is a time that God has given us an opportunity to become testimonies in his name. So share it out. So thank you. Thank you, Cheryl, for sharing that. And I remember recently you said, I heard you say, you know, I hadn't been doing podcasts and radio shows and all that stuff. Recently, I love when you said that, because I know people don't realize the importance. But I want to start over here with Shay, who's always on like 24/7. I don't even know when he's sleeping. But Shay, you know, what is the reason? And I know each one of y'all, so I'm going to ask each one of you the why. Why are you doing a podcast, Facebook, your radio, whatever? Why do that right now? Shay? He muted. Shay, you muted.
There we go. Okay, thanks a lot for telling me. Cheryl's like this. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe she's saying, I hear you, Shay, I hear you. She was saying she didn't hear me, So, this is what happens. It happens to the best of us. I'm not the best of us. But the answer to your question that I was sharing with you is that we don't have a choice. I mean, folks didn't want to do podcasts. They're forced to do them now. They didn't want to do these broadcasts. They're forced to do them. We've been doing them for many, many, many years. But the number one reason why I do it today is there's an opportunity to do two things. And I think it's why we're in business, an opportunity to serve and to add value. Someone jot that down in your notes right now. For those folks that want to serve and add value, one of the ways to do that, and isn't that so true? Like, can't you serve others and add value to other folks and enjoy it? So why a podcast or why a live show? Because it's the fastest, easiest way to communicate with as many people as possible that don't have to be there. And so it's an opportunity for some folks later to listen on their own. And here's why it comes up. When I started the Happy Entrepreneur Show, I wasn't like other folks. I didn't start with this idea of doing a podcast or doing a show. That wasn't it. At the time, I was just doing 11 o'clock training session with my team that I've been doing for the last 5 years. And I decided to turn the camera on and said, people will watch. They're going to watch me train sales folks. It'll be so great. No one watched. No one gave a darn at 11 o'clock at night. I said, no worries. I got a new idea. It's going to be the Sales and Marketing Lab. That's right. You're going to come at 11 o'clock at night and you're going to watch me teach and talk about sales and marketing. Nobody cared at all. And sometimes you got to fail, by the way. And I've had more failures than successes. But then I turned around one day and I said, well, I tell you what, I'm going to just talk to a colleague so my team can watch. I don't know if anybody else is watching. My team can watch me talk to someone else, because sometimes you get tired of talking yourself. That's just the reality of it, okay? If you ever had to do that, you're like, I'm tired of training. Can you come over here, please, and help me? And so I invited someone on, and when they came, they said, well, Shay, I want you to talk to me too. So we ended up doing this dialogue back and forth, and people started watching. In the beginning, it was a few people. My mom was out there, by the way. And I did it because I was front and center, and I was learning from the person I was talking to. And sometimes when things grow and things take off, it had nothing to do with how much money was going to be made. It had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with added value. You were just doing the right thing at the right time. So it's a blessing, of course, a year and a half later with the Happy Entrepreneur Show is done, because it's blessed so many people all over the world. What's my point? What's my message? If you want to impact more people, then one of the ways to do it is to use the power of those fiber optic lines in order to do that. You reach more people, you help more folks. And at the end of the day, you build what I call that we all have to do as entrepreneurs. You build your media empire. Your media empire is what you are creating. It's your digital content, it's your voice. And when you leave this earth, that's one of the pieces that'll be left behind. When I was growing up, I used to always say, well, Shay, you got to make sure you have insurance policy. Got that. Leave the books. Well, ain't nobody freaking reading hard books anymore. They're going to have to go to my laptop and get my freaking books. Leave your books behind. But no, that's changed now. One of the things you leave behind is you leave your media empire. And that'll live on long after you. So yeah, doing a podcast, doing a live event is one of the ways not only to grow your business, but to impact more folks. And then that really why you got in business in the first place, to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And Dr. Jerry, I know you have your empowerment advocator. So and I may be saying that wrong, but I've seen that. So how do you feel like how do you feel that show has helped just create your visibility on some of the things that you are passionate about? You know, tell us about your show and what you're doing with that.
Well, it's twofold. One, Shay just gave it right there, the value and then being able to serve people. And if anybody knows me, I love serving people. You gotta, think about it. I served our country for 20 plus years, right? In the military. So I already have a servant spirit to be able to help people. And so all I did was take it to another level. I want to help serve people who are trying to grow their business, don't have as much visibility than I do, but not only that, to be able to network and collaborate with other individuals who are where I want to go, and so I think it's good to have that collaborative networking thing going on, because you have your following, then the other person has their following. And if you have more than 2 people, you have 4 or 5 people on at one time, then you have everybody else is following. And then you got a mass of people pulling all of this information that you're pouring out to them, and they're receiving this, as Shay mentioned, and Dr. Wood, internationally. Again, your digital platform is going to be here even after you leave. These recordings and all of these videos and all of these things, our children are probably like, hey, look, let's watch what my mom did, or let's watch the show that my dad did, or look at my grandpa, this is what he did, you know what I mean? So it's going to be here way after we are gone, and so to me, I think that that's a lot, because again, you'll continue to serve people years after you have left this earth. And then again, visibility. We in this pandemic, the new norm is not going nowhere. You see the numbers. We had to go virtual even for Power Up Summit. We were still trying to have this thing in person right here in Biloxi, Mississippi. But then guess what? Our governor said, no go. So we had to hurry up and pivot. And to be honest, I believe we're going to be stuck in this for a long time, or stuck in this new norm for a long time. And so this is one way we can continue to build our network, continue to build our platform. So if we ever shift back to being able to do things in person, people know who we are, right? They see the things that we can give them. They see the value in our work. And then next thing you know, when we have these conferences, we're going to be selling out stadiums. There's no reason why you can't sell out a stadium if you go digital and people are seeing you. Everybody's sitting still. They're watching you right now. So they're watching you, and they see the value in the stuff that you create, the things that you are giving them. They're going to be like, you know what? I want to go to Dr. Wood's conference. I want to go to Shay Brown's conference. I want to go to Dr. Jerry's conference. Soon as they see that link pop down and say, hey, conference 2021, 2022, guess what? They're going to be the first person. I want an elite ticket. I guarantee you that. Why? Because they've been watching you sitting still all this time.
Yes. And Dr. Wood, back where we started, you said, I hadn't done this in a while. So tell us how, because many people want to know. Well, still, I hear what y'all are saying, but putting a podcast together, doing a radio show, is it really worth it? Does it really increase your visibility? And let me just say, you have truly turned up that knob. So, do you really feel like it's worked out for you?
So I ran from the podcast thing for years, man. I knew I should have been doing it. I didn't quite know why I should be doing it, other than to know that I needed to serve the world in a bigger way. And I think both Shay and Dr. Jerry have alluded to that when you are willing to go digital, right, you are now exposing yourself to not just your local pond, but your global ocean. And I think that's so important for all of us, especially for those of you who are speakers and coaches. Like, we love to run our mouths. We want our message to be heard. So even during COVID, you don't want to just feel like you're just sitting still and sitting on your gift. I want my message to be heard. I had a lot of lives to still impact. I'm 11 years in and I'm just getting started. Like, there's so much power in always knowing I'm just getting started. Like, I'm just at the crux, like the beginning of all the lives I'm going to impact. And I think about the millions of people out in the world, 7.6 billion people in the world, as a matter of fact. Have I touched billions of lives yet? No, if not, I still got work to do. Have I touched millions of lives yet? No, if not, I still got work to do. So every day I wake up with this energy, renewed energy, that somebody needs to hear my voice. And everybody's not going to consume it in the same way. Everybody's not going to prefer to consume it through a Facebook Live. Everybody's not going to prefer to consume it through a Zoom. Maybe they need to listen to it in their car on a podcast while they're on the way to work. So for me, it's about creating as many platforms as possible for people to be able to consume my message. Why? Because I'm writing prescriptions for people's pain. Like, that's a serious business to be in. I'm helping to transform people's lives so that they can come out on the other side better than they were before they came into my space and experience what God gave me to offer to them. So when you really believe in the transformation you create for people's lives, and you understand that there's somebody somewhere in the world who will not move until they hear what you have to say. They will not shift. They will not transition. They will not transform. They will not experience the ultimate version of themselves until they hear your voice, the story that you have to share, how you express it, right? That's why all of us have to play our roles, because they might not hear it from my voice. They might need to hear it the way Shay says it. They might not hear it the way from my voice. They might need to hear it from Dr. Jerry, or they might need to hear it from Kern. So every one of us needs to show up consistently and play our role. So for me, podcasting, it made sense 2 years ago. I just didn't put in the effort. Because remember, I said earlier, success ain't never free, it's never easy, it's never convenient, it's never quick. So I had to do my due diligence, I had to do my research, and for me, I had to know how I could fit that into my schedule. Because one thing about me, I don't like to start something that I can't finish. If I don't think I can cross the finish line, I'm not going to start it, because I don't want to disappoint the people who are waiting to hear my voice on that podcast every week, right? So for me, it was like, Cheryl, how do you fit this in with everything else that you're doing? My women's speaker certification program, the EE Squad, the Impact Nation, my corporate clients, my speaker training clients, like all this other stuff, my individual coaching clients. How do I fit this in so that I can serve more people, because it's a digital platform, without feeling overwhelmed? Because I think self-care is also a big part of this whole conversation, like not burning yourself out by doing too much. So what did I do? I said, I came up with the idea, came up with the name of the podcast, found who was going to be the graphic designer, who was going to create the graphics for me, came up with my list of people that I wanted to interview, and then I hired a media production company. Why? Because I don't want to do that part. I don't have time to do it. I would rather pay somebody and put that on their plate so that I can always serve from my overflow. Not, oh, I'm burned out. As Dr. Jerry said earlier, we tired, we sleepy. No, I don't want to be that person. I want to bring you the energy that you know me for bringing. And that means I have to protect my space. I have to protect my time. And if I know I can't add anything else to my plate, the question is, who can I outsource it to so that I can still accomplish the goal? So that's how I started my podcast. I came up with the name and the brand idea, which is still Elevation Entourage Podcast. I made a list of people I wanted to interview. I figured out how much time I wanted each interview to be. I figured out which platform I was going to use to actually do the sessions, the interviews. And then I outsourced. In fact, I outsourced to your people, to BEPS, so that they could do all the production stuff on the back end. I hired them. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't have time to do that. You know why? Because my husband still wants his time. My children still want their time. They're now in online learning, and I have to make sure that they're keeping up with their assignments and things like that. So I think it's just making sure that you tap into what you can do and what you can't do, and being willing to outsource some things so that you can accomplish more. Sometimes it's better just to pay with your money than your time.
There you go. There you go. Because you can get more done if you start to collaborate and spread that stuff out. Yes, yes, yes. So I want to add right here, I'm just going to remind everybody, sharing is caring. So share out. We want to make sure these people are getting these nuggets, because they are dropping it. Our experts here, Cheryl, Shay, and Yolanda, all of them are dropping nuggets, and you want to make sure that your friends hear it. And if you haven't started that watch party, hit that button. It's time to share it out and start that party. So I want to go to another thing that I often talk about, and y'all know me. They call me the butts in the seat queen, but I really believe in the visualness of creating events. But I want to know, what do y'all think? There are people out there that they really don't see the point, and how can that help? So tell people, I'm gonna start with you, Shay. Tell people, what do you think an event actually does for your visibility?
Okay, so let's talk to, let me frame the conversation if I can, and let's talk to the person out there that says they're not sure, they're not wide, it's not for them. Then you don't have to listen in. But for the other person, I want to put you into one side, so someone to encourage you, they inspire you, they motivate you. But let me talk to the other person, the entrepreneur out there, the business owner, the speaker, the author, the coach, the expert, the person that has a big heart. And yeah, you've got to put on an event, and you're probably thinking, what can it do for you? But let me turn that around first, and let me talk about what it will do for other folks, right? Let's talk about what it will do for other folks. And the number one thing it does for other folks is it allows them to be able to tap in to the expertise that you have, to the experience you have when you do it digital, because sometimes some of the folks you might have wanted to bring aboard, they couldn't be there. And so now you can bring a collection of people in this virtual space. I guess they call it virtual summits these days. And now they can reach more people. So now you can collaborate with more people faster with less effort. That's number one. Number two, it reduces the expense for the person on the other side. Because for the other person on the other side, they've got, as Cheryl said, they've got the family, they got to leave the family. I'm married now, I'm on my third marriage. It's only a year and a half, so I'm still on the honeymoon. I'm trying to drag this thing out for as long as I can. Maybe I'll be passing out and I'll still be on the honeymoon. I'm trying to tell you right now. We are a two-state family, so I always use that. I'm saying, I'm really still in my first year. There's some things I'm not supposed to have to worry about. But anyway, in all seriousness, but you got to leave that stuff behind, because now they may not be able to do that and they can join in. So it does so much for other people. And I'm only talking to the entrepreneur that wants to have more meaning in the world, and they're not worried about the money right now. I'll get to the money in 30 seconds. I'm only talking to the people who want to have more impact. You want to impact someone's life so they can do better in their finances, better in their relationships, better in their websites, better in their business, or at the end of the day, you know that there's a higher calling for you. And so that's one of the things that events does for other folks. But what it does for you as an individual is it becomes an opportunity to generate revenue. Why is that? It's not about the revenue now. Everybody keeps talking about the revenue. It's about the profit, because now you don't have to write a check to the hotel. And those folks that had to write checks to hotels, that's not pretty. It's pretty when you have the money, obviously, but who wants to give the hotel the money, right? So you get to put that money somewhere else. So now you get to have the event. You get to, one, connect with other folks. Number two, you get to, they say, build the list. And when I was coming along, by the way, for many years, they used to always say, Shay, you got to build the list, build the list. How many heard that? Build the what? List. Well, I'm part of the Puff Daddy generation. Let me give you the Shay Brown remix version over here if I can, because that's what I like to do. I'm gonna give you the remix version. The money is in other people's list. Go ahead and jot that down right now. I'm giving you a golden nugget because I want to help put some money in your pocket. The money is in other people's list. So now once you do a collaboration, you're now in your event, forget the money you make, you now bring in other individuals, and they're bringing their audience to your platform that you could have never have brought before by yourself. Not unless you ran Facebook ads, maybe, but these are people that they know. So that's probably the second reason. And the third reason that you want to do a virtual event or event, you said event, right? I think it's a virtual. You want to do a virtual event because now that you've done that, you've invited people to your platform. Doesn't mean they got to invite you back to theirs. That's not what I'm saying. But it does show that you're willing to collaborate and work well with other folks. And I said it before, and I'm going to come back to the common theme that success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. And the last nugget I'll leave with you is this, and it's just a nugget. It's a golden nugget, but I want you to jot this down in your notes because she talked about podcasts. She talked about having Facebook groups, and now they're talking about having events. And this is what is guiding principle for my company for the last 15 years. And I share it with my clients, but jot this down in your notes. Systems beat goals every single time. Systems beat goals every single time. So now you're using a system to generate leads when you have a Facebook group. You're using a system, I'm gonna say, make it easy for you, to generate leads with your podcast or your live shows. And now you have a system, which is events, to generate leads, to bring people in to know about your business without a cost at all. So now you're implementing systems. Systems beat goals every single time. Goals are always in the future. You're never quite there, but you're always using a system every single day to get to that goal. So that's the number one reason I would be focused on events, and I would go have one, and you can do it. If you got a phone and you're watching right now, which you are watching, if you're listening right now, which you are, it means you can do it. Isn't that cool? Technology, the playing field is leveled more now than ever. And so if you ever wanted to get in and be able to win it, you can do it now without everything you needed before. This is your time. This is your moment. I'm looking forward to seeing your event. Because of Karen right now, you're going to have your event. I can't wait. You're going to have a podcast. I can't wait. You're going to do this thing. I believe it.
And you can definitely do it. And all of y'all have spoken at one of my conferences, Success Women's Conference. And as y'all all know, there's over 1,000 people. When we're in person, there's over 1,000 people. But guess what? We're going to blow it up this year and take it to another level because we're going virtual on the international scene. And so one of the things I remember, and Cheryl, you came to our event and you just turned that sucker upside on his head. Women were just like, oh my God, they didn't even know you. They wouldn't even let her go to her seat. And so I took that, and you came to us as directors and you told Dorothy and I, this needs to be profitable. You don't need to just have a big old party, and you didn't know us. You didn't know what we were doing. You just wanted to lay some words of wisdoms in. And so I actually came to your event, and it ran, as Shay said, like a system, which is something I teach now to a lot of people, how to run your event like a system. So Cheryl, tell us what you have seen, because you've done several events. You had Playtime is Over. Yes, Playtime is over. And I was fortunate enough to come to the last one that you had. And now you have SpeakerCon. So tell us, what has events done for you? I mean, you've been doing this stuff now for 11 years as far as just speaking and coaching and pouring in people's lives. What did the event side do for you? And how can that help the people who are really needing to elevate their elevate and level up their visibility right now?
Yeah, I mean, when we're not in COVID, I mean, I love the opportunity to come offline and to connect with people in person. Like, there's just something extra special. There's a book by Brendan Burchard, and in that book, he talks about there being 5 modalities of learning. And those modalities are reading, seeing, hearing, experiencing, and mastering. And experiencing is the part that live events comes under, because people want to come from offline. They've watched you, they've watched your YouTube videos, they've listened to the podcast, they've done all that stuff, but now they want that in-person, face-to-face, up-close and personal experience. So that's what I love about events. And so not only does it allow you to serve them at a deeper level, but then it allows you to extend an invitation for people who want to take the next step with you to say, hey, here's what I'm offering. If you've been following me for the past 6 months, the past year, sometimes 2 years or 3 years, and you've been looking at my stuff and you've been watching and you've been thinking about it, but now you get to experience me up close and personal and see that I'm the same person online and offline, that the same authentic, genuine person is still here. And nothing has changed. I'm not running behind a black curtain trying to hide. I'm literally here to serve my people and pour into my people. And then you extend the invitation to them to take the next step with you. Some people will not take that next step invitation until they experience you at the live event. Now, right now we're in COVID, so everything is virtual, but it's still an opportunity for you to serve them at a deeper level, for you to be able to, as Shay said, to bring other experts in, so that you're showing 2 things. You're showing your own expertise as a subject matter expert, but secondly, you're showing your influence. Like, it's something big to have influence and say, hey, I'm able to connect with these other people who came in to be a part of my platform. Even for SpeakerCon that we just hosted in November, I mean, Dr. George Fraser was there, Linda Clemens was there. We had Kenya Moore as our celebrity featured guest. We had Gloria Mayfield Banks, like all of these big names who are influencers. But that looks great for you as an influencer to say, I have a touch point on each of these individuals. I have enough credibility where they're willing to say yes to coming in and being a part of my platform. And that goes a long way. Yes, you have to have visibility. Yes, you got to be consistent. You got to have mastery of your skill set, but you also got to have some credibility. And that credibility is going to lead to profitability. So for me, the events are a necessary part of your business. And yes, right now you have to tweak. You have to adapt, right? Adapt is just to adjust according to new conditions. So you have to adapt and do it on a virtual platform, but it can have just as much of an impact on the people who have been following you. And now they want that deeper dive with you. They want that deeper touch with you, that to be served at a higher level. And so it gives you that opportunity, and again, to show your influence as well, and then to monetize it. Like, we're all in business really to monetize, right? We're in business to serve, but if the business is not generating revenue and profits, it is not a business, it is a hobby. And I don't think any of us just said, hey, I want to start this thing and launch this thing just because I don't want to make any money from it. Because otherwise you would have just went and supported a charity, or you'll just call it, whatever it is. You'll call, hey, this is a hobby. But if you call it a business, then yes, you have to have that conversation. Is my business generating revenue? Is it increasing in its profits? Am I being intentional about tapping into every digital platform that I possibly can to be able to have conversations with people, to be able to share my story with people, and then to be able to convert them so that they get the transformation that they're looking for? Transformation doesn't happen just because somebody hears you speak for 40 minutes. Sorry, it just doesn't happen. Now, inspiration happens because now you open their eyes up to what's possible. You open their eyes up to the prescription that you can write them for the pain that they're in. But the transformation happens when they say yes by swiping the credit card or writing the check, and their transformation becomes your profit. So always remember that. People talk about being transformational in other people's lives. That happens when they say yes to investing in themselves and swipe the credit card or write the check. Because I can go to the gym today, and I think gyms are both open again. And I can go and I can meet with a personal trainer, and that personal trainer can give me a real juicy speech, Kern, about what my body can look like. Oh, we can help you get just chiseled up. We can get your arms right and your stomach right, and he can give me the most amazing presentation about what I can be. But if I do not swipe the credit card, sign the contract, write the check, then my transformation never happens. It was just a beautiful idea that I never manifested. So it's important that you move people along from just inspiration and being fired up and geared up and excited about what's possible into true transformation, which means they have to take action by saying yes to the invitation that you've extended them to work with you. And that's what the digital platform allows. It allows you to keep serving people based on how they're currently consuming content. You must be relevant. You must be relatable. It must be something that they want right now. And what people want right now is to learn, to develop, and to grow in the space that we're in, which is virtual.
Yes, yes, yes. That's so powerful. And Yolanda, we had the Jerry and Cherry show, a few of them right behind each other. And so I want you to talk about, because you have your own events and things that you've done as well, and being a part of and all that. So how do you feel like the digital, being a part, creating digital event has helped you to monetize in this, especially now, but even before? What's your take on it?
Again, it's, Shay and Dr. Wood have added so much value already. I don't even know where to go with it now, but as far as what it's done, you got to think, again, nobody has anywhere to go. They have nowhere to go, and believe it or not, people are still making money. So where they going to spend it at? Online, period. They're going to spend it online because they're scared to go outside the door, go and put that mask on, I'm tell you, I do it too. I don't go outside unless I have to. So if I see the value in what Dr. Wood has or Shay Brown has, and it's something I know that can enhance my business, I'm going to swipe that card. You know why? Because I'm trying to learn something, or I'm trying to get somewhere where they already are. So having virtual events, having live events, for me, it's been great because, again, you hear them sense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, period. And so if I don't see money coming in, then evidently I'm not doing something right. I don't have anything of value. But Shay mentioned, hey, if this is not for you, then don't listen. This is for the person that wants to, level up, want to elevate, want to grow, who wants to start that business. There are people out there that are still putting out money. So why not do virtual events? There's no sense in sitting here and being still. And to be honest with you, having virtual events, like Shay mentioned, it cuts down on expenses. You got to think about it, not on just your end, but the other people's in. You got to think about it. Let me tap into corporations. These corporations have to spend money to send their people out to go to these conferences. Well, guess what? They don't have to put out as much money to have their people come to a virtual event, even though they have an expense, but they can send more people to this same event virtually where they couldn't send as many people, and they have to budget for that person, those other people to go the next time. So again, it cuts down on expenses for us because we don't have to travel nowhere. And then also the people outside who are sending people there, it cuts down on expenses there. And then 2, expansion. When I speak expansion, I'm talking about globally, right? I got people over in Africa, over in London, over in Nigeria, you name it, following Live with the Empowerment Advocate. Them people ain't gonna pay money to come to the US to come to a live event. You know what I mean? Because you gotta worry about airplane tickets, hotel stays, all these other things. But if they can, again, swipe that card or pay that invoice and pay $50 or $100 or $200 versus $3,000, they gonna spend that money and they be like, hey, I learned this from somebody over in the United States. You just added value to something that they're trying to do. So again, 2, expansion. And then number 3, allows others to be comfortable when they're not ready to be uncomfortable. Because some people are intimidated about going to conferences. I don't know if y'all pay attention, but sometimes people go to conferences and they're like, I don't know if I should go speak or should I sit here? Or they still be hiding behind other people. They just want to go there and learn everything, but they're scared to speak to people. So if the event is virtual, guess what? If it's on Zoom or a digital platform, they hiding behind the camera, but they still getting those nuggets. So again, they're still comfortable in their own space, getting the value and not having to worry about being uncomfortable. So to me, that's it. I mean, virtual right now is the way to go. And who knows how long we're going to be in this. So you might as well create webinars. You might as well create podcasts. You might as well create, live virtual events. So that way you can continue to receive that money in that bank account at the same time.
Amen. So look, Cheryl, one of the things that people hear me talk about as well is what other social media platforms. I said in the beginning, some people think Facebook is it. And some of them they're not even doing enough on Facebook. But I believe in LinkedIn. I know you're active on LinkedIn. So tell people, what do you think about? How has LinkedIn helped you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I play where the money is. So if my tribe, my people hanging out on Instagram, I'm hanging out on Instagram. If they hanging out primarily on LinkedIn, I'm hanging out on LinkedIn. So for me, my business is kind of dual, meaning I do mostly training for entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, teaching them how to unleash the power of their voice. So I do that through my Vocalized Women Speaker Academy and my Women Speaker Certification Program. But I also have this other side where I serve corporate. And corporate is good money, y'all. And corporate right now, as Dr. Jerry mentioned, they're not sending their people out to events. So what are they doing? They're booking people like me to train them and facilitate trainings from home in my pajamas. Okay, I'm not in my pajamas, but I'm in my pajamas from the bottom down, I'm in pajamas. They are spending great money. And for me, I'm paying attention to where I'm getting the greatest engagement. Right now, I'm not getting the greatest engagement from Facebook. I mean, I got some likes and follows and that's cute. And my tribe is there. My membership community is there. Both of my membership communities are there. So I serve primarily in there. I don't even hardly hang out on my own personal page anymore. Like I'm in my community, serving my people, moving people who are in the free community over into the paid community. So that's number one. So that's my primary reason for hanging out on Facebook now. Instagram is where I get a lot of my engagement now. So I hang out there a lot because I'm converting a lot more people on Instagram. And then on LinkedIn, I understand what base is there. For me, that's the corporate base. Those are the HR folks. Those are the decision makers. Those are the training and development people who are hiring. I got booked to speak for NASA from being on LinkedIn. And I didn't know the lady, had never met the lady. It was literally through me being consistent and showing up and my messaging being consistent on LinkedIn. The next thing I know, I get a phone call saying, hey, we want to book you to come and speak for a gig at NASA. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm being punked. This doesn't happen. but it really is confirmation that when you show up and you show up in position. So when I show up on LinkedIn, it is my corporate Cheryl Empowers, right? It is not the entrepreneurial talk. So I adjust according to where I am. And in LinkedIn, I'm talking corporate stuff. I'm talking about communication. I'm talking about public speaking. I'm talking about communicating effectively and with leaders as a leader. So anything that's corporate, I'm gonna say that there. I'm gonna pretty much omit any references to God and politics and things that typically are not embraced in the corporate setting. I can say that for my people over on Facebook. So I make sure that I'm in alignment with where I'm playing at. So because I showed up consistently on LinkedIn, I get the call. Next thing I know, in February of this year, I'm being hired to speak for NASA. They pay me my full $10,000 speaker fee. They pay for 125 autographed copies of my book. I'm like, it doesn't get better than that. And the same thing has happened with some other companies that I can't always call those companies names out, so I won't. But I've gotten a lot of corporate bookings just through my presence on LinkedIn. So when you see that you're getting feedback and you're getting engagement, stay consistent on those platforms. So I'm consistent in the platforms where my money is.
Yes, that's right. Follow those dollars. That's right. So how do you make that dollar holler? Yolanda, tell us, what's your favorite platform? We want to make sure people understand you need to be working those platforms, just like Dr. Wood said. So what's your favorite?
To be honest with you, there is no favorite. Like Dr. Wood mentioned, where the money's at. So, I mean, I use Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And like the corporate money is on LinkedIn, because that's what LinkedIn is. It's all corporate businesses, and truth be told, if you want the big money, that's where it's at, But I have a mass following also on Facebook as well. I have a mass following on Facebook. So it's just a matter of what money you trying to get. You trying to get the business owners money over here, or you trying to get the corporate money. That's just the way I look at it. So I kind of play all different platforms and try to stay consistent on all of them.
Yep. And so Shay, I saw where you had finally updated your LinkedIn. And so how's that been working out for you? And what's your favorite?
Yeah, the favorite doesn't exist. I mean, my favorite is just Facebook, because that's where I started. That's where I planted my flag at. I came kicking and screaming back to LinkedIn. And I came there based on this one principle. I think the principles kind of drive us and certainly drive the business model. And the principle used to be, what is your favorite platform, right? That's how it used to go. But let me give you again the Shay Brown remix version, part of the Puff Daddy generation, Jay-Z. We like to remix things. Now you have to be everywhere your clients are. You got to go where they are. So it's no longer about the platform, right? So I was sitting back and I was looking and I said, well, LinkedIn, corporations just isn't my gig. It's not my thing. It's not what I do. We all have our own little tracks we run in. But what I didn't notice about LinkedIn is that because of what's going on in the world, it's becoming like another Facebook. Slowly but surely, in about the next 4 months, it'll be there, which means now there's more postings, they're doing more videos. It's not just the old corporate guard hangout. It's people are migrating from Facebook over here because they got time on their hand. And so I I got to be where my client are, wherever you are, hey, I'm there. And like Cheryl said, and I think that's so true, you got to show up on who you are for your audience. And that is so true. So what's my message to you? Be where your clients are. I wasn't updated on LinkedIn. I just updated like 4 months ago. I know it's so embarrassing. It was the same profile, the same thing for like 3 years. Okay. I'm there. So I'm not perfect, but what I know is that if I can do it, you that's listening right now that know nothing about LinkedIn, you can do it. And for those that know nothing about Instagram, you can do that as well. Here's the good news. For most of you, you can share your content across the platform because it doesn't interfere. And if you have various niches, like Cheryl said, say, hey, corporate is my thing, then you want to be in that corporate mindset. But for some of you, you offer a product or service, although someone's in corporate, they can still purchase it for their services for you. Let me give you an example. When I first started, and my thing was going out to sales teams, because we either are the sales team, we're the dream sales team for a lot of companies, or we teach people how to do that, right? So I would call companies and they wouldn't bring me in to speak to their team. Why? Because I wasn't the corporate guy, right? They wouldn't bring me. But the manager would bring me in to talk to the team. And that's called bottoms up selling. So I would go in and talk to maybe 10 reps at a time, and then they could buy my products and services and refer me out. So how does that relate back to the platform? Be where your clients are. You're only in business for one reason and one reason only. And jot this down. This is another golden nugget. That's why I like the Karen and having this whole power up panel, because it's not about should you go digital. You either go digital or you go out of business, right? That's what the name of this should be called: go digital or go out of business. But I believe this. Here's the golden nugget. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. We're in the problem solving business. So all we need to know is if you have a problem, not a need. It's so long. Let me just take a 30 seconds, do a quick teaching. I see the world through the sales lens, right? Back in the day, it was like, find someone with a need, find them with a need, find someone who needs your services and help them go and fall up until they buy or die. That was the old way of doing it. But the new way is they don't have to need your products and services. Most folks that need to lose weight, don't lose weight. Most folks that need to save money, don't save money. Most folks need to prove their business, don't do a doggone thing. But if they have jot this in your notes, an interest, want, or desire. Shay loves t-shirts. So if I have an interest and I need a new t-shirt, I already say I don't need no more. I got a closet full of t-shirts. I'm embarrassed to tell you I have a bad habit, okay? But I don't need another t-shirt in my life, but I will go buy 5 t-shirts. I bought 2 today. Shh. And I will get them because I just have a want and a desire for it. So how does that relate to your platform? If they have a problem, that's the platform you're on. And you say, look, you got an interest, want, or desire? I'm your person. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. You're in a problem-solving business.
Yes, we are. So Dr. Yolanda Jerry, tell everybody where they can find you. If they want to follow you, connect to you, or watch your show, tell everybody and tell us anything new that you have coming up.
Well, you can follow me. It's easy. On all platforms, YJ Empowers. That's my social media handle on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Also on YouTube, Dr. Yolanda Jerry, The Empowerment Advocate. So if you type in, you could just Google me, Dr. Yolanda Jerry or The Empowerment Advocate. You'll find me somewhere on somebody's platform. You can also come to my website. It is IamYolandaJerry.com, where you can find all of the other information on me as far as, the life coaching and the speaking. And also I have YJinspires.com. Since Shay Brown mentioned something about t-shirts, guess what? I have Faith t-shirts, Shay Brown. So go, you don't need no more, but go ahead and get you another t-shirt. So my clothing and apparel store is faith-based. So if you want some inspiration from the Christian side, and that you are a person who is in touch with your spiritual being, YJinspires.com.
And when's that movie dropping?
So we're I can't give you that yet, but we are in the process of, hopefully, someone picks it up, but the name of it is called Walk a Mile in My Shoes. And it's based around, hopefully, we can get this out to the schools and the educators, because it speaks about a teacher who is, not only dealing with things in her life, but also trying to help these kids in school who are having, issues at home or in their personal life too as well. So again, it's called Walk a Mile in My Shoes.
All right. And Shay, tell everybody where they can reach you and what you have coming up.
I want to stay in contact with every single one of you. I'd love to learn more about what you're doing. Thanks so much for tuning in, Karen. Thanks a lot for having this platform. It takes time to put this platform together. It takes energy. It takes a lot of dealing with folks, and good folks. You have Dr. Yolanda Jerry, you have Dr. Cheryl Woods. You have to deal with egos, but many times with these things, they're hard to put together because everybody at one time. Trust me, I understand. So thanks a lot for what you're doing. You're a rock star. You're amazing. We're powering up our lives. We're powering up our business, and we're powering up this world because of you. So thank you so much for what you do. For those folks that want to stay in contact with me, let me just give you a number. You can just text in, okay? And when you text in, there's 2 things that I'll do. Number 1 is I'm going to give you the 7 secrets of every champion. That's one of my goals. It's my gift to you. You can take that and walk away with it, okay? And then secondly, allow me to connect with you, and I'll send you how you connect with me online, and then I'll follow you back. It's very simple. So if you have your mobile number, I will just make this really easy. Just text the word champion, because many of you are champions, by the way. One of the upcoming events that we have coming out is called the Comeback Champion, which I'm really excited about. Success secrets to come back stronger after a setback. So it's only for the champions. So you text the word champion to 202-999-3515. Again, just take your cell phone out now. When is the best time to do it? Now. Text the word champion to 202-999-3515. Once you text 202-999-3515, you'll get an instant reply back. And then when you do that, you can follow me and I'll follow you back on social media, and we'll stay in this conversation. What we have coming up in about 30 seconds, we have a conference coming up called the Comeback Champion, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to encourage you all to tune in on the Happy Entrepreneur Show. It's a whole mission of that show is to empower, to inspire, and to provide you with the resources necessary to execute the 3 visions that I believe that you have right now. I believe you have a vision for yourself, and that's how you want to live, and the food you want to eat, organic, I'm sure. It takes resources, which means it takes revenue. The show talks about that. You have a vision for your loved ones, the ones you want to write a check for their healthcare insurance, a check for to send them to a cause of their choice. Well, you know, it's for that. And you have a vision for the people you were called to serve. In order to do that, the show provides those resources. So join us over at happyentrepreneursshow.com. Again, happyentrepreneursshow.com. I got to shorten that up. Most of us can't spell entrepreneur. I know I spell it backwards all the time. Make sure you spell it correctly, okay? Okay, and I'll see you over there. Thanks a lot, Karen, again, for all you do. Dr. Cheryl, it's a pleasure. And Dr. Yolanda, Jerry, it's a pleasure as well. Thanks a lot.
Yes, and of course we have Dr. Cheryl Wood. Tell us where they can find you, and look, tell them about your tribes and what you have coming up next.
So this is for Shay. Shay, I have a line of t-shirts too, and it's called Brilliant Black Businesswomen, but I don't think you want that. So for those, all of my amazing, brilliant Black business women, if you want your t-shirt, go to BBBW products, BBB, so that's triple B, BBBWproducts.com, and you can grab your shirt. They are selling like hotcakes. And that's another product that I just introduced into the marketplace literally less than 30 days ago. I can't keep them in stock. I just got notice today that another box came because I had so many orders sitting waiting. So anyway, so that's exciting. The Brilliant Black Businesswoman product line. So it's not just going to be t-shirts. It's going to branch out into some other things, tumblers and mugs and journals and all that good stuff that celebrates us as Black women who are in business. So BBBWproducts.com. Also, I am going to invite you to text the word webinars with an S on the end, webinars, to 313131. That's easy, right? Webinars with an S on the end to 313131. What I did was I put together a little ebook, and it's 28 power tips for hosting a seamless webinar, because a lot of the people that I'm serving are now going virtual, right? And so they need to know certain things and implement certain things before they click the go live button. Things simple as having your lighting together and knowing what your backdrop looks like, and making sure that if you're using your camera, that it's on the right angle. And so it literally gives you 28 steps to walk through before you hit go live for that webinar. So you want to get that completely free. Text the word webinars to 313131. And then last but not least, one of the things I didn't share that I think is so important for us and why we do virtual and why we do digital. Yes, ultimately it's for us to share our message. And if you're a speaker like me, oh, you are not sitting home more than 2 days and not speaking to somebody. Somebody is getting a speech. I don't care who it is. I got to get on Facebook Live, a webinar, something, because that is what I was born to do. So I have to honor my gifting, honor the thing that God gave me to do on a daily basis for as long as I have life and breath in my body. So that part is important. The money part is important because, again, if you're not making money, you ain't in business, you have a hobby. So that's important. But a big piece of why we also do what we do virtually is because we want to elevate other people. So I want to always make sure that I'm the person who is creating a platform for other people to share their message, for other people to get exposure to my tribe. So one of the things I'm currently looking for are guests to be on the Elevation Entourage podcast. So if you want to directly contact me, you can do that at CherylEmpowers@gmail.com, CherylEmpowers@gmail.com, and just put in the subject, EE podcast guest. That's all you have to put in the subject, EE podcast guest. And this, give me some information about your business, at least a link to what you do. And my people will reach out to get you scheduled as a guest so that you also can be elevated as we're elevating. We want to bring people with us. We don't want to keep all the goodness to ourselves. So we want to expose more people to you, your platform, your message, your story, because that's what successful people do. They help other people to become more successful. And then you can follow me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers, and that has an S on the end. Very easy. I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. I'm on all those platforms, and I would love to connect with you. Thank you, Kern, for moving forward with this. I know this was like, whoo, you had to adjust and adapt from live to virtual, but look, you are doing it. So kudos to you, and thank you for having me as a part of this platform.
Yes, they're going to call me the pivot queen when this
yes,
is
yes,
me.
that's right.
But I definitely want you to drop, I know you're doing SpeakerCon in some way, form, or another. So what's your dates?
So the dates are, the live dates would have been November 5th through the 7th. And so we're looking at doing it on just that Friday and Saturday, which will be November 6th and 7th. And so I will be putting out information, hopefully within the next 2 weeks, about how people can get registered for SpeakerCon. And I'll definitely be reaching out to some of these amazing folks on this panel to be a part of that platform as well, because we need to get information out to people on how they can use their voice right now in COVID to keep their business alive and thriving. Like you should not, you do not have to let your business fold. You do not have to be in a space of scarcity, even during a pandemic. You simply have to adapt, adjust to new conditions. And when you're willing to do that, even scared, because I'm not saying any of us have done it and it's been easy. Maybe Shay, because he's, you know, like the media master, but the rest of us, a lot of us, we have been scared. We shaking in our boots. Like, did I do the right thing? Did I click the right thing? Did I hit recording? Like all of those things, but you will get better by being in motion. You'll get better by being in motion. So we just want to invite you into a space where we can reaffirm for you that you're enough, you're capable, you're worthy just as you are, and that somebody will hear your voice and want that transformation that you can create because you show up. So yeah, SpeakerCon, November 6th and 7th. We will be putting out details, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, about how you can get registered. Thank you so much for that, Karen.
Oh, no problem. Well, anyway, I just want to end with this time, and the reason why I wanted to bring this panel, because I do feel like right now is the time to create. You need to get creative. It's inside of you. So take this moment. I often talk about, you know, sometimes you knock on doors, sometimes doors close. Sometimes when you try the next door or you go around the back, sometimes they just don't open for you. But this is the opportunity. Look, if it don't open, kick that door down or create your own. And you need to create your own presence on the digital platform. Be seen, be visible, because when these companies start hiring, they're laying off, and when they start hiring again, they're gonna look on the digital platform. And you need to start creating your visibility right now. This is your time. So I thank you, I thank you. I thank you, Dr. Cheryl Wood. I thank you, Shay Brown. I thank you, Dr. Yolanda Jerry. And I look forward to y'all always being a part of things that I do, because I just look forward and enjoy working with you. So thank you for taking time out to pour in these people. And I'm going to say this again, sharing is caring. Let's hit that share button and let people watch the replay. Watch the replay. So share it out. Start that watch party. Encourage your friends to start a watch party, because you definitely, if you didn't hear us, you want to watch the replay. So thank you again. Thank all of y'all for joining me. Mermaid Purse, organic soap and pottery. They make handmade soap and they make pottery, lip balm, lotions, and more. So ladies, if you want to soften your hands and body, look, and in addition to that, you don't have to look for a soap dish, because they make that as well. Mermaid Purse, organic soaps and pottery. You can find them on Facebook. Go to their Facebook page right now, and you will find Mermaid Purse, organic soap and pottery. Everything's handmade, beautiful pottery that you can find right there on their Facebook site. And you will be amazed at what they produce. So go to Mermaid Purse and organic soap and pottery and get your beautiful piece of pottery right now. Support our vendors, because without them, we would not have the Power Up Summit. Be epic. 228-218-5861, 228-218-5861, beepic.com, beepic.com. Are you trying to decrease, curb your craving, or are you needing to increase your energy, enhance your mental clarity? And maybe you're under stress and you need to decrease your stress. Try Be Epic. Go to the website beepic.com and get those little green, white, and purple pills, and they will help you with your stress, with your anxiety, curbing that appetite. And ladies, it's hard when you're trying to drop the pounds to curb that appetite. But Be Epic. Go to their website and get what you need right now. 228-218-5861. beepic.com. Support our vendors for the Power Up Summit. All right. All Bottle Up. All Bottle Up by Bree. Yes, that is Sabrina Starworth. All Bottle Up by Bree. I am wearing her piece right now and her earrings. If you have never had handmade, not bought in a department store, handmade, personally made for you, handmade leather goods, whether it's a purse or it's a piece of jewelry, whether it's handmade shoes, allbottleup.com. .biz, I'm sorry, allbottleup.biz. Go to that website, check out some of the handmade leather purses. My goodness, I love the smell of leather. All by Bree. Sabrina is amazing. If you've never had anything done, you can get your item custom just for you. allbottleup.biz. Go to that website or check her out on Facebook or Instagram. Sabrina Starworth, All Bottle Up by Bree.biz. Support our vendors, because without them, we wouldn't be here. All Bottle Up by Bree.biz. How to create a profitable event. If you have been enjoying this virtual summit, and you know that you need to increase your visibility, and whether you are or not, maybe it's something that an event you have put on from year to year, and now you are trying to figure out what you're going to do. Maybe you're a person who's created events and it's all just a big party. We're done with having big parties. It's now time to create a profitable event. So if you have been enjoying what you've seen here today and throughout the conference, join me by going to my page and clicking to receive more information about my new group coaching program on how to create your own profitable event. And I am Kern Cherry, your host, and I'm also the coach of how to create your own profitable event. You want to go ahead and click that link because we'll send you information. My assistant will send it to you as we're going to be offering a special offer during this conference. That's right, a really special offer during this conference that you'll want to be a part of so that you can create your own profitable event, whether it's in person or virtually as you see here. So make sure to click that link on how to create your own profitable event and join me as we kick off our good group coaching program. And again, I'm Kern Cherry, your host and creator of the Power Up Summit.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bridget E. Pritchard. I'm so happy to be here at the Power Up Summit 2020. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Kern Cherry, as I affectionately call her, for this opportunity to speak to a bunch of entrepreneurs, to speak to a bunch of aspiring entrepreneurs, and to speak to those that are established, well-established, even in your area of business or in your area of expertise. I'm here today to power you up. Just a little bit about me. I'm a 37-year-old woman. I'm a wife. I'm a mom of 3 beautiful boys. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a speaker. I'm a psalmist. I do a lot of things, but most importantly, my aspiration and my biggest goal in life is to help others and to empower others and to build up others and encourage others to really fulfill their purpose and their assignment in the earth. And so today I'm going to just share with you a little bit about what it takes manifesting profit from purpose. And so, of course, as entrepreneurs, we love to know, hey, what am I going to make if I start this business? What does the outcome look like if I'm going to start this business? What does my revenue look like? We always focus, and it's rightfully so. We often focus on how much money am I going to make if I pursue this? How much money will I make? What is my salary? When we go and interview for jobs, we want to know the bottom line. What is my salary going to look like? What is the revenue? What is the profit going to be like today? But we're going to deal with, I'm just going to have a mere conversation and paradigm shift your thinking today. That's what I'm here for, to cause you to have a paradigm in the way that you see and the way you view profit. We're going to deal with what I call the triple threats. I know you're saying, like, what is she talking about? Well, do me a favor, grab your pen and grab your paper because you're going to be in for a ride. Okay, let's deal with the triple threat. There's going to be 3 things that I'm going to share with you today of how you can manifest profit from purpose. First, we're going to deal with purpose. And there's 3 components that you can actually encompass in the word purpose. Number 1, your identity. That's who I am. Many of us carry titles: mom, wife, husband, CEO, CFO. All of that is who I am. But then along with that comes responsibility. And purpose deals with what I do. So I want to talk to a bunch of people. I want to talk to a room full of entrepreneurs. I want to talk to a room full of bosses. I want to talk to that millennial to let you know that in order for you to manifest profits, you must first identify purpose. What is it that I am put on this earth to do? And with the identity, knowing who you are, knowing with purpose, knowing what you're supposed to do and what you were called on this earth, what you were born to do, then there comes this last component, which is called the execution of your identity and your purpose. There comes an assignment. So when you identify your purpose, when you know who you are, why you were born, and then there comes your assignment, you're able to then pour out, you're able to execute those 2 components that deals with the word purpose. I hope y'all taking notes. We're in for a ride today. So again, we're going to deal with triple threat. Again, purpose, people, and profit. Moving forward now to what you call the people factor. How many of you know there is absolutely no business without people? How can you be a successful entrepreneur, a successful businessman, successful businesswoman, an inspired entrepreneur without consumers? We must never lose the art of people. But most importantly, I really want to dive into the art of servitude. Here is where the paradigm of your thinking must change. Oftentimes we focus on purpose, we focus on the things that we can gain, but here is the paradigm I want to shift your thinking today is ask the question, how can I serve? You must understand that your purpose, your existence, you were created in all aspects to serve people, to serve mankind, to serve others. So what? They don't make six figures. So what? They don't make $10 an hour. So what? They may not make $35 an hour. You were created to serve. And so when our question becomes, how can I serve? How can I better assist the people that I'm assigned to? How can I better serve the people that I'm called to or that's called to me? My business, your business, was created, you as an entrepreneur created that business, came up with that idea, began to brainstorm, launched that business, launched that bakery, launched that tax firm, because you, my friends, wanted to solve a person's problem. And that all has to deal with the people factor. I want to share with you a quick story concerning myself of how it's important in order to manifest. That's a word that millennials, you will hear a lot about circulating in 2020 is manifesting. How do you manifest? Well, personally, I'm a director of Total Life Changes. I'm a young woman from a small town in Northeast Alabama, but I currently reside here in South Florida, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And so I'm in the industry of health and wellness. And so with me taking my journey and in the business of serving people and encouraging and empower people to live their healthiest life, of course, due to the pandemic and what's going on around us, it's vitally important that we live in our most healthiest form, that we live our most healthiest life, that we're in the best shape, we're healthy, our immune systems are strong as possible. And so as I go to different places, and I've been privy to go to different locations and receive service, I'm there getting service myself. I'm there patronizing other business owners. I in turn realize that I have too something of value that I can offer them. I can serve them. And so when my mind began to shift from how much money can I make today or how many sales can I get today, I then began to see a transformation financially, because I began to become the answer to the people's problems that were assigned to my life, to the people's problems that were looking to get healthy, to look for people that were looking to lose just a little bit of weight and feel good and feel great. I began to share with them what I was doing. I began to build value in what I had to offer. Let's pause parenthetically there. What is it that you have to offer that you may not feel confident enough, you may not feel sure of yourself, but once you identify your purpose, your why you're doing that, who you're doing it for, you can properly identify your target market as business owners. You can properly identify your demographic of the area that you wish to serve, the caliber of people that you wish to serve. You can properly identify all of those things that will make you successful as an entrepreneur. We're powering up today. Y'all ready? I just wanted to share that with you of how when I shifted from not worrying about profit, but focusing on the people and answering and serving. I want to emphasize that word, serving the people, the profit began to come. And so as we transition to my final point of manifesting profit, we understand, we all know the definition of profit. That's what we have left over after all expenses, overhead, after you paid your people, after you paid your employees, those that have employees, after you've done all of those things, what you have left over is your profit. I want to speak to a few entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs and people that feel like they have been stuck. Oftentimes, we get the credentials, we get the degrees, we get the education, we get the certifications, and that's absolutely great to have because you always want to have something that adds value to your purpose. That's so good right there. I hope you're taking notes. You want to have something that adds value to who you already are because one, you've identified your purpose. Two, you've identified the people that you're called to, that you're assigned to, that you are to serve. I hope this is good as I am speaking because this is good to me as I'm sharing it with a room, with a virtual audience full of entrepreneurs that are just need that recharge, just need that refueling, just need that because to be honest, this COVID situation has caused fear to overtake a lot of us. How am I going to do this? How I can't go into my office. And so now as entrepreneurs, we're forced to pivot. We're forced to really think outside of the norm, to think outside of our comfort zone, to think outside of what we're accustomed to doing. It's time to shift. So in order to first identify your purpose, identify your demographic of people who you're created to serve, why you're serving those people, asking yourself not how much I can make, but your first question, write this down, how can I better serve the people? Then we move to profit. I really want to deal with this word profit because unless you build value as an entrepreneur, in what you have to offer in your service, in your products, in your education, your coaching classes, your seminars, your events, unless you build value in those things, how can you expect profit? It all is tied in to your purpose. I want to share this quick story. We've all heard of it. And I hope this powers you as entrepreneurs up. We remember Noah. Noah was given a command, build an ark. Build an ark because it's going to rain. Build an ark because it's about to rain. I know we're standing in a time, in a season where calamity, the economy, it seems like it has collapsed, but I want to encourage, I want to speak to entrepreneurs. I want to speak to the millennial that desires to launch a business and just don't have the courage. It's like, how will I do this with a pandemic? How will I get the finances? One thing I love about the story of Noah is that he obeyed, he launched, he did what he was commanded to do and continued to build. Can I speak to you as entrepreneurs? Can I speak to you as business owners? Can I speak to you millennials that no matter what, you still must build? Because I want to tell you, all of a sudden, as Noah continued to build, it don't look like, now y'all hear this, it didn't look like anyone was going to come. Nobody was listening. But Noah kept building. I want you to hear this, entrepreneurs. It may not look like you have one customer or one client or two clients or 100 or 5,000 clients right now, but I want to empower you. I want to power you up that you need to continue to build. Because one thing I learned from the story of Noah is that as Noah began to build, all of a sudden, I want you to write down the word suddenly. As you as entrepreneurs and business owners and aspiring business owner, continue to build your brand, continue to build that business, continue to expand that vision, suddenly the people are going to come. Suddenly the people are going to show up. Suddenly the people are going to need what you have to offer. Suddenly the people are going to come and say, hey, I need to schedule an appointment with you. I need to schedule some time with you. I need to buy your coaching session. I need to buy your service. I need to buy your product. Suddenly. But one thing I loved about Noah, despite of nobody around him looked like they were paying him any attention, to the entrepreneur, to the business owner, it may not look like anyone is paying your brand, your ads, any attention right now. But I want to power you up to continue to build, because if you build it, the people will come. And so in my final closing, in my conclusion, is that I want to encourage, I want to empower every individual out there. If you have a dream, if you have a business plan, build it. Build it in the middle of a pandemic. Build it in the midst of what seemed like no one is paying you any attention. Because you have to first build value. You have to know, understand, and be clear on your purpose. Secondly, you have to be very clear on the people that you're called to, the people, your demographic people, your target market. You must be clear and very sure of the people that you are assigned to, that you, again, I want to emphasize this word, can better serve. Not how much money you can make, not even how much money you could charge. Because understand, people will pay for what's of value. You, my friends, must know what you have to offer is of great value. The service that you provide is of great value. I want you to write down this formula in my closing. Deuteronomy 8:18, it says, it is he that giveth us power to get wealth. From my understanding, this is a Power Up Summit. You have been given power to purpose, to the people, to serve the people. And because you have strongly identified those two things, you must know the profit will come. So here's the formula. Profit equals purpose plus people. I'm going to say that again. Profit equals purpose plus people. When you can wake up in the morning and say, if I don't get paid a dime, if no one petitions my service, if no one asks who I am, I can wake up every day and serve. I can wake up every day and do this thing. I can wake up every day and whip that cake up and make that recipe and fine tune that recipe. I can build this website. I can start the makeup industry. I can start my massage and spa. If you are that passionate and you find purpose that, hey, I love to do this. It's my pleasure to do this. It's my honor to do this. You have now entered to a place of no cap. You've entered into a place of your profit cannot be capped. Based on the principle of, I've identified my purpose. I have properly identified the people that I'm called to serve. And so with that, the profit will come. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening. And remember, power up. Be a triple threat to the people that you're called to. Remember, profit equals purpose plus people.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. My name is Dr. Monica Ogando, and I'm so excited that you are here. We are talking about freedom in your finances, the 5 money moves that you need to make in times of crises. Now, it's not just for times of crises, but if you can make sure that you have handled the 5 steps that I'm about to share with you today, then you know that no matter what comes at you, whether it's a crisis, whether it's an opportunity, whether it's a shift in the market, whether it's an indentation or a market contraction, that you will be prepared to move confidently financially in your business and be able to capture whatever opportunities may come your way. I don't know if you know this, but most of the well-known companies that you know today started in financial mayhem, whether that be Uber in 2008, Airbnb, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of the companies that are now well-known household names started in times of financial mayhem. So I want you to position yourself to be able to capture that same level of opportunity. I'm going to share just a few slides here with you today, but I want you to know that I'm going to, all of the information that I'm sharing with you today is compiled in a money move guide that I have available for you that I'll be able to share with you at the end of this presentation. So let me make sure that I have that for you here. 1 second. So here's what I want to ask you. When you think of freedom, do you think of money? What does freedom mean to you? A lot of times when I ask business owners, when I ask entrepreneurs, what does freedom mean to you? It's typically the ability to make decisions without having to think about survival. It's typically the freedom or the ability to spend their time judiciously without having to think about what they have to do to pay the bills or to meet financial commitments, et cetera, et cetera. And so money really is a vehicle for your freedom. It's not the end result. It's the vehicle that gets you there, right? And so to find your freedom in your finances means, to me, that you have to create a structure and you have to create a foundation that then allows the magic of your zone of genius, of your ministry, of your gift, whatever you've been called to do on this planet. When you set that structure, then that freedom can appear. I always tell my coaching clients, when the math makes sense, the magic can dance. And so that means that we have to make sure that the numbers are right so that then you can be flexible with it and know where to turn and how to be agile, right? So I want to share with you just a little bit about myself in case you don't know me. I have been in business for almost 20 years. I started my first business at the age of 24. My first career out of college was as a financial planner. And I got in there as an executive assistant. And I saw the executive vice president of the Latin American and Caribbean region was a Puerto Rican woman. And I had never seen somebody that looked like me and talked like me in such a high position. And I'm so glad that it was one of the first role models that I had when I entered corporate America, in my short little stint in corporate America. And I asked her, who are the people that make the most money in this company? And she looked at me and she said, the same people that make the most money in any company, the folks that sell. And I said, okay, what do I have to do to be one of those people? Well, in the financial services industry, it's a highly regulated industry. You can't just sell because you want to sell because you're good at selling. You have to get licensed to sell particular financial products. So she told me that you have to get licensed. I said, how do you get licensed? You have to get sponsored. Okay, will you sponsor me? And she's looking at me like, where did this girl get all this chutzpah, right? I was in my early 20s, just fresh out of college. I had just separated from my first husband. I had just had my first baby, my daughter. And it was an opportunity for me to just kind of like start anew. And I saw it kind of like a bumblebee, the bumblebee theory, right? The bumblebee is not aerodynamically equipped to fly, but nobody told the bumblebee. So the bumblebee flies, even though it's not technically possible. And so I did a lot of things in the financial industry that were not technically possible, not illegal, but just not technically possible. And only because out of ignorance, only because I didn't know that that's not how you do it. And so when I was a year in to that company, they sent me all over the country to teach a curriculum that I had designed for myself. I had designed a curriculum to attract and engage and retain high net worth clients because the industry had taken a dip. And when the internet started becoming really, really popular at the beginning of the 2000s, people were saying, well, why do I need a financial planner if I could just do this myself? I can just go on eTrade.com or Ameritrade.com or armchairmillionaire.com or whatever was popular at the time. And then I don't need to pay commissions for my financial planner. So we needed to devise a plan to not be commoditized in our own industry. And I did that, and it worked for me. And so when they saw that it worked for me, a year into that process, they said, we want you to teach other people how to do that. And so I spent the next year traveling all over the country, teaching other salespeople and associates and stockbrokers how to do the same thing with their own client portfolio. Come performance review time, I didn't know this at the time, but a friend and a colleague pulled me aside and she said, they're about to fire you. I was baffled. What do you mean? I've been doing so well. I was literally walking into that conference room thinking that I was going to get a promotion, I was going to get a raise because I had done so well, not only for myself, but teaching and empowering other people to do their thing. And the argument was, well, we didn't hire you to be a trainer. We hired you to be a salesperson, and you haven't been selling. Lesson number one is you have to understand your metrics. You have to understand your metrics so that you know how to measure the quality and the quantity of your success. In my mind, because I was empowering other salespeople to up their sales numbers, then it didn't matter that my sales numbers were not as high as I was used to. Because in essence, vicariously through them and empowering and training them, my sales numbers were even higher. But that's not how they measured it, right? And so I walked into that meeting and they wanted to offer me a nice severance package, but also keep my intellectual property, the curriculum that I had designed that I was training other people to do. Thank God for law school friends who I told them that I needed to think about it, and that my friend said to me, make sure that you have a copyright derivative clause in that contract with them. Because I had not signed an intellectual property agreement with them, giving them access to anything that I created as a work product under their employment. So now they wanted to hire me as a consultant. And so when the firing squad was turned into a negotiation table, then I said I needed time to think about it. My lawyer friend told me, include a copyright derivative in it, which means any source material that is created in order to create a different thing, the source material creator gets paid for it. It's the reason why James Brown is still one of the highest paid musicians to date, even though he's been gone for almost 12 years, 14 years now. And so that's one of the things that I want to share with you today is how do you position yourself to be able to capture opportunities financially so that you do not end up feeling resentful or feeling inadequate or feeling like you missed the train. Because that was what started my company. When they fired me and then hired me as a consultant, I now had to start a company. And I started and called it Ogando Associates because that's my last name and it sounded really professional. And I worked my butt off until I became a millionaire by age 32. The reason why 32 was a huge milestone for me was because that was the age that Oprah became a millionaire. I went on to be ranked by Inc. 500 as one of the fastest growing private companies in the United States. I've also gone on to author and co-author several books, and now I still, to this day, do what I did almost 20 years ago, which is equip and empower entrepreneurs to be financially viable, profitable, and sustainable. So, okay, let me stop this share, and I just want to talk to you. It's just eyeball to eyeball. I want to talk about those 5 moves that you need to make in order to make sure that you capture those kinds of opportunities. So we are in the middle of uncertain times. And I want you to ask reflection questions first. The first money move is, where are we now? Anytime that you are lost or that you are looking for directions somewhere, think about if you're going to a friend's house and they give you an address and then you say, I'm in such and such place, or I don't know how to get there. The first thing that they ask you is, where are you at now? Where are you now? Because the only way that I can tell you how to get to where you want to be is if we're clear about where you're standing now. So here are some reflection questions for you. Number 1, get clear. Are you facing a financial or an economic recession? Barron's reports that the average recession lasts about 11 months. And out of the last 15 economic downturns in the United States, 7 of them, or about half, have been recessions, which is defined as 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. And many of today's great companies, as I mentioned before, have been built or solidified during an economic downturn. So it's not necessarily bad news. Second reflection question: what are you being called into? What is this situation shaking out of you? It might be shaking out of you your opportunity to establish your thought leadership platform. This is the time to publish your book. This is the time to go live on social media and speak your truth. This is the time to be on podcasts and to collaborate with well-known names in your industry. And so if that's what you're being called into, then name your hesitation. Name the hesitation. Maybe the hesitation is, I don't know if I have what it takes. Maybe the hesitation is, I don't have all my ducks in a row. I feel unprepared. Maybe the hesitation is, I don't know if I can handle the bandwidth that is being required of me right now. I don't know if I have what it takes. I have too many other balls in the air. And so when you get clear about these things, and if you had to rebuild your schedule from scratch, let's say, then what would you want to keep? And what do you want to get rid of? Because if you're spending a lot of time just putting out fires and not really focused on your zone of genius, some of you are very, very good at marketing, very good at word of mouth, very good at, you know, putting the word out there and being visible. And some of you, it's like, no, I just show, maybe let me show up. Somebody else do the promotion. Somebody else do the marketing. I just want to teach. I just want to heal. I just want to coach. I just want to write. So if that's the case, then how do you set up your schedule and your business model so that your time is being concentrated on your zone of genius and the thing that you are particularly good at that nobody else can do in your business, and then you can delegate and hire out the rest. Okay, last reflection question. Are you practicing self-care? A lot of times, particularly with cultural nuance, right? There's a lot of cultures that look down on self-care or that define self-care very superficially. Like self-care is just, you know, getting your nails done and hair done and maybe getting some sleep. I'm speaking more deeply, more spiritually grounded. I'm talking about self-care like, do you honor your own boundaries? Do you keep your own word to yourself? We're really good about keeping our word to other people, but can you be trusted to keep your word to yourself? When you make a deal with yourself about what you're going to do you make good on that? Or do you constantly disappoint yourself? Because a lot of times the reasons why you don't trust yourself to the bandwidth or to the possibility that is being presented in front of you is because you know inside that you have not been trustworthy. So this is something that you have to clear with yourself, okay? So those are the reflection questions that I have for you. And then let's move on to the money moves. Money move number 1, do not panic. You cannot make decisions about your business or anything else for that matter from a place of fear because you'll ignore key data. You have to run it through your gut, your heart, and your vision, yes, and your vision has to have the last word. You've probably lived through something like a crisis before. You have survived every single one of your most horrible bad days. Every single one. You have a track record of success on that. And so you want to make sure that, number 1, that you understand what's the emotion that I'm having right now. That's a question that I specifically phrased that way on purpose. What is the emotion that I am having right now? Because if you phrase it that way and you answer it that way, then the emotion doesn't have you. You can have an emotion without letting the emotion have you, right? You can experience fear without fear running the conversation and the agenda, okay? So that's money move number 1. Money move number 2 is review your financial plan. The monthly expenses, the income, the debt, the short-term high-ticket expenses that may be coming property taxes or, annual subscription fees, etc. Maybe even long-term high-ticket expenses. And then you want to get clear on what are my variable expenses and fixed expenses. Like fixed expenses are every month, this is my mortgage, or every month, these are the things that I have to pay. And then these are some other variable expenses that have to get paid, but they change month to month, quarter to quarter, year to year. And you can reduce variable expenses whenever possible. Cancel subscriptions, switch retainer vendors to hourly for the time being. Most business owners are slowing their spending. So you just want to make sure that you're doing that judiciously and strategically. As a corollary to that money move, I would say that for entrepreneurs and small business owners, you want to have in your emergency fund, you want to have at least a year's worth of expenses. Why? Because most recessions last about 11 months. So you want to be able to cover yourself for those times. Okay. I go into this more in depth in a training that I have available for you that I can give you, and I'll give you the link in a little bit. Money move number 3, reallocate resources and staff for team efficiency. Maybe you have someone in your team who's a great connector, but only works on your graphic design. So this is a perfect time to have them do some customer touch points to sell or upsell or maintain retention, to cut down on cancellations. Use the talents that you already have at your disposal, even if you have to reallocate those resources for short-term goals and objectives. This requires conversations, this requires negotiating terms and deliverables and outcomes and expectations, but it's a conversation worth having if it means that you're sustaining your profits and that you're leveraging the genius that's already within you. And if it's not inside of your team, then perhaps it's your colleagues, people that you form a part of, a collective, a professional association, a Facebook group of like-minded entrepreneurs. Ask for referrals in that way so that you can reallocate resources and up your team efficiency. Money move number 4. Money move number 4. If your financial plan review that you did on money move number 2, if that financial plan review reveals, oh crap, I gotta get it together. Now is not the time to get it together. Now is the time that getting it together would have prepared me for. Again, don't panic. As the old Chinese proverb says, the best time to plant an oak tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. Same with your finances. It's never too late to get it together. So if your financial plan reveals gaps, let's be proactive in filling those gaps. Maybe you need to increase revenue, but are leery of increasing your prices. That's understandable. You can offer payment plans or extensions plans, offer early bird incentives or pay in full incentives to help you with your cash flow. All right. Money move number 5, talk to lenders, utility mortgage companies to reduce interest rates, to waive late fees or other penalties. You should always be in these kinds of conversations, if not quarterly, then maybe every 6 months or every year. Just like you go to the dentist every 6 months, you should be able to review your stuff and say, what of these expenses still makes sense? And give you a 60 or 90-day reprieve without reporting it to credit bureaus, or negotiation is the name of the game here. Right? So you want to talk to anybody that you owe money to and see if you can renegotiate an agreement so that you can ease up on your cash flow and so that you can kind of give yourself some breathing room to bring in some more money and handle your financial commitments. And then some bonus money moves that I'm going to give you is number 6, diversify your income. Diversify your income. If you are only doing coaching or only doing speaking or only doing events, see if you can insert some products in there that you can roll enrollments in, evergreen, on-demand products that maybe you've created and now you just have to make evergreen so that people can come in and buy that. And all you have to do is, invest in some ad traffic, paid traffic through ads, and then that way make sure that the math makes sense, right? So to give you an example, I had a client who was doing a live training 10 weeks at a time, required her personal investment of presence, labor, attention, etc. We worked through how to make it an evergreen product so that the curriculum itself is on demand. And then all she had to do was show up weekly on a live Q&A call instead of teaching and Q&A and customer service, et cetera, et cetera. It cut her time 75%. So she only had to show up 25% of the time instead of 100% of the time, and increased her revenue 3 times, right? And so instead of making 10 grand on a live cohort, she was making 30 grand on a product. So you want to diversify your income in this way so that you can make sure that it's not just dependent on your direct labor. And then finally, don't cut the money makers. Reframe them. Reevaluate your messaging and your offers and minimize the impact on your team. Now is the time to keep service top of mind, because your audience is paying more attention now than ever. Customers are more educated than ever, but also more cynical than ever. So when you lead with your humanity and lead with your leadership of service, then people will notice that. And if you can reframe your money makers so that instead of saying this is just what it is, you have to pay this, if you can reevaluate your messaging and your offers, maybe even your pricing plans, then people will take note of that. And you'll create some social equity that money equity would never be able to afford. So if you want more, I have a workbook and a training that takes you through this, including a workbook that actually takes you through step by step. There are about 3 other tips that I don't have time to give you right now that's included in the training. Go to freedominyourfinances.com and you'll be able to sign up for that training, get the workbook, and get your plan together so that you can create a customized plan of what are the money moves that I, in my situation, have to make so that I know that I can move confidently, maximize the opportunity, and set myself up for the next blessing. I hope that this has been helpful for you. I hope that you've taken lots of notes. You are welcome to reach out to me anytime. In all of social media, I'm Monica Ogando. You can go to monicaogando.com. But what I want you to do is really get additional support by going to freedominyourfinances.com and make sure that you get that training and your customized plan for your money moves. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Darren Adams, and I am happy to be here today to share with you some ideas on how you can be more successful. What it really boils down to is helping you do a couple basic things. I'm going to show you how to get organized so you can get customers, so you can get paid. I'm going to walk you through some of my favorite organizational tips and principles that are going to help you, that will really help you take your business to another level, that will help you make more money, that will help you really accomplish the dreams that you've been wanting to accomplish for so long. You know, so many entrepreneurs get into the business they're doing because they have this dream and they want to help people, and then they run into the struggles and challenges that all the entrepreneurs run into. So I want to help you overcome that. I'm going to share with you some ideas, and it really comes down to the more organized you are, the more customers you're going to get, the more money you're going to get. Now, let me back up a little bit. I'm with a company called Keep. Now, you might not have heard of Keep, but you may have heard of our parent company called Infusionsoft. Infusionsoft was around for about 20 years. For 20 years, it was the marketing king. We invented the whole marketing automation, digital marketing, follow-up, autoresponders. It was a whole business that we created 20 years ago. We were the pioneers. And for 20 years, we were the industry leader. But as over 20 years, as we continued to add more and more features, sometimes it got a little bit too robust. So a couple of years ago, we said, let's see what we can do to build something simpler and easier. We got so many tools in this Infusionsoft. Let's build something simpler and easier, start from the ground up and put the tools in that everybody needs. Get rid of some of the things that are in here that might be confusing and put some simpler, easier things in that everybody can do. So about 1.5 years ago, they came out with a new product, a new platform, and they called it Keep. You can think of it as keep everything all in one place. Keep, K-E-A-P. Keeps you organized, keeps your data together, keeps you motivated, keeps you committed, keeps you being successful. And there were more people who were more excited about Keep than Infusionsoft, that the company said, let's just change our name. Let's change it to be Keep, because that reflects the future. That reflects this newer, easier, simpler platform. So some of the things that I'll be talking about and referring today, and some of the principles I'm going to be outlining, are things that you can do with Keep as a tool, as your partner, to help you out. I'll let you know that I have traveled around the world. I have spoken on almost every continent there is, and I have spoken with thousands of entrepreneurs. I have coached thousands of small business owners to help them be more successful, to do the things that they want to do. And I have learned some things from doing that. I've learned what their struggles are, what your struggles are, and I've learned how to overcome that and how to help you with that. So if you don't mind, I'm going to share with you my top 10 ways to win more business. We've got this boiled down. These are all principles that you can put into play immediately. The things that you can start doing right away. In fact, the things you've got to start doing if you want to be successful. These are things that you have to do. So these are my top 10 list for you. We'll start off with lesson number 1, and that is you've got to become the Marie Kondo of your business. I don't know if you know who Marie Kondo is. Marie Kondo is this organizational guru. She's from Japan. She doesn't speak a lot of English, but she comes over. She has a TV show. She has a bunch of books. It's all based around tidying up with Marie Kondo. She goes into your house and she organizes it. Everything goes in the right place so you feel like you can accomplish more. You can get more done because everything's organized. My wife loves Marie Kondo. We literally had to change the way we fold dish towels in the kitchen because of Marie Kondo. Now this is what it looks like. When you open the drawer, these are the towels. They're still the same towels, but they look a little different. Instead of how most of us, like we just stack them on top of each other in a drawer. Now when my wife opens it, she can see all the towels. She knows where they are. She has access to them better. It doesn't change the towels or how they dry anything. It just changes the way we can approach it, how we can get the ones that we want, our access to them. So that's what you've got to do. You've got to think that a little bit differently. Now my wife got a little carried away with that. Not the first time, because my wife gets carried away with a few things. She has a little addiction problem. She's addicted to ribbon. We literally have buckets of ribbon. We've got bags of ribbon. We've got boxes of ribbon. Ribbon was overtaking the house. And so I said, honey, I'm going to do something for you. For your birthday, I'm going to make you a ribbon shelf. And so I created this ribbon shelf. There are 5 shelves. They're each like 4 feet across, plenty of space for plenty of ribbon. And my wife got all excited. She's like, oh, this is the greatest. You know, our son just moved out of the house. I'm taking over his room. I'm going to turn it into a wrapping room. Not like rap music, but like wrapping presents and stuff. She got so excited. She went in there. She went nuts. Now, I'll tell you, we've had the wrapping room for like a year. I think we're up to maybe 4 or 5 presents that have ever been wrapped in there. So it's not really a room that she really wraps a lot in. It's really a room for organization. It's a room where she walks in, this is what she sees. Everything has its place. There's the bulk roll of wrapping paper. There's some greeting cards over here. There's the baker's twine. There's scissors. There's tags, whatever you need. Everything is in the right space. So when she comes in, she sits there and she feels organized. She feels like she can accomplish anything. She can do whatever she can because she's starting off organized. This needs to be your business. This needs to be what your business looks like. I mean, not like a wrapping paper room, but you need to have everything in its right spot. And when my wife sits there in the morning, guess what she's staring at? The rolls of ribbon. She knows, and not that she needs them every day, but if she needs to, she knows exactly where to go. She needs a polka dot, red and white polka dot ribbon. Well, I wonder where it could be. Right there on the red ribbon and right there where the polka dots go. So it's easy to access everything. This needs to be what your business is like. It needs to be organized and efficient. And so one of the most important tools you need is a CRM. That's a client relationship management tool. It's going to allow you to manage your clients, manage your contacts, even if they're not clients yet. It's going to manage every contact you have, no matter who those people are, no matter where you met them, no matter what stage in the process they are. You've got to keep track of every single one. So you have to have a CRM tool or a database management tool where you're going to store all this. This is a beautiful CRM. When you log in, you can see all the different shelves there, the different colors. Those are like the shelves of the ribbon. Here are my leads, my clients, my invoice, my paid. If you want to see, let's take a look at who the leads are. You want to know who the leads are? Well, just click on that right there and it'll show you all the different leads. So then you can access, it's like all your dish towels or all your ribbons, everything's all there. You have your stack of them. If you want to add a new dish towel, add a new roll of ribbon, add a new contact, it's easy to do. Just manually do that. You'll type that in, the question at the bottom that says, basically, is this a lead? Is this a client? Are they invoiced? Whatever. Which shelf am I going to put this person on? And so then it will just automatically put them in the right category in your CRM. If you want to even know what to do next, this is great. The CRM and the software can go inside and what we call a nudge. It'll give you an idea of how to nudge that person forward. So here's a person, here's a contact, we'll say it's Big Jack. Big Jack is a lead. You want to move them to have them be a client. And so you just push on that blue button and the software will say, here's some suggestions. How about book an initial consultation or send a quote or send an email or whatever it might be. So if you're stumped on what to do next, the software can give you the key, the nudge on how to nudge that person forward. Here's the contact record for Jack. This is every single person you have. Every contact you know is going to each have their own individual record. Everything you need to know is about that person is all going to be there. So for example, here's Jack. You can click on activity. Now you can see all the activity you need to know about Jack. Maybe you've sent some emails. Maybe you've had some correspondence with Jack. It's all going to be there, the recent activity. Maybe you click on the next button which says details. That will pull up all the contact information that you need to know. Name, email, address. How many times have you're like, I know I have that email address somewhere. I think it's on my phone somewhere. You're looking, I swear I had his mailing address somewhere. Where's that? Is that on a sticky note somewhere? And you're trying to find that. Now you don't have to worry about it. Everything is all in one place. And notes you might want to take about the person, you can put all that in there. This chronicles your history with every single person that you have. Call up anybody that you want in your database, in your CRM, and you can see everything you need to know, including look at email. So you click on the email button. So maybe you were in the Keep app and you sent an email to Jack at one point, sending a one-off email. That will be there. Maybe there was a series of automation, a campaign that went out, like 3 or 4 emails that went out. You get that? You'll be able to see that. Maybe you're going to be in your Gmail account and you want to pull something up there. That will be in there because guess what? The Keep CRM integrates with Google and Outlook, so you'll be able to track all the emails that you send regardless of where you're sending them from. You can also pull up the money so you can see where your money is coming from. Have you billed Jack? Has Jack paid you? So you can track all the history of your money. If you don't know your money, you don't know your business, and now in a CRM, you can track all that information so you can see that. Now, picture that. Picture all the information that you need all in one spot for every single person you have. And this isn't just chronicling whatever their emails or their address, this is chronicling their history, their relationship with you. Okay, lesson number 2. Now you've got a place to put all these people. Leads have a half-life of 3 days. Now, a half-life, it's like a radioactive science term. A radioactive isotope, it starts deteriorating. So every half-life, it is less and less potency. So it starts deteriorating. The same thing happens with a lead. Anytime you ever get a lead, somebody who says, hey, let's do business, we should talk. That lead starts deteriorating. It is not as good 10 minutes from now, an hour from now, and certainly not 3 days from now. So we've come to the conclusion a lead has a half-life of 3 days. Think of every lead that you get as a tossed salad. The salad looks great today. You would want to eat the salad. There's also all sorts of great stuff in there. But guess what? If you had to wait 3 days to eat this salad, it's not going to be worth as much. It's not going to be as tasty. The lettuce is starting to get wilty. The tomatoes are starting to get mushy. Nobody really wants that salad as much 3 days from now. And 3 days after that, it's going to be worth even less. So think of your leads like a salad. They are deteriorating. Every 3 days, they are worth half of what they were. So you want to give people immediate access to your brand. You want to give people immediate access to you. And you're going to be able to do that through automated follow-up. This is going to blow your mind, okay? I'm just telling you right now, this is one of my favorite things. This is going to change life for you because I know that you meet someone and you have every intention of following up with that person. But guess what? We don't always follow up with the person. This is the case in point. These are a bunch of business cards on my desk. I'm at an event, people constantly come up to me and give me a business card. Back in the days when we had live events and people would give you a business card. So you would get these business cards and you think, oh, I'll follow up with the person. And guess what? We don't. And we just get these piles of business cards because we get overwhelmed and we think I got 20 cards or I got 50 cards and I got to follow up with these people. And it just continues to pile up. I met a woman once who told me her dining room table had stacks of business cards on it. The whole table was full of stacks of business cards from different events. That's not what a dining table is for. A dining room table is for eating, for sitting around and having conversation and eating good food and playing games and doing whatever you're doing. That's what a dining room table is for. It is not for housing stacks of business cards. So this is what you're going to love. So you pull out your CRM. This is an app on your phone that you could have. The top button, you can easily import contacts from your phone. You got a bunch on your phone. Just click the ones you want, import them into your CRM. The bottom one, you can manually just hand someone your phone and say, hey, just enter your phone, enter your contact information. They're not just entering it in their phone, they're entering it into your CRM. But the best part is the one in the middle that says snap a photo of a business card to add a contact. Okay, you ready? This is the game changer. This is what you do. You simply pull out the phone, open up the app, take a picture of a business card, and in seconds, the system reads all the information amazingly and accurately and fills it all in and creates a contact record for this person happens to be Bobby Joe. And so Bobby Joe, then it says, okay, we filled out the information. Is this person a lead or a client? Basically, which shelf am I going to put this roll of ribbon on? And so we'll say this person's a client. And so it puts them into the category of a client. And your contact record has been made. That's how long it took. You meet someone, you take their card, you take a picture, push the button, it's done. And not in a matter of months or weeks or even days or even hours, but like seconds, maybe minutes if you're slow. That long. That's how long it takes to create a contact record and have someone in your CRM. Because we built the CRM, we've got the tool, now we've got to get ways to get them in there. This is the easiest, simplest way for you to get people in there. And the contact record is created. Okay, lesson number 3. We built our CRM. We have ways to get people in there. And the reason we're getting people in there is because we want something to happen. But oftentimes something doesn't happen. And do you know why? It's because you haven't scheduled anything to happen. You haven't arranged for anything to happen. So let's get you better tools. You have got to schedule people. The faster you schedule something, the sooner something happens. We have great intentions. We meet someone and we say, oh yeah, let's talk. Are you free Tuesday morning? Oh, I'm kind of busy Tuesday morning. What about Tuesday afternoon? I got my kid's soccer game. But what about Wednesday? Can you do something Wednesday? No, Wednesday's bad for me. But what about Wednesday afternoon? But let's do 30. And you spend 20 minutes texting back and forth, trying to find 10 minutes when you can talk to the person. So you've got to solve that problem. You have got to get something to schedule the person as fast as possible. You've got to get a scheduling or calendaring tool, something that will schedule people immediately. There are tools like Schedule Once, Calendly. Certainly Keep has a scheduling tool. It works like this. Starts with a blank calendar. You can put all sorts of stuff on there. But remember, we integrate with Google, Outlook kind of stuff. So if you had a Google Calendar, you had some items on there that will auto-populate. They'll just show up on your calendar. So you don't have to worry about checking all these different calendars. You'll have one calendar that you can check. And maybe then you say, I may have every day available from 2 to 4. And from 2 to 4, I'll be meeting with clients. So you then just create, see the bottom that says free 30-minute marketing? You're going to create a link that's going to, you can send that out. It says like send invite. You can have like a 10-minute intro call or a 15-minute consultation or a 30-minute marketing call or an hour a session, whatever. You can create as many links as you want. You just push the button and send it out to that person. Then the person gets your calendar. They can see when you're free. They just self-schedule. It's no longer you shooting a bunch of text going back and forth. It's them just saying, okay, 2 o'clock, how about 2:30? Let's do that. They just click that and then they get an email saying, perfect, you have an appointment scheduled. They've got it set for you. Give me your contact information. They type in the information. They get an email saying your appointment is confirmed. Thanks for scheduling. They then get an email reminding them, hey, you got an appointment coming up tomorrow. Hey, you got an appointment coming up today in 1 hour. This is saving you time on both ends of the appointment scheduling here. Oftentimes we waste a whole bunch of time trying to get them on the calendar, taking care of that because they just self-schedule. And we waste a lot of time waiting for someone to show up for a call. We're sitting there waiting, or we call them and they're not there, like, half hour goes by and you wasted that half hour waiting for the person. So this solves the problem on both sides, helps get them on the calendar and then helps remind them that they have an appointment so that you're going to be talking to people, because the sooner you schedule something, the sooner something happens. So you've got to get some kind of tool that's going to help you schedule that stuff. And even more fantastic, you can embed that calendar on your website. You can embed it on the landing page. You can put it wherever you need to put it. Just put it there, let it be available for people. So you don't even actually have to go to the process of pushing the button to send the link out. They can just grab time themselves. Not that it takes a lot of time to push a button, but they can just grab it. So you don't even have to be involved. Okay, lesson number 4 sort of goes along with that. The sooner you invoice, the faster you get paid. If you were wondering why people haven't been paying you, or wondering why you're not making as much money as you have, the challenge, it is not, some studies have been done to show this. It's not what you're paying. It's not the billing parameters. It's not how much time you're giving someone to pay. That is not the most important factor. The single most important factor in you getting money as soon as possible is you getting that person an invoice as fast as possible. The sooner you send them an invoice, the faster they will pay. Regardless of how much it is, regardless of how much time you give, all that kind of stuff, get them the invoice, you're gonna get paid. So you gotta get a tool to be able to send quotes and invoices out. I remember before I started with Keep and Infusionsoft, I literally would go months without getting paid for some work just because it was a pain to get an invoice and send it out. I'd say, can you send us an invoice? Oh yeah, I'll get to that. I didn't really have an access to a tool that could do that, or the resources that could do that. And I'd try to search or whatever, and it just became a pain. And so I just keep putting it off. You don't have to put it off anymore. This is how simple it is. You can just create a quote instantly, push a button, it turns it into an email. You send the email out, you have now sent a quote out. That's how simple it was. Create it, push a button, boom, it's done. And then you have a pipeline where you can see the quotes that you've sent out. Here are all the different quotes I sent for 19 or 1,000 or whatever it might be. This is a motivational tool for you to stay on top of this. Let me make sure these quotes really come through. Make sure that someone accepts one so I can do business. And then someone says, yeah, let's do some business. So then you create an invoice. Simply just like before. You can upload your logo, personalize it, make it look like it's a great personalized logo. Push a button, turns it into an email. You send the email out. Now that person has your invoice. And remember, that's the single biggest factor for you getting money is sending the invoice out. And then you can even track that. So you can see your outstanding invoices and the ones that have been paid. That's how much easier things are going to be for you to be able to get money from people. Money that's owed to you. Just create the quotes and the invoices and send them out, because the sooner you do that, the sooner you'll get paid. And it integrates natively with QuickBooks Online. So if you create, we integrate with a whole bunch of programs. There are like hundreds of different programs that people use. QuickBooks Online is one of those. Some of you might use Zapier to integrate, but QuickBooks is a native integration. So you might be in Keep and you take a payment from Harold, you make note of that, and then if you log into your QuickBooks, this is the QuickBooks page, then you can see that payment has been made. So you don't have to worry about double manual entry that's taking more time. All done once, all seamless. Sooner you invoice, faster you get paid. Lesson number 5, invisible businesses get robbed every day. Invisible businesses get robbed every day. You're scratching your head on this one, I know. And you're thinking, what's an invisible business? And how are they getting robbed? Here's the problem. You might be an invisible business. If you are not staying in touch with your contacts, your leads, your database, if you're not updating them and staying in contact with them, you are becoming invisible. And guess what? Your competition who is doing that, they are the ones who are visible. They are the ones who are top of mind. Because there's someone else who's doing the same thing that you're doing. And if they're sending emails out to people and they're sending newsletters out to people and they're staying in touch with people and they're making offers to people, they are visible and you are invisible. I was just on a panel discussion a couple of weeks ago in the UK and they were talking about how often you should email. And all the other people on the panel said, you have got to mail every day. You've got to send something every single day. I'm like, oh, that seems a little bit a lot. But they're like, you post something on social media every day. So what's the difference in that and sending an email? Or you see the same commercials every day on TV because those people understand they've got to stay top of mind. They've got to stay visible. If you aren't visible, you are invisible and your competition is robbing you. So you overcome that by getting visible, by just sending email updates, an email broadcast, an email out to your people. This might be something you might use with a MailChimp or a Constant Contact or a Keep that could send emails out. You've got to have a tool that's going to be able to do that so that you can stay visible and you're not getting robbed by your competition. Okay, we're halfway through with our top 10. Lesson number 6. It's good to know your people, but it's better to know what they want. You all probably have some kind of a database. You have some kind of a list, even if it's on sticky notes or post-it notes or legal pads or Excel spreadsheets or something like that. Maybe you don't have an organized CRM, but you got something, even if it's just up in your head. And it's good to know those people, but guess what? You can have a list of 1,000 people. How much do you really know about those people? Do you know their history? Do you have a record of what they've done with you, what business they've done with you, on where they live, what they're interested in? That's where the real knowledge comes. That's where the power comes. The more knowledge you have about those people, the more power you have to communicate with those people in a very segmented way. For example, if they're just random people, everybody's the same, you got 1,000, you can just get any kind of list. You can buy that list off the internet from somebody. It's worth nothing. So make sure your database is worth something. Who are my repeat customers? These are the people that have done business with me in the past. Thank you so much for doing business with me. And I appreciate your loyalty and I want to reward you. I've got a 20% discount for you. And here are the people who have never done business with me before. I'd love to introduce you. I'd love to be able to show you what I can do for you. I'd love to be able to help you. And so I've got a 20% discount for you. It's the same offer you're making to people, but you're personalizing it. You're segmenting the list. You're creating a different message here than the message here. It makes your emails seem so much more personal and real. So the person thinking, oh, this person's really talking to me. They get me. They understand me. This isn't just an email blast that they're sending out to a bunch of people, because it's customized. They know some information. Who are the people that know about marketing opportunities? Who are the people that might be able to sell my programs or my courses or my products to other people? And then who are the people who might know about speaking opportunities, who could get me on a stage where I could talk and teach people and enroll people that way? Those are two very different audiences, two very different groups. So you have got to do list segmentation. You've got to have a way to break that information down. Inside, this was the CRM database contact record that we were showing you earlier. Bottom of the screen, it says need custom fields. We've got you covered. You have an opportunity for up to 100 custom fields. So that's great information. Repeat customer, first time customer, male or female, over 50, under 50, lives in Ohio, lives in Oregon. Whatever it might be, you're now going to be able to customize that. What do they need from you? What are they interested in? How are you going to be able to help them? Make sure you have that information segmented so that your list isn't one just big giant list that's worth nothing. It's information, it's history, it's knowledge. It's going to be able to make you money because you have that list segmented. Lesson 7. You got to take your business with you, but you have to have boundaries. I sometimes get a little sad talking about this because as entrepreneurs, we want so desperately to succeed. We know the statistics. Most small businesses don't. And so we want to do whatever we can. And we blur that work-life balance. And we take our laptop with us to a soccer game because we need to get some work done. And we miss our kid's goal because we're doing work. Or we take our phone with us when we're out with our spouse to dinner or something. And back in the old days when we used to go out to dinner, we take our phone with us when we're going somewhere because we might get a call. And this is a call, I got to take it because it might be important. It might be someone wanting to do business. And so we blur that work-life balance. But you got to be successful. You got to do whatever you can. So this is a great thing. You need to have a dedicated business phone line. So that's going to be a phone number that is separate from your personal cell phone. It'll ring to your cell phone, but it's not the same number. You don't have to give out your personal cell phone number to anybody for business anymore. So when somebody calls through on your personal line, you go, oh, this is a personal call. It's Saturday evening. I want to take this call. Someone calls through. It's a business call. I'll let it go to a voicemail or something. And by the way, you can have a different voicemail for business as you do for personal. You can snooze one and not the other. You can see the calls coming through. This is personal or this is business. So you're going to be able to do that. Have your own. I met a woman once. She didn't have her phone number on her business card. I said, how come you don't have your phone number on your business card? She said, I don't want to give my personal cell phone out to men who might call me, and I don't trust them. I don't know them. I don't want them calling me. I said, I understand, and I apologize for that, but you've got to give people a way to call you. So don't ever give out your personal cell phone for business. Give out your business phone number instead. This is how easy it is to get one. You log into your Keep app. You just type in your area code. So it's going to look like a phone number in your area code, like area 480 or something. And it gives you a whole bunch of options. You just pick the one you want. Great. It's a great number. Here's your new number. You put that number on business cards. You put that number on a website. You put that number on the side of your minivan. I don't care what you're doing with it, but that's your new number that you can now use so that you can take your business with you, but you still have boundaries. You know what to do. Maybe someone calls you and says, hey, let's meet. Oh, I love this. I love this. I start getting excited about this here. You say, okay, let's meet. So it's a phone number. On your phone, you're texting, and you can see underneath where it says, hey, let's meet. There's a camera. There's a little picture, and there's looks like a desktop calendar. One of those flip the tops. That's the calendar link. Remember we were talking about the calendar link that you created, like a 30-minute link or a 15-minute call or something like that? All you do is you push that button, the little calendar button, and there's your calendar link. And it sends out to someone. So you've created the contact record. You just push that calendar link. It sends the calendar contact to whoever you're sending it to. And then you get a notification saying, hey, guess what? Michael just booked time with you. Well, that's fantastic. So then you just log in. There's the contact record for Michael. You make a note. Great. Michael booked time with me. That's how simple that was. Push a button. They get your calendar, you get notification that someone's doing business with you. I'm going to show you how the whole mobile app works, all the different things, how you can use some of these tools on the mobile app. The cell phone, the dedicated business line is one aspect, but now the whole mobile app is like mind-blowing, the things you can do with that. So you log in, pull it up, you're going to be able to see your CRM, here are my leads, my clients, here are my invoice people, all that kind of stuff. You can, at a glance, see that. Maybe you click on one of the contact records. This is Bobby Joe, who we just created the contact record for her. So you can see all the texts that have gone back and forth because it syncs up. So it can do that and find that for you. You might want to make a note. So maybe I called Bobby and Bobby wasn't there. And so I left a message for Bobby. Now, you know how it is. Like a couple days later, did I call Bobby? Did I not call Bobby? Go look in your contact record and you can see, oh, look, no answer, left voicemail. You can make a little note there. And if you want to remind yourself to call Bobby, you can create a task. So the task there at the bottom is call Bobby back tomorrow. So now it's not only keeping track of what you've done, it's keeping you on task to do the things that you need to do to make the best use of your time. So you make sure you remember to call Bobby back. Maybe somebody calls you, the software can recognize, hey, this is a new number. You want to add them to your contacts? Well, yes, I do want to add them to my contacts, as a matter of fact. Let me go down to the middle here again. There's the camera, the photo of the mountain, the desktop calendar. Now we've added a new one. There's like a little business card icon there. That's your contact information. So you've got a new information from someone. First of all, let's put them on the right shelf. We're going to add them as a lead. So we stick our ribbon on the lead shelf that we've got. Then we push that button, the business card, and it says, hey, Dan, here's my contact information. That's how simple it is. You push the business card, and now they've got your contact information they can put in their phone. There it goes. You can send someone a text for your business card. Now I'm going to, after this, remember there's the desktop calendar. Let's push the desktop calendar so you can see underneath that. Here's my calendar link. So you first send someone your business card. Let's push another button, send a calendar link. You can send a photo out. You can send a file out. You can send whatever you want. This is how easy this is to stay in touch with people, to develop contacts, to nurture people, to stay top of mind. You push a button to send a calendar, push a button to send your contact information. Maybe someone calls you. These are missed calls. Well, guess what? It can transcribe the voicemail. So at the bottom, there's Brad Hartwig. Brad called me. I missed his call. He said, hey, let's get lunch next week. I'll put it on my calendar. Love you. Bye. It's then transcribed and attached to the contact record. So if I pull up Brad in my contacts, I can see missed phone call transcription even. You can do all this from a laptop. You can do this from a phone. You can send emails. You can send texts. You now have the power to do all the things that you want to do. Much easier, much more resourceful. All these things, all these principles that I'm showing you in the top 10 list of ways to win more business are now at your fingertips. Things you can do much easier. Okay, now I'm gonna get into what I consider the whole magic in all this. I'm gonna talk to you now about the secret sauce, the magic pixie dust. This is what takes this to the next level. Everything that I've talked about so far are great, wonderful principles. But now, lesson 8, 9, 10, this is what separates average entrepreneurs, small business owners from the ones who really get it, who really get successful, who are really able to do stuff. So lesson 8, websites are pretty, landing pages are profitable. We're now starting to talk about automation and the real power behind marketing. So a website is not a landing page. Some people get confused with that and they think that a landing page is where someone lands when they go to your website. It's like the home page. It's not. A landing page is not a home page. A home page is a home page. And I hope you have a home page and I hope you have a website. I hope it's pretty. I hope there's lots of nice stuff on there. But a website is not the workhorse of your business. A website is more like, it's more like the shopping mall. When you go to the mall, there's a bunch of stores, there's a bunch of windows, there's a beautiful fountain, someone playing piano music or something like that. And you walk through and you're looking at all, this is a beautiful mall, look at all these cool things. And let's go shopping. Shopping doesn't mean buying, it just means looking and browsing. And so that you walk through and you're done and you go out and you drive home. That's what happens at a mall. A landing page is the cash register. There's one thing that happens at a cash register, and that's somebody's paying somebody for something. So you want to get people away from the mall and to the landing page or the cash register. A landing page, to explain this a little bit more, is a single page, single call to action. You will create a landing page through a landing page building tool, and it will have one thing for people to do. They're signing up for your list. They're buying a course from you. They're buying your services, whatever it might be. But there's just one thing to do. There are not a bunch of, there's nobody playing the piano in the courtyard. There's no fountains going off. There's no beautiful window displays. There's one thing and one thing only on this one page That is what a landing page is. Landing pages are the key. They are the future. More people are building their businesses off of landing pages than websites. Some people don't even have a website. They just have a series of landing pages. And so landing pages are really where things are being done. It's where the action is. It's the cash register. That's where you want to get people to, regardless of what they do. For example, this is someone's website, the Amara Strategy Group. You come to their website, it's fine, you're on their website. There's a bunch of tabs up, there's all sorts of stuff to do. They want to get you to the landing page. The landing page is where you can sign up for their list. So they have you sign up for the list through a landing page. Chris is a real estate investing coach. And so you go to his website, it tells you all about the real estate investing. He's got a webinar. It's like, hey, if you want access to my webinar, that's great. I'll give it to you right now. He wants to get you out of the mall, and guess where he's getting you? To the cash register, to a landing page where someone signs up for the real estate webinar. And there's just one thing to do. This is the landing page. There's one thing, that's sign up for the course, the webinar. Brian and Greg, they have it starts with a website where they have a Keep starter kit. They have a video course that shows people how to get going with Keep, people at the Keep software. And they have like 20 videos they walk people through. It's an amazing resource. It's just great stuff. And so if somebody wants to know more about it, guess what? They walk them through on a landing page. Here's what the video, here's the video courses. There are like 20 videos here. You can learn about this and that. I guess there are like 30 videos. There's all sorts of great stuff. Perfect, let's go. This is a landing page. Are you ready to get started? There's not a bunch of stuff. There's not, look at all our videos that we have. Look at how much amazing things we've done. This is how we got started. And just no, it's the Keep Starter Kit. It's a video course. Are you ready to get going? Yes. Then this is the checkout page. It just takes them to a checkout page where someone buys it. People are buying this video course all day long. And it all starts from getting people to a landing page where they buy it. As soon as they fill out the information, check your inbox. Emails coming your way. This is kicking off some email automation that's coming right their way. Here's the first email. You can begin the course. And there it walks you through and tells you what to do. All starting from a landing page where the information is. We're going to spell it out for you. Landing pages are key. Let me give you a couple tips if you are building landing pages. First of all, don't be clever. Be clear. People don't, I don't care if you're the greatest writer in the world. People don't want to get confused. Clever is confusing for some people. Clear is just clear. Be clear. Don't get it confusing with a bunch of stuff. I also want you to remember, you can have that button. Remember we showed the different button, buy now, sign up now, click here, whatever. You can have that in as many different places as you want and put it in a lot of places. If it's a long sales page, sometimes people might call it a squeeze page or a sales page or a landing page. If you have a lot of information, put that button a lot of places. Here's some information about it. You can buy now. Here's some more information about it. You can buy now. Want some more information? Buy now. Keep putting that button there so it's very clear what people are supposed to do. And then make sure that it is mobile, that people can view it on a phone as well as a laptop, and make them customizable. You can build as many landing pages as you want. Landing pages are free to build. You're not hiring some web guy to build a landing page for you. You are just building the landing page. You're getting in using some templates and throwing things together. I was talking to a woman the other day. She's like, I love it. I just build these things all day long. You just start with beautiful templates and create landing pages. If you want to have a landing page, maybe you have a course, maybe you're directing men over 50. You can create a landing page just for that. And maybe you take an ad out or you have an email, you send it to people, driving them to that. And maybe you have the same exact course and you're offering it to women under 30. You have different images. You can create a landing page for that. So customize your landing pages for the people that you are targeting and create as many of them as you want. Because it's free to build landing pages inside of a landing page builder tool. This is a guy who, I met him once. He said, oh, just show everyone my landing pages. He has a little checklist for a mascot, his bobblehead business cards, whatever. He said, I did this landing page in about 30 minutes, and I did this landing page in about 20 minutes. It's simple and easy. So build landing pages. That's where the action takes place. Get people out of the mall, get them to your cash register, because your website's pretty, but your landing page is profitable. That's where you're making the money. Lesson number 9, repetition makes champions. You've seen it, you know it. You watch the Olympics, someone does some like triple Lutz spin, I don't know what the terminology, they spin around in the air a bunch of times. Or you watch somebody, violin virtuoso, they can play, or the piano prodigy, they can play amazing stuff. They didn't just wake up that way. They practiced. They had a lot of repetition. They had to practice a ton. They had to do the same thing over and over and over to be able to be successful. The same thing happens in your business. If you meet someone, you have to do the same thing. You have to go through the same process every time. Glad to meet you. Here's what I can do. Here's how I can help you. Here's the follow-up. I got to nurture that person. I got to bring them along so they can know, like, and trust me. Let them know what my services are, whatever it might be. There is a lot of repetition involved in there. But guess what? Repetition makes champions. Repetition makes rich champions too. The problem with the Olympic ice skater, they can't automate the practicing the spinning. And the piano or the violin person, they can't automate that practicing. But you can automate all of your repetition. All of those processes that you're doing continually over and over, you can automate. So basically, a robot, a computer, a system will do them for you so that you can become a champion, and a rich champion, because something is happening. Repetition is happening. You do that through automated campaigns. Some people call them campaigns. Some people might call it a funnel or a sequence or a workflow. There's a lot of terminology for it. And actually, there's a lot of confusion about it too. A lot of people might say, oh, a funnel. Have you built a funnel? Do you have a funnel? Have you created a funnel? We'll help you make a funnel. And a lot of times people make you think funnels are big and scary. Funnels aren't big and scary. A lot of times the people that make you think they're big and scary are the people that want you to hire them to build a funnel. A funnel, I want to break down what the phrase funnel or campaign is. It is simply, I'm going to demystify the term for you. It is simply a set of directions to get from one place to another. If I have a big jug of vinegar and I want to pour it in a decorative bottle, I use a funnel. I want to get it from here to here. And it's a set of directions. It's a flow to get things from here to here. Think of it just as a set of directions to get someone from here where they don't have your system to here where they will have your system, whatever you can offer. And you just want to do that. You just want to help them out. Funnels are not scary. I make Christmas caramels. When I make caramels, guess what? That's a recipe. That's a funnel. That's a system. That's a sequence. You take a cup of butter, you take a cup of sugar, a stick of butter, whatever like that, stir it together, and then you have caramels. You go from I don't have caramels, I follow the funnel, I do have caramels. You want to follow a treasure map or something? Guess what? That's a funnel. I land my pirate ship here. I go around the mountain, climb up the volcano. There's X marks the spot. Those are directions, a set of directions. It's a funnel. I find my buried treasure. Anytime you are ever in a strange city, or even a city you know, and you just need to get someplace, and you pull up your phone, you're following a set of directions. Your GPS is a funnel. It's getting you from here to here, safely and efficiently in the best way possible. My daughter got a new job and she was in a new part of town she didn't know as well. And there are a bunch of freeways that intersect. And she got off late one night and sure enough, she called me. She's like, I think I took the wrong road. I think I'm lost. I don't know where I am. I said, that's fine. Where are you? What do you see? She's like, I see a Target here. And I see a Cabela's over here. I said, okay, great. I know where you are. So just take the next exit, turn off. There's going to be a McDonald's on your right. Take a right, go 3 blocks, you take a left. I was able to tell exactly where she was, and I was able to give her a set of directions. It was a funnel to get her home. And don't worry about what happens if people don't do the funnel. What happens if people don't read the emails? What happens if people don't do? That's why you build automated campaigns. That's what's there to take care of them. You're not going to allow them to fall through the cracks. They say, oh, I took a left instead of a right. Well, let's go. Let's take a U-turn. Let's come back here and go back here. I didn't read the email. That's all right. I'll send it to you again. You can get another chance and you can come back in here. It's just putting your arm around someone and saying, let me get you home. Let me help you out. Let me get you where you want to get to be better, more successful, be happier. Let's go. That's what a funnel is. So don't get scared about a funnel. This is Joe. Joe is a retired rocket scientist, and he built this contraption. It's a back stretcher machine, and it helps people alleviate their back pain. So I'm going to show you what Joe does to help people go from here to here. It's a funnel. It's a sequence. It's a campaign. Let me walk you through it. He takes out an ad on Facebook. This is the start of the funnel. A little ad saying, hey, do you have back pain? I've got this ebook called Back Pain Be Gone. I want to help you out. It's going to alleviate your back pain. So someone clicks on that because like, oh, I got back pain. I got to get out of this back pain. So I want this book to help me alleviate my back pain. So they've clicked on this. Now, I am now going to show you inside the real software system of how you build a funnel. This is what it looks like. Read left to right. It's a simple flow. Put a tag on someone. They requested the book. That next little thing with like the timer or the 2 boxes in or whatever, that's going to download the ebook. And you hop over a couple and it says nurture to purchase. That's going to help them buy the back stretcher. That's simple. That's basically all it is. Let's jump inside that first one and see what it looks like. You get the identification. They've registered. They want the book. It puts a tag on them. So now you have the contact information. You have them in your contact record and the little Post-it note that says they requested the ebook for the Back Pain Be Gone ebook thing. So the first email goes out. Hey, I'm excited. Hope you download the book. It's going to help you get rid of your back pain. Next is a clock, a little timer, waits a day. Next email goes out. Hey, did you have back pain this morning? You might have. So make sure you download that book. It's going to help you get rid of your back pain. Timer goes by. Next day. Did you read chapter 3? There's some great information in there about like lumbar or sciatica or whatever like that. Make sure you download the book and it's going to help alleviate your back pain. It's just a series of emails and timers and emails and timers and emails and timers, nudging that person forward. And at some point, they're going to read, they're going to download the ebook. And then as soon as that happens, you'll know that. Oh, they took the right at McDonald's. They're back on track. They're exactly where they need to be going. They've made the U-turn or whatever it is that you need to get them to do. And as soon as they do that, Joe knows it, and he sends out an email. He doesn't manually send out the email. This is all happening through automation. It's happening, repetition makes champions. So this is all just happening without him even knowing anything. He set it up once. So the email goes out saying, hey, great to hear that you downloaded the book. We're going to help alleviate your back pain. And the back stretcher is one way that's going to do that. You can always buy the back stretcher if you want to. So now this kicks off the second part of the campaign. This is getting them to buy the back stretcher. It's basically the same thing. Email timer, email timer, email timer. Buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher. You would feel awkward calling somebody every day and saying, buy the back stretcher. But it's just a series of emails that go out to nudge that person, to remind that person, you have back pain, I can help you. All you have to do is get the back stretcher. And when they do, they get an email saying, welcome, you're part of our Facebook group. We want to help you live pain-free from here on out. That's what a funnel is. That's not confusing. That's not intimidating. That's not scary for you to do. It's certainly not scary for someone to experience. They just felt someone put their arm around them and say, let me help you out. Let me get you to a better place. And that's what you do through automated campaigns. That's the beauty of automated marketing, that you set up once and it runs forever and just takes care of your people and takes care of you and your business. Okay, lesson 10. Final lesson for you right here. This is sort of the icing on the cake. This is the cherry on top of the sundae here. All in one place beats all over the place. And I know that many of you, no offense, it's just because I know a lot of entrepreneurs. I know how it is in the small business world. A lot of you are all over the place. A lot of you might have, as I've gone through some of these principles and teaching things, you might say, oh, okay, I got Calendly, or I got MailChimp, I got this tool here, I got a CRM, whatever. All in one place beats all over the place. So you might be all over the place. Let me show you. This is a Radio Shack newspaper advertisement from 1991. Great stuff on there. Like, oh, it was cool. Remember some of the stuff? There's a computer, there's a phone, there's a voice recorder, there's a camera, there's a calculator, there's amazing stuff on there. But do you know what? Everything on that ad, everything there is now on your phone. The entire front page ad is now on your phone. That ad is all over the place. Your phone is all in one place. And guess what? All in one place beats the ad. That's why Radio Shack is struggling more than cell phone people are right now. So you've got to get, instead of all over the place, you got to get everything all in one place. This isn't a system. If you're trying to build a birdhouse with a bunch of mismatched tools that don't work together, that doesn't work. You spend more time trying to figure out how to cobble everything together. Instead, we want to get you to have all the tools you want. 32 blades in a Swiss Army knife. In the hands of a robot, because it's automated. It's got that secret sauce, the magic of automation, sitting on a pile of cash. This is the business model. When you can get the right tools, use the right principles, and automate your business, you will be successful. There are a bunch of other people that you know who are already using the same principles. Damon John from Shark Tank, first question he asks people is, do you have Keep or Infusionsoft? Because that's how I know you're serious. Dave Ramsey, Tony Robbins, Jack Canfield, a bunch of people with the Power Up Conference. I was looking through it, like half the people are using Keep products. Oh, Monica's one of our best partners. I remember going to an event that Monica put on, and Shay and Trevor are two of my favorite people. I love going out to events with them, things that they put on. And of course, Kern is one of the masters of this. Kern, I think I've been to every event that Kern's done. She understands the importance of marketing automation. That's why she wants so many of her friends and her colleagues to be able to benefit from the same thing as well. Because up until this point, as we were going through some of these tools, you're like, oh, you need Grasshopper for a phone. You need Schedule Once for calendaring things. You need Constant Contact to send emails, Zoho type of a CRM, ClickFunnels to make your funnels on lead pages to build landing pages. You're spending all this time making all this stuff with all these different programs, and guess what? None of them talk to each other. You're spending so much time trying to get them to hook together and share information that it doesn't work. Instead, with Infusionsoft, not only do they talk to each other, they are each other. They are all the same system, so you don't have to worry about it. Let me break this down for you. There are 3 different levels of tools and platforms. There's Infusionsoft, and you probably have heard of Infusionsoft. I don't want any of you to sign up for Infusionsoft unless we talk and we find it's the best thing for you. But I don't really think it's the best thing for most of you. I really think the best thing for most of you is Keep Pro. So Keep Pro is a fantastic option. It has everything I've talked about, including the marketing automation, the landing pages and the tools and the marketing automation, all that kind of stuff. And then there's Keep Grow. Keep Grow is some of the first things I talked about, but it doesn't have the magic of marketing automation. It does not have landing pages and doesn't have the automated campaigns. My guess is most of you will benefit from Keep Pro. Most of you will benefit from having that real automation, the secret sauce. And so I'm going to steer you towards Keep Pro, and I put together something that is just for you and the people who might want to Keep Pro. There's different prices depending on the different levels. Keep Pro is $149 a month, and Keep Grow is $79 a month. Okay, now I've given you all the principles you need to succeed. I've taught you the best ways to win more business. From here, and as excited as you might have been about some of that stuff, you are now going to get excited about everything I tell you from here on out, because everything I got now is pure gravy. This is the good stuff. I expect you to be setting off fireworks wherever you are every time I show you a new slide, because this is fantastic. Ready for the first thing? I've got you a discount on all that. You're not going to be paying regular pricing on all of this, at all, on any of this, because you're here, because you're part of the Power Conference. We have arranged for you to get partner pricing. So you're going to qualify for discounted pricing for life. You're going to be grandfathered in. No one's coming to you after a year and saying, okay, you have to pay regular pricing. You get discount from the get-go till the end-go. I don't know if that's a word or not, but you're going to be discounted forever. So congratulations on that. You're in the right place at the right time. Normally we would have an order form that you'd fill out, but we've taken care of that and made it much easier for you. You can see the Keep Pro, you get 1 user, 500 contacts in a database. There's some onboarding to get you going and get you started. But remember, I told you were going to set off fireworks every time. So the first part is you're getting Keep Pro for $99 a month. That's your first fireworks you're setting off. Ready for the next thing? I'm going to 5 times your account size for you for free. It is normally a database of 500. I'm going to get you 2,000 extra contacts. You're going to get 2,500 contacts that you can put into your database. So that's a big database size for you. You might not need it now. You'll use it sometime and then you'll thank me. You're going to get an additional user for free. The extra contact saves you like $50 every month. The additional user, that saves you $30 every month. I don't know if you need it now, but you'll need it at some point, and there you've got it for free. If you have campaigns built somewhere else, we're going to help you migrate those campaigns for free. And guess what? Your first month is free. You don't have to pay anything for that first month. It's $99 for your discount, and I'm even going to cover that for you for your first month. So you don't have to pay anything to get going on this. We want to make sure you understand how to use this. So remember I told you about the Keep video course? I'm going to buy that for you. And you're going to get access to it for twice the amount of time as everybody else. You'll get to watch those videos for up to 6 months. And I'm covering the cost completely for you there. We also have arranged for you to get some better than normal outstanding coaching with our #1 partner. It's a company called Success Engine. So Success Engine will get together with you to do some onboarding coaching and training. They're going to map out your marketing automation, talk to you about what you can be doing. They're going to go through and give you some strategy and startup sessions. They're going to teach you how to build campaigns. They're going to show you how to build that automation. They're going to give you some of that too in a second. They're going to give you a 60-day game plan. That's all included. They'll even have someone check in with you, assigned you for regular checkup calls to make sure you're doing okay and you aren't struggling with anything. They're there. speaking of getting your arms around you, they're taking care of you. They also build campaigns for people, and they're going to give you 3 of their favorite campaigns. One's a lead capture campaign. One helps you nurture new leads. One drives people to a free consultation. I think every one of you, I don't know if all of you in your business, but I'm guessing every one of you could use that. Getting more leads, nurturing those leads, and getting those leads to talk to you for a free consultation so you can get business with those people. They charge money for those. But guess what? All of that, the campaigns, the 4 personalized coaching hours, everything. And one more thing we have just put together. We have just started this. So you're going to be one of the first people to do this. It's a kickoff webinar. So this is in addition to your 4 coaching calls. This coming Tuesday, they're going to have one where you're going to get together. They're going to make sure you've logged into your account. You know how to import your contacts. You're going to attend this webinar with questions and answers and stuff. You're going to get more out of your coaching calls. We've never done this. We're just barely starting this. And it's all free. It is all free. The 4 personalized hours, the 3 campaigns, the kickoff call, the webinar, everything is free for you. You don't have to pay a dime. And remember, you're not even paying for the first month. And no contract is required. You don't have to sign anything. You don't have to do any kind of long-term agreement. We've got all the risk on this. Don't worry a bit. People might worry about the price. We don't have to worry about the price because guess what you're paying? Nothing. You're not paying anything for the first month, and you're not paying anything to get onboarded, not even paying any kind of setup fee. You don't have to worry about the time. Some people, oh, I worry about time. You get the best coaching for you ever, and you get 4 calls with it. I don't have to worry about, oh, I don't like to make commitments. There's no commitment. You don't have to worry about anything. All you have to do is to go to keepnow.com/power-up. keepnow.com/power-up. There is a page there that will allow you to sign up. You don't even have to talk to me. I'm happy to talk to you if you want to talk to me, but it's simple and easy. You're just going to go there. I'll remind you of the discounts. It's all built into that page. You're going to get $99 a month discount pricing. You're going to get, in addition to your 500 contacts, a database that can hold 2,500 contacts. Your 1 user goes to 2 users. You're going to get a bonus user. Your onboarding coaching training completely free, and it goes from 3 calls to 4 calls, and you're going to get the kickoff webinar, which we haven't done before. You're going to get the first inaugural people for that, and no contract is required. When you go to the form, when you go to the page, there's nothing to sign. Just go to keepnow.com/power-up. When you go there, this is what you'll see. Do you see any place to sign? No, because there's no place to sign. Do you see any place to pay money? No, because there's no money that you have to pay. It outlines all the special details. It tells you get the complete promotion, complete discount. The first month is completely free. You'll be charged $0 today. How much is that? That's free. That's a good price. That's the best price ever. We have never offered all the things that we are offering to you today. Never. I've been to a lot of events with Current. We have done amazing stuff, but nothing ever as good as what I'm offering for you right now. All of this and no contract required. So all you do is go to keepnow.com/power-up. Keep is spelled differently. Remember, keep, K-E-A-P, like keep everything all in one place. Keepnow.com/power-up. That's how simple this is. Just go to the page, sign up. This is not an evergreen offer. This is not going to be available forever. I honestly do not know how long they will allow me to leave this up. They could take it down at any time. I would encourage you to jump on this as soon as possible so you can make sure you're on that first kickoff webinar on Tuesday. Jump on this as quickly as you can, because at some point this will be gone and you won't be able to have access to this. And we've never offered anything this good. I doubt it's ever going to be anything better than this. You can't get anything better than free. So go to keepnow.com/power-up. If you have any questions, you need to reach out to me. There's my personal number. There's my email address. You can reach out to me. If you think, it might be better for Keep, Grow, or I might be better for Infusionsoft, whatever, give me a call, send me a text. I'm happy to talk to you. But basically, the most important thing on this screen is that at the top, keepnow.com/power-up. That is your key to success. That is how you can avoid becoming statistic. That's how you can get to a better place. You're using the marketing automation, the power of organization. You have your system set up. You're going to be able to do all the principles that I've talked about so that you can be using the 10 ways to win more business and you can be more successful. If you have any questions, let me know. But the most important thing for you to do right now is just go to keepnow.com/power-up and take the most important step you can to make sure you are successful in your business. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. If you have any questions, let me know. But make sure you go to keepnow.com/power-up. to make a difference in your business. Thanks, everyone.
All right, I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Power Up Summit. And literally, the goal is get powered up in your life, powered up in your business, powered up in your community, just powered up. And so my name is Trevor Otts, also affectionately known as hashtag the Black CEO and the founder of the Black CEO organization, as well as the co-founder of the Peak Performance Institute. And today I just want to come to you with some quick and some hard-hitting secrets to really help you make that transformation to really powering your business, powering your life, and literally powering your revenue. So let's just start right out with the basics. I know you guys have been watching people and checking people out and doing all sorts of amazing things. And so I know you are ready for it. So I want you to write this down. One of the things that I realized is that all success in life is formulaic. All success in life is formulaic. And this is true for business. This is true for relationships. This is true for science. All success is formulaic. And what it boils down to is I remember that I would go to all these different conferences. And when I would go to the conferences, I would see speaker after speaker after speaker, coach after coach after coach, guru after guru after guru, expert after expert after expert. And literally everybody would say, I had the secrets to help you build 6 figures and 7 figures and 8 figures. I had the secrets to help you be a millionaire, a trillionaire. I had the secrets to helping you get 10 gazillion followers. And everybody sort of, quote unquote, had this secret. And the biggest thing that I've learned is that there is no secret to success. There's just a formula. And if you know the formula, then you easily know what most people consider to be a secret. So today I want to give you a very quick formula, very quick formula to help you take your business and your life to the next level. Now, I want you to write this down. I want you to write down M plus M plus M equals M. That's a lot of M's, right? M plus M plus M equals M. I want you to write that down. That is to say that a movement plus a message plus a methodology equals money. Movement plus message plus methodology equals money. Everybody write that down. M plus M plus M equals M. Well, that's to say that a movement plus a message plus a methodology equals money. Now, let's break this thing down, right? Because these days, everybody's got to build their own movement. And so we're going to use this formula as the basis for how you can build an online business, an online empire, and an online impact-driven organization. And why is this important? I want you to consider this, right? Is digital marketing is the new literacy. Digital marketing is the new literacy. And if you don't know how to digitally market yourself in 2020, it is the same as being illiterate. Not having the skill sets of a digital marketer is the same thing as being illiterate. Not having learned what it takes to digitally position oneself to be a true digital marketer is the same as being illiterate. And so many of you actually right now are watching this because you're in either a full-blown quarantine, a semi-quarantine, a state quarantine, and you're literally at home. And we all have been a part of this experience called the pandemic, no matter where we are in the world. And the pandemic, for some, was an extinction level event. For some of us, it was extinction level. And in this way, is basically, it essentially took out, it basically wiped out, it basically turned most of today's pastors, preachers, coaches, authors, experts, gurus, speakers, you name it, it turned them into dinosaurs literally overnight. Why? Because they really didn't have the skill sets of a digital marketer. They really didn't have the mindset of a digital marketer. And see, there many of you are saying, well, I don't have to be a digital marketer because I'm not in business. I don't have to be a digital marketer because I'm not trying to generate necessarily revenue. But everybody, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what your expertise is, you have to develop the skills of a digital marketer. Why? Because let's just look at it for those people who you have careers. Well, let's just suppose you wanted to get a career, get a job, get hired. Well, today's person is going to what? LinkedIn. And they are learning how to position themselves digitally to basically be seen by recruiters. That's digital marketing. Gone are the days of you turning your resume and turning it by paper and somebody reads it. You know, that's like the BlackBerry. That's last year. That's the last 10 years. You know, we don't do that anymore. Or let's just imagine that you're not even trying to get a career. Let's just say that you are an athlete. Maybe you want to catch on with an NFL football team. Maybe you are an athlete. Maybe you want to get recruited by a college. Okay, now you're making a YouTube video, and now you're trying to get people to see that video. That's digital marketing. Maybe you have a business and you're blogging and you're posting on Facebook and you're running ads. That's digital marketing. There is no area of your life, of your business, that is now not touched by digital marketing. And so what's starting to happen is that literally overnight, many people with their MBAs, with their degrees and their PhDs and their 30 years worth of experience woke up overnight and literally realized that they were the equivalent of illiterate and really have no answer for who they're going to be, what they're going to do, and how they're going to evolve in the marketplace. And here's the thing: if you don't evolve, it's a death knell. It's like a death to your career and a death to your business. And so today's training is designed to bring life to that by helping you develop the skill sets and the mindsets of a digital marketer to start to evolve. So consider it this way, right? If we, the pandemic was an extinction level event that literally wiped out a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of leaders, a lot of coaches, a lot of speakers, not because it killed them, but it basically killed their business models. It killed the way that they went about generating revenue, generating income. And so think about like the prehistoric time. Not everything that lived during the prehistoric time, not everything died off. Crocodiles and alligators and platypus and those things lived on. Why? Because they evolved. Not everything that was affected by the quarantine, not every business, not every leader, not every career, not everything was wiped out. Only those people who failed to evolve. Part of that evolution is becoming a digital marketer. Now, the first formula that I'm going to give you is the formula that every digital marketer should be using. If you want to become a digital marketer, this is your formula. Because as a digital marketer, you have to build a tribe. You have to build a following. And so when we're talking about building a tribe and a following of people who are interested in the products, the services, the mission, the organization, or the brand that you represent, it comes down to one simple formula. And I want you to never forget it. M plus M plus M equals M. That is to say that a movement plus a message plus a methodology equals money. Now, the first M is movement. The movement is the concept or the idea that people rally together around. It's the concept or the idea that people rally together around. It's the concept or the idea that people rally together around. And then there's the message. The message is the thing that you are saying to inspire people to take inspired action. It's the thing that you're saying to inspire people to take inspired action. Now, here's what you got to be thinking to yourself. Since powerful people ask powerful questions, because questions still focus, and in your life and in your business, you only get what you focus on. If the message is the thing that you're saying to inspire people to take inspired action, what people? Simply put, it's the people that's a part of your movement. The first thing I want you to write down is that your movement is not for everybody, it's for somebody. Write it down. Your movement is not for everybody, it's for somebody. Your message is not for everybody, it's for somebody. So stop trying to message to the world. Your message is for the movement. Your message is not for everybody, it's for somebody. So whenever you're doing your message, what you have to do is make sure that you are speaking to the people that you are attracting to your movement. Now, here's something else you should know about your message, is that oftentimes as speakers and coaches and gurus, we like to share a lot of information, but we have to make sure that we are matching our information with our inspiration. Because a lot of times we're giving people the information on how to do something, but we haven't given them the inspiration to cause them to do it. I'm just going to let that just sit there for just a second. So the message is the thing that you are saying to inspire people to take inspired action. And then there's the methodology. The methodology is the process or the system that you use to produce results. First, for yourself. Second, in your business. And third, in the lives of the people that you're called to serve. The methodology is the process or the system that you use to produce results. First, for yourself. Second, in your business. And third, in the lives of the people that you are called to serve. Right? And then you have the money. And the money is a byproduct of the value that you have provided for the people that you are called to serve. It's a value for value exchange. Okay. Now that gives us kind of the movement plus the message plus the methodology equals the money. Movement is the concept, the idea that people rally together around. Anytime you're doing a launch, I don't care if you're doing a book launch, I don't care if you're doing a product launch, I don't care if you're launching your career, it doesn't matter. We got to always start out with the movement. Okay. And here's what I want you to write down. Every brand has to have a movement, or that is to say that every brand has to have a concept or an idea that people rally together around. But every movement must have a moment, and those moments must be disruptive, and it's the disruptive moments within your movement that give it momentum. Let me just say it again. Every movement must have a moment. Those moments must be disruptive, and it's the disruptive moments within your movement that give it momentum. Or to say it slower, every brand must have a movement, but every movement must have a moment. Those moments must be disruptive, and it's the disruptive moments within your movement that give it momentum. And so, what are we talking about the moment? We're talking about a time of heightened relevancy. When we talk about disruption, what are we talking when we say disruption? What is disruption? Oftentimes, we spend so much time trying to fit in, never realize that the world doesn't need another fit inpreneur. What the world needs is a fit outpreneur. It's the person that's willing to do something different, and that the difference that they were born to make in the world is their disruption. So when we're talking about what is disruption, I want you to write this down. Disruption is challenging the norm, challenging what your customers normally think, challenging what your customers normally say, challenging what your customers normally do. What is disruption? Disruption is challenging what you normally think, challenging what you normally say, challenging what you normally do. What is disruption? Every movement must have a moment. Those moments must be disruptive, and it's a disruptive moment within your movement that give it momentum. Let me just use, for example, let's just look at a company like Apple. Um, when Apple came into the cell phone market, they weren't the most dominant in the cell phone market. They were making their first cell phone. Nobody even really knew who they were in the cell phone industry. And so, how did they really dominate their competition? They dominated their competition two ways. And I'm going to tell you the two things that you can do to dominate your competition. Way number one, when we're talking about dominating your competition, the first thing they did was they dominated them through disruption. So I want you to write this down. I must dominate through disruption. I must dominate through disruption. I must dominate through disruption. The second thing I want you to write is I am a disruptor. I am a disruptor. And so let's talk about what Steve Jobs did. During those times when phones were coming out, phones had basically small screens and big buttons. Steve Jobs, he comes out with a phone called the iPhone, and it has a big screen and one button. And it was so disruptive that people stood in line in the rain to basically get this phone. People camped out to get this phone. Why? Because it was disruptive. He was willing to disrupt what customers thought about phones. He disrupted his own personal belief systems about phones, and then he disrupted a whole industry devoted to basically cell phones. Because every movement must have a moment; those moments must be disruptive, and it's the disruptive moments within your movement that give it momentum. Let's just look at the civil rights movement. The brand was actually the Student Nonviolent Coalition, and they had a movement. What was the movement? It was called the Civil Rights Movement. But that movement basically was a little bit stagnant until the Rosa Parks moment. And here's what happened. Rosa Parks decides not to give up her seat on the bus. It was disruptive. And it was so disruptive that it became the catalyst for the March on Washington. It became the catalyst for the civil rights movement. It's the reason why I'm sitting here today. Why? Because every movement must have a moment. Those moments must be disruptive. And it's the disruptive moments within your movement that give it momentum. So you have to be willing to be what? You have to be willing to embrace the role of a disruptor. If you're not willing to embrace the role of a disruptor, what happens is nobody is really going to be paying attention to you in the industry. And so you have to be very conscientious of that. So every movement must have a moment. And those moments must be disruptive. And so what you have to do is just apply the question principle. If the disruption is challenging what your customers normally think, say, or do, the first thing you have to ask yourself is what do your customers normally think, say, or do in relationship to the type of products and services that you offer? If we're talking about disruption, and disruption is challenging what you normally think, say, or do, what do you normally think about the product, services, right, and items that you offer, right? And then if we're talking about disruption, and we know it's challenging what the industry normally thinks, says, or does, well, how are you going to, or what is the industry normally thinking? What are they normally saying? What are they normally doing? You have to have these things conscientious, or not conscientious. You have to have this, you have to be you have to be conscious of these things at all times. And when you start doing these things, now you're starting to look at how are you going to position yourself differently in the marketplace. People who are willing to disrupt are willing to position themselves differently. I want you to write this down. You were never meant to be an original, so stop trying. You were, so correction, let me say it again. You were never meant to be a copy, so stop trying or stop trying. Because for many of us, we were born to be originals, but we're showing up as a copy. We were born to be originals, but we're showing up as a parrot. We were born to be originals, but for some reason, we're still trying to photocopy somebody else's style, somebody else's business. And so what you have to do is you have to stand up and be willing to be an original. And this is true of all launches. As soon as you do your launch, you got to think about finding, which I want you to write this down, your POD. It's called your point of disruption. And your point of disruption is the thing that you're going to do to really set yourself aside, to set yourself apart. And you got to constantly keep looking for this disruption. Let's look at a third company, T-Mobile. T-Mobile is run famously by the CEO John Legere. He's the one who took over. And what they immediately started doing was challenging the cell phone industry. That's how we got cell phones, where we no longer have to where we're locked into one carrier for 2 years. We can move carriers as we see fit. That's how we got unlimited cell phone calling, unlimited text messages. And when he took over the T-Mobile company, the first thing he did was he launched something called the Uncarrier movement. And the first thing he did was he looked at everything the industry was doing. The industry was locking people into cell phone plans. He got rid of them. The other cell phone companies hated it, but they followed him. Then he said, you know what? No more blocks a minute. Unlimited calling. Cell phone industry hated it, but they followed him right down the rabbit hole. Then he said, okay, no more paying for text messages, unlimited text messages. And they did it. And so literally they found themselves following behind them. And that company went from basically being 6th and 7th in the industry to basically being in 3rd place and currently challenging for 2nd. And that's what it means to be a disruptor. And so for many of you, you are trying to take on your competition by copying who they be, copying what they do, trying to be a better version of who they are. But that's never going to put you at the top. It might put you in the running, but it'll never put you at the top. And so I want you to write down, I am a disruptor. Okay? So let's run the formula back. Movement plus message plus methodology equals money. Okay? And we've covered movement. Now, here's the thing. I want you to write this down. We know that the movement is the concept or the idea that people rally together around. The message is the thing that you're saying to inspire those people to take inspired action. And the methodology is the process or the system that you use to produce results. Let's kind of run this formula. If I know that if I say that 4 plus 2 equals 6, if I want to check that, I could check it easily by just running it backwards. 6 minus 2 equals 4. So let's check this formula. A movement minus a message basically equals no action. So if you're listening to this message today and you find that you got a big list, you got a lot of 5,000 followers, 50,000 people on Twitter, and thousands of people on Instagram, but you can't really seem to get people to take action. You got all these people on your downline, but nobody's taking action. Well, you know what the age or adage is don't shoot the messenger. Well, in this case, yeah, definitely shoot the messenger, because the thing that they're saying is not inspiring people to take inspired action. And so maybe that's you. You got a big list. It's time for you to work on your message. And so we're diagnosing a problem. So for you, you may say, look, I already got a large following. I just need to get that large following to take an action. I got 50,000 Facebook fans, 10,000 Twitter followers, 5,000 Instagram followers, and I can't get 2 people to show up on my conference call. Can't get 5 people to watch me on Facebook Live. Can't even use it to build my list. Well, that's because you got a messaging problem. And basically, if you can't turn if you can't turn your influence right into action, all you are is popular. And there is no money to be in being a popularpreneur. And so here's what I can tell you is that what you're going to have to do is have to focus on that message. You have to focus on being a better spokesperson, focusing on your speaking, right? Because a movement minus a message equals no action. Now, on the flip side of that, a message minus a movement equals no people. You got the message, but you got no movement. You got the book that you wrote. You got the 20 years of experience. You got all of this stuff that you want to say. You got the passion. You got the zeal. You got the drive, but ain't nobody listening. It's because you ain't got a movement. So if you find that you know a lot, but there's not a lot of people listening to what you were talking about, it's because you ain't got a movement. You ain't got a concept or an idea that people rally together around. Now let's just say you got the movement and the message, right? Here's what I can tell you. A movement plus a message minus a methodology, a movement plus a message minus a methodology equals no results. So if you don't like your sales results, you don't like your marketing results, you don't like your results. I don't care what kind of results we're talking about. Anytime you don't like your results, anytime something you're doing is not working, it's because you got a bad methodology. You got a bad methodology. So you need to work. You don't like your sales results, you need to check your sales methodology. You don't like your marketing results, check your sales, check your marketing methodology. You don't like your health results, check your health methodology. Because here's the thing. I meet so many entrepreneurs. You know how many entrepreneurs and people that I meet and said, I asked them why they got in business. They're so passionate. I would just do this for free. I just want to help the people. You know, you would think they were Mother Teresa, but here's what I can tell you. Passion minus profit. Passion minus process equals poverty. You can write that one down. Passion minus process equals poverty. But what I can also tell you is that passion plus process equals a profit. And so if you find that your business is in an impoverished state, it's because your process is jacked. If you find that it's in a profitable state, it's because your process is good. And so what it comes down to is oftentimes we want to do things, we want to fix challenges that we have in our businesses, we want to be successful, and there are two big things, that glaring holes that show up. Hole number one is that we don't know the formula. Hole number two is when we got a problem, we don't know how to diagnose where the problem is coming from. So today, it's really simple. The goal is, do you have a movement problem? Determine whether you have a movement problem, determining whether you have a messaging problem, or determining whether you have a methodology problem. And based upon looking at that problem, then it's time to determine how to solve it. Okay? This is the key to doing any launch, whether we're talking about online launches, whether we're talking about in-person launches. This is the formula for a successful launch. This is the formula. This is the formula that I want you to use. Okay? Now, here's what we're going to say in closing. Is that for many of you, you listen to this call today, you're like, how do I build the movement? Why should I listen to you, Trevor? Well, here's one particular reason. Is because I was able to grow a movement in under 72 hours to over 40,000 people. And maybe you want to grow your movement to that size. Here's the reason why. Because we work with the best speakers and coaches all over the world and help them build their brands into 6 and 7 and really beyond your wildest imagination. And they're still having a great amount of success. Here's another reason why you might want to listen to me. It's because the methodology. We build infrastructures. We build online infrastructures, digital infrastructures, and we've been doing it for many of the most successful people in the personal and professional development space. And you might be watching this video and thinking, now is your time. And if today is your day, I'm going to make it real simple for you. I'm going to make it so simple because I see some of you are tuning in on Facebook, and I see some of you are clicking me. So first, I'm gonna basically let me just pull this up for you, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how you and I can get connected, and then I want to give you one final tip. So first, let me just get this pulled up. Obviously, your phone never works the way you want it to work. Now, there we go. All right, you can text us at 256-529-0096. 256-529-0096. This text, hey, I would like to work with you guys, and we'll follow up and give you a call probably in the next 24 hours. 256-529-0096. Okay? Make it real simple for you. I'm going to do something special for the first 10. Now, that being said, the last bit of advice that I want to give everybody out there who's really trying to get their business to the next level. I'm going to give you a tip, and I hope you never forget this tip. 30 years ago, when computers were first kind of introduced into the marketplace, they were ugly things. They were just ugly. You either had a white rectangular box or you had a black rectangular box. It was just ugly. And People had them, but everybody didn't have it. It wasn't like a thing like everybody had them. Along comes Steve Jobs, and he realizes that the computer is an ugly thing. And so he deals with the aesthetics of it. And he takes that ugly white rectangular computer and he creates the iMac. And he basically gave them curved backs and pink and blue and silver and gave them all of these colors. And all of a sudden, people wanted computers, not just at their offices, but they wanted them in their houses. And what we learned is that people didn't want things in their space or their environment that was just functional. They wanted things that were functional and beautiful. And so he learned that aesthetics matter. Hear me on this one. I want you to listen to me closely because it's going to give you a competitive advantage. Once he realized that, it took Apple out of bankruptcy. They were in bankruptcy and they had gotten a loan from Bill Gates. He took the loan that he got from Bill Gates and he didn't build a better computer. He built a better looking computer. Once he figured out how important aesthetics was, he took that same understanding of the importance of looks and the importance of design, and he applied it to the iPhone. And he set out to make the most beautiful phone that the world had ever seen. And he called it the iPhone. He made it thinner than everybody's phone. He made it flat. He made it with one button, made it with a big screen, and people stood in line for it. They'd never seen anything so beautiful in their life. Here's what you might not have known. The iPhone, when it first launched, didn't even have the most features. It couldn't even send out a picture-based text messages. You know how we send pictures to each other? It couldn't do that. Even though the Microsoft phones could do it, the Nokia's phone could do it, the Blackberries could do it, the Motorola Sidekicks, they could do it. But the iPhone, when it launched, couldn't do this. There were a whole lot of things that the iPhone couldn't do that other phones could do. But people didn't care. They didn't care about the gazillion features that the other phone had. They cared about the iPhone because it was so beautiful. Anybody think you bought an iPhone? Even the box is beautiful. Because the one thing that iPhone or Apple understands is that aesthetics matter. Matter of fact, look this up. iPhone is literally selling the wheels. You know the wheels that go on your chairs in the office, the little wheels on the bottom of the chair? They are selling those wheels for $700 a piece. Can you imagine paying $700 for a wheel that goes on the bottom of your Apple chair or the bottom of your office chair? Yeah, look it up. Don't take my word for it. But why are people buying it? Because it's just beautiful. And so aesthetics matter. But it's back to what your mother told you. Fake it till you make it. Or I'm going to give you the modern translation. Look like $1 million before you make $1 million. You can look like $1 million before you make $1 million. Well, how do you do that in the online space? Number one, your graphics has to be your start point. It has to be your start point as it pertains to launching your business successfully. And because aesthetics matter. No ugly pages, no ugly looking emails, no ugly looking flyers, no ugly looking graphics, no ugly looking logos. Here's the thing. I want you to write this down. Branding is how people assess value in the products and services that you offer. When I go to the Chinese food store and I get orange chicken, it's in the hood and it looks like I got it from the hood. It's a white plastic bag. It's one white box with rice in it, another white box with orange chicken in it. But when I go, and I only paid $10, $12 for it. But when I go to PF Chang's, they don't even call it orange chicken. They call it Mandarin chicken. They put it in a glossy black box. They give me chopsticks with the company's name on it. They give me a glossy black bag, not even a plastic bag, a paper bag. And they dress this thing up and it's a beautiful, and I paid $40 for it. But there's no scientific proof that the orange chicken that I got in the hood is any different than the Mandarin chicken that I got from PF Chang's. There's no proof that one is better than the other, but I sure feel better about it. And that's why I paid $40 for it versus $12 from the Chinese food store in the hood. Because branding is how people assess value in the products and services that you offer. And a lot of y'all are showing up ugly. A lot of y'all are coming out the house without the makeup on, the glitz on, the glamour on. And people are assessing value. If you feel overworked and underpaid, it's because you got a branding problem. It's that people don't see value in what you do. And see what I said, see value in what you do. Because they actually try to see the value before they try to understand the value. So my biggest recommendation for everybody that's watching live right now is get yourself a graphics team. If you do not have a graphics team, you can go to blackceographicsclub.com. You can go to blackceographicsclub.com. But There are million companies out there. Find one. And I don't mean do it yourself. And here's why. It's because the number one problem facing today's small business entrepreneur is an addiction to your labor as the primary mechanism by which you generate revenue. Just let that hang in there for a little bit. The number one problem facing today's small business entrepreneur is an addiction to your labor as the primary mechanism by which you generate revenue. And see, here, the thing about it is we keep trying to use labor to build our revenue. I want you to write this down. You labor so you can live. Correction. You labor so you can learn. You learn so you can live. You labor so you can learn. You learn so you can live. What the problem is that too many of us try to live off our labor. But the value of your labor is basically the value of your labor will eventually expire. And when the value of your labor expires, they're going to want you to retire. Thus, what they're really saying is that your labor has no more value to us. And so what you have to do is realize that the value of your labor is not indefinite. So if you spend all your time living off your labor, eventually you're going out of here. Instead of trying to live off your labor, you got to live off what you've learned. You labor so you can learn. You learn so you can live. You live off what you learn. Why? Because there's more money in what you know than what you do. Perfect example. They tell laborers you got to retire basically by 60. But at the Supreme Court, they got people that sit on there, they're like 80 years old because they're not living off their labor, they're living off their minds. What's up with you? Go ahead, write that down. Because some of you still trying to be a YouTubepreneur, still trying to be a Googlepreneur. Ain't gonna work. Now you can learn the hard way, right? You can hear me now, feel me later. My mother used to say a hard head makes a soft behind. In business, a hard head makes a broke behind. Broken business, broken in spirit, and broken mentally. So at the end of the day, you gotta get it together. So what you gotta do is remember, the answer to who doesn't have to be you. If you don't know the how, know the who. Stop trying to do everything yourself. We got all these titles, CEO, CFO, CMO, but the worst title of them all is OOO, Only Operating Officer. You got to build this like a business, not as an extension of your ego. So today, learn the formulas, learn how to diagnose your problem, learn how to build a team. If you don't know how, that's why you need to reach out to us. This is what it really takes to get powered up. So my name is Trevor Hodgson. Hopefully you have been powered up. I want to give a big shout out to Karen Cherry for allowing me the opportunity to serve on this broadcast. And don't worry, this is just the beginning. Have a wonderful, and have a spectacular day. My name is Trevor Hodgson, and I'm known as Black CEO.
Hi, I'm Karen Cherry. I am your host. I'm also a speaker, author, entrepreneur of 23 years. I've also been planning events for over 15 plus years, and I love to coach on how to create a profitable event. I believe that you shouldn't have big parties. You definitely want to make sure that your events are profitable. And I've gone over on the last few sections talking about making a plan, making sure you include your why, your vision, your mission, the name of your event, your color and theme. These are some of the critical parts when you're making your plan. So right now I'm going to go over none other than, as the real estate people say, location, location, location. In addition to that, we're going to talk about timing, because timing is everything. It definitely plays a big part in whether you have a profitable event. So when you are deciding on having your event, there are several things that you need to include right off the bat. Number one, you want to decide, is it going to be a local event? Or is it going to be an out-of-state event? Maybe you're going to host it in another state. The other thing, especially now that we're in this time that we're in, you want to consider, are you going to take it virtually, right? So there are several things that go into either one of those, especially if you're talking local. So if you're looking local and you want to have it in your hometown, and maybe you don't, you just want to have it in your region, you want to look at the location that you're choosing. Is the traffic flow easy for that location? I always say you should be looking at, can a person get in and out of a location easy? Can they actually, if they want to just buy a half a day ticket, or maybe they're buying a ticket, but they can only come a half a day. You don't want them to take off and then have to drive an extra hour or 45 minutes to get there. Or maybe they have to take a metro or whatever, and it still takes them an hour or so to get there. So you definitely want to look at the location and the transport and getting around. The other part of transportation is you want to make sure that that it not only does it not take 45 minutes, but make sure that you don't have it, as I always say, you want to pick a central location. So if you're in an area, you want to make sure the city that you choose doesn't put you more to the east side or the west side. You want to be central so people can come from all directions. And I say that I'm talking about with local events. Sometimes people don't realize, yes, you may have gotten an inexpensive location, but it may cost you in the end because people may not be willing to travel to get to that location, or they may not be willing to take off from work to be at that location. And then in addition to that, you want to look at, is it a place where, it's particularly with Success, we had Success Women Conference, which I'm also the co-founder and director of. Last year, we had over 25 states represented. And in addition to that, we had over 100 speakers and over 1,000 plus attendees at that conference. So when you have people coming from all over the place, you want to make sure that the airport, first of all, is the airport near you? Is it close enough when people fly in that they can take an inexpensive ride to their hotel or to the venue? So you want to make sure that you look at that. Maybe the airport, some airports, even though they may only be 25 minutes in true time away, during the day, it may take an hour and a half. So you definitely want to look at the ability for people that are coming from out of town to actually fly into your event with ease and to get an inexpensive flight into your event. So I'm going to talk about some other things that will also impact that decision as well. But you definitely want to consider if those people can fly in. And as far as driving in from a state over, where we're located for Success Women's Conference, Louisiana can come actually in within an hour, and so can Alabama. So that being said, is your location able to target different outside cities that can just drive in? And those people can actually, being that close, if they choose to, they can drive back home as well. So your location is definitely going to impact whether you can sell more tickets to the event. And to be honest, you can also get some outside out of your state sponsors as well, if they're close enough to the event, or out of city sponsors. So just think about that when you are booking your location. These are definitely things that are going to impact it. So the other thing under location that's really important is picking the venue. So you want to look at the location as far as transportation, getting in and out, and you want to make sure that the actual venue that you hosted at, you want to make sure that you look at that in detail right up front. This is something that definitely is going to impact your bottom line. So when you first drive up to the facility, when you see it, what kind of feeling does it invoke? Because sometimes people look at a building and look, the reality is, does it make you feel like you're at the Taj Mahal, or does it make you feel like you just drove up to a gravesite? Because if you feel the latter, this is a problem. No matter how inexpensive that location is, if you don't feel like it's a place that people would want to come to, then this is not the right location. So the look of the building does matter. Even if the building on the inside is gorgeous, if the outside looks like a dump, that is not the location you want to choose, because it will impact your ticket sale, especially local people. Even though they know what it looks like on the inside, they're definitely just not gonna be thrilled about getting up and running to a building that looks like it's run down. So keep that in mind. The look and feel of that building will matter. And is it easy to get in and out of? You know, as some people just take for granted that, well, you know, I got to park over here and so, but I'm really, but it doesn't really matter. Yes, it truly does matter. Your parking is essential. Is it far away from the building? Is it close enough where people can get and easily walk to the building? You want to even look at, do they have security, depending where you're at? But can people be dropped off at the door and then take an easy drive to park their car? All those things matter. Is there a parking lot? What if it rains? You know, is there a covering? You know, let's face it, us women, you know, when we go to an event, we get our hair done. We don't want to get our hair soaking wet coming into the event. And we definitely don't want to be soaking wet coming into the event. So look at all those things when you are picking your venue, because it will impact your bottom line. Now, here's some other key things that I definitely want you to consider when you are booking a venue. So, does it include AV? Now, why did AV? That's audio visual. You know, a lot of us do take that for granted, but audio visual in some cases, and actually to be in a lot of cases, actually costs more than the building itself. So the first thing you want to ask is, do you have audio visual? That's number one. You definitely don't want to find out after you book the event and a week out that they don't even have good audio visual. So you want to see if they have it, if it's good. In addition to that, how much does it cost? Hopefully for you, it's free, because it will impact your bottom line. And in addition to that, the audio visual, do you have to pay for an AV person? And in some places, the sound person is separate from the AV person. Now look, I'm speaking from experience. Been there, seen that, and each time it's extremely frustrating because I always see it as an extra expense. But unfortunately, it is a must when you're putting on a conference. So I have actually seen where the bill for the audio is almost double what the building costs. And yes, you know, it truly does impact your bottom line, because then you need to get smarter and do some other things to compensate. But there are other cases, say for instance, for us at Success Women's Conference, we've been fortunate to partner with some people where they actually waive that cost. It's included in the contract. Keep in mind, I just said in the contract. So you want to look at that contract right on the front end. And the reason why I say that, because a lot of times when you're walking through and you're talking and you sign those papers, if you don't read those details, it can have you paying a lot of unexpected costs. So AV is critical. Those prices on the AV, people, can be very high. And if you're in a building where they have union personnel, it's going to be extremely high. So definitely make sure that you look at AV. Is it included? It's critical. It will impact your bottom line. The more money you're spending on that, the less you have going into your pocket. So the other thing you want to ask, it's the decor, the decoration. Sometimes some facility have a natural, beautiful decor. So you look at that when you're booking the facility, because it may save you a lot of money, thousands of dollars, if you don't have to pay somebody to come in and decorate. So, maybe you're thinking, well, I got a friend and she can do that, etc. But sometimes those things fall through. So it's always good to look at that venue and see if when you walk in, if they have a beautiful hallway, already have flowers out, keep their tables decorated. Do they include tablecloths and covering on their tables? Other things that you also want to include in addition to decor is chairs and tables. And as I said, tablecloths, things like that will drive your cost up very fast. So you always want to ask, see if it's included, because this could save you a lot of money. So I hope this is helping, because these are little shockers that, for me, being in the event, being in the planning conference and making sure that I don't end on the negative side, these are little things that I've already experienced myself. And trust me, when you get to the end, unfortunately, sometimes all you can do is grin and bear. So you don't want to be in that situation, because you don't want to just have another big party. So if you definitely have enjoyed this virtual conference and have enjoyed all the speakers and people like that, then you may want to have your own virtual summit. Or maybe you are getting ready for next year to have an in-person event. Now, I know you said, well, that's already a year away. Well, most conferences, you want to take 9 to 12 months to really make sure that you have a profitable event. And so to do that, you definitely want to take time to plan that out. Now, some of the virtuals you see don't take as much time. But that being said, depending on the level of virtual that you're planning, it may take some time. So therefore, if you like what you see and you've been enjoying it, and if you have found value in what I've been teaching you over the last several days, then I want to make sure to remind you, when I am doing my coaching, there are 5 different steps that I teach. So there are 4 more essential steps that I go over, and a little more under the making your plan. But number one of the 5 steps is making your plan. And there are other things that we go over when making your plan, because we want to make sure that you're profitable on the other side. Number two in my coaching is building a team, which is so critical to your outcome. Number 3 is creating multiple event streams of income. That's right, event streams of income. And right now, with all the corporations and sponsors of events kind of on hold, this is really critical that you learn how to create other event multiple streams of incomes. Number 4, you want to make sure you select the right speaker. And that can be a process. And you want to make sure that you look at whether it's a speaker or an entertainer or not. Trust me, they don't call me the butts in the seat queen for nothing, because this to me is critical. And there are a lot of little things that you can learn and utilize so that you draw in those people to fill your seats, to make sure that you have the attendance that you desire. So in addition to that, number 5 is promoting your event. So if you've seen the information, seen all the flyers and information about this particular event, then you have to ask yourself, do you want to create your own profitable event? If you've seen and enjoyed all the graphics and all the promotion, then it's just time for you to go ahead and level up and create your own profitable event. And if you're interested in doing that, you can easily just drop inside the chat and drop your email and say, I want to learn more about creating your own profitable event. And either I or one of my assistants will call you, will follow up with you and set up a discovery call. Or you can go to my calendar link, which is on the broadcast page, the main site, and you can also click and schedule your discovery call as well, because I want to make sure that everybody learns the benefit of creating your own profitable event. It is definitely going to help you increase your visibility. It's going to help you to connect and to collaborate with other people as well. So this is your opportunity to level up and to take that next step. And if you're a seasoned event planner or a seasoned person who plans events or have hosted events, then you may want to learn something more to ensure that you increase your profitability of your event. So just take that moment and drop that email in there, and we will follow up with you. If not, just go to the broadcast page and click my calendar, and we will definitely follow up with you. So thank you for joining me today. And I hope you are been able to take some notes and take away some nuggets that are going to help, that's going to help you create your own profitable event. Thank you. I hope you have been enjoying all of the speakers of day 2 of the Power Up Virtual Summit. We are so glad that you were able to enjoy, and I hope you got to see everything. And I hope you had a chance to share it out. We still have one more day, and that's day 3 of the Power Up Virtual Summit, which will kick off tomorrow at 11 a.m. with the Power Up Gospel Experience. And that will be led by none other than Lakeisha Cotton of the Gulf Coast Gospel Music Award. And that will definitely air in September live on right here on virtually. In addition, she is joined by other collective artists as well. So join us here tomorrow at 11 a.m. as we kick it off with the Power Up Gospel Experience. And we won't end there. We also have several other speakers that will be presenting tomorrow as well. One being Dr. Cosette White, and she's going to power up your finances by dropping you some nuggets. And who doesn't need that right now during these times of uncertainty? So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the Power Up Summit Day 3. In addition, towards the end of the day, around 2 p.m., we are going to have Power Up Your Money Mastermind. Have you ever wanted to be in the room and pick somebody's brain? Well, on tomorrow, day 3, if you are a elite ticket holder, then you get to join us in a Power Up Your Money Mastermind, and you'll be able to ask whatever you want. In addition to that, we will all be collectively working together to help you figure out how to power up your money. What's holding you back from powering up your money? And you know me as the butts and seat queen and that master collaborator. And of course, I've been in business for over 23 years. And then you have brand specialist Ty Miles, who will also be there helping you figure out what's your next step, what's your move, what's holding you back. And so come and join us during the mastermind that will happen tomorrow and starting at 2 p.m. But it will be virtual in a Zoom room. So you will have to be an elite ticket holder or invited guest as well. So I want to make sure that I don't end the day without thanking all our supporters, especially our sponsors, Community Bank, and also make sure you follow Darren Adams as he has offered that special, and you need in this time an effective, powerful CRM like Keep that can help you with your database, that can help you take your digital life to a new level. And all of us need a great CRM. So make sure to follow up with Darren, because he can make sure those email addresses and other information you're collecting will be something that works for you. In addition, I want to thank Courageous Woman Magazine, Swag Her Magazine, for helping us promote this event as well and becoming a sponsor. We also have Destination, Gulf Coast Destination, led by none other than Renata Patterson and her daughter. So, and we want to thank them also for doing the decor for our live events. So if you see her, if you do decide to come to the live event tonight, we want to make sure that you thank her as well. So, and if you need to take that vacation, and I know a lot of us aren't taking vacations in 2020, but you can go ahead and start planning for 2021. So contact Renata and her daughter at Gulf Coast Destinations. So in addition to that, we also want to thank, of course, I want to recognize my husband with PR and Home Care. We've been doing this for 23 years and it allows me to do what I do. So if you have somebody that needs help at home, that needs help during these times as well, with all those things that you really don't have time to do because you're at work, then contact us at PR and Home Care. In addition, Gulf Coast Gospel Music Award, which I mentioned earlier, which will be airing in September. And then we also want to thank, and definitely not the least, but probably the most, Rita Green with Go Fig. We definitely couldn't have pulled this off without you. So we thank you for your support and your sponsorship. So in addition, I have a team that helped pull all this off, and the team is powerful. You can never, let me just say this, if you're thinking about a virtual event or a in-person event, you always need a team, which I often talk about in how to create your own profitable event. And of course, I have a team. So I definitely want to thank all the ambassadors that have helped us sharing out the information Hopefully next year we'll get to see you in person. In addition, our volunteers that have come on board to help to make this a wonderful event, especially our live events as well. So thank you to all my core team members like Don Leak, Rita Green, Renata Patterson, Dr. Yolanda Jerry. We also have Shadera Allison. You've seen many of these people who actually have been a part of the conference as well. But Angela Singletary, I call her Miss Keys, Catrice Keys, thank you for being a part of this. Lakeisha Cotton, Carol Brandt, Lexi Williams, Kim Bowens. We just want to thank all of you, and Sabrina Starworth as well, who's also been a part of our team. I just want to thank all of you. That's my core members. We had many more volunteers as well. Thank y'all for making this a great event. Join us this afternoon, if you have not already signed up, for the Power Up celebration taking place today from 6 to 9 at the Hilton Garden Inn. And we're going to have none other than Dr. Sheila Rivers, who will be presented on I Can't Breathe. And in addition, Jackie Castro Cooper, who's also going to talk to us about powering up your health. Both of these things, I definitely want to hear what both of these ladies are bringing to us, because both mean so much to us during this time. Our minds, we need so many things to help us to power up your life, power up your career, power up your health, power up your finance, and power up your business. So join us right back here tomorrow. If you're not going to be there this afternoon, join us right back here tomorrow at 11 a.m. as we kick off day 3. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you share out today and even go back and share out tomorrow, yesterday, because sharing is caring. So tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time.